Passion Pages. Chapter 129. All the way until the evening, the Gu competition finally ended. On the Alliance slope, the Gu masters from the three clans were no longer as divided as before. Gu masters filled the entire hillside, and only three groups of people could be vaguely seen. Gu competition was a form of venting, and also a form of compromise. In this world where strength was the number one value, having strength would gain respect, and there would be a basis for cooperation. Ever since Xiongli challenged Feng Yuan, no other Gu masters came to find him. Feng Yuan was only a newbie, and had not interacted much with the Gu masters of the other two clans, and had no grudges or feelings. As for the Gu masters in the village, they would never challenge their own clansmen in such a situation. Especially when Feng Yuan admitted defeat, it made the other Gu masters lose interest in him. Such a lazy, cowardly opponent, even if they won, what was there to brag about? There were two ways to not be stepped on. One was to become an expert, so strong that no one dared to step on you. The second was to become dog shit, and no one would bother to step on you. Feng Yuan did not care about dog shit or the reputation of an expert. He always did things by fair means or foul, and only cared about the results. No one challenged him, and this made him feel relaxed. The disdainful and contemptuous gazes of the surrounding people, he turned a blind eye. If he could not even endure these gazes, how could he talk about pursuing the demonic path? The alliance meeting ended successfully. Guyue clan, Bai clan and Xiong clan had temporarily reached an agreement. First, issue a decree. The three clans temporarily threw away their past grudges, and fought against the wolf tied together. In times of danger, they had to help each other. At the same time, internal killings were prohibited, and an investigation team was set up. Once discovered, the killer would be banished from the clan, and the three clans would work together to punish the killer, and the killer would have to pay with his life. If the killer escaped, his family would pay with their lives. Even if the Gu master died. The Gu worms retrieved from the corpses had to be handed over, and those who used them privately would be charged with murder. After the Gu worms were handed over, they could be exchanged for merit points. Second, set up a battle merit board. With each group as a unit, it would display the battle merits of the three clans. One lightning wolf eyeball could be exchanged for 10 merit points. Merit points could be exchanged for Gu worms, yuan stone, and other resources. The appearance of the battle merit board naturally aroused the Gu master's unparalleled passion. The result of a Gu battle spar could not represent the result of a real battle. Take Xiong Jiang and Bai Bingyi for example. Other than the water drill Gu, Bai Bingyi naturally had other offensive methods. But Xiong Jiang's shadow bond Gu's effective range was only 10 meters. Moreover, there were many factors that could affect the outcome of any battle. Gu battle sparring lacked a certain degree of persuasiveness, but the merit board provided a fairer stage for competition. The Gu masters of the three clans did their best to hunt lightning wolves, striving for a better ranking on the battle merit board. This wasn't just about his own glory. More importantly, it concerned the reputation of the clan. This was especially true for the top three of the war merit list, where the competition was unprecedentedly intense. Almost every other day, there would be some changes in the rankings of the top three. Soon, more than a month had passed. Winter passed and spring came. All living things sprouted. After a battle, Feng Yuan stepped on the snow on the ground. Panting slightly, he surveyed the battlefield around him. On the battlefield, there were more than 10 lightning wolves lying on the ground, all dead. Passion Pages. Wolf blood and dismembered corpses could be seen everywhere, and the air was filled with a thick stench of blood. Howl. At this time, wolf howls could be heard from not far away. Feng Yuan's expression changed slightly. With his experience, he knew that a wolf pack was quickly approaching. If it was any other Gu master, after an intense battle, the primeval essence in their aperture would be insufficient, and they would have already wanted to retreat. But Feng Yuan did not care about this, and continued to squat down, collecting the eyeballs from the wolf corpses. His movements were practiced and efficient, but even so, when he finished collecting, he was already half surrounded by the wolf pack. This was a medium-sized wolf pack, with more than 100 crippled wolves. Their green wolf eyes revealed a savage aura, staring at Feng Yuan without letting up. Feng Yuan kept the wolf eyes, smiling as he stood up. Then his figure rippled like water, slowly disappearing from the spot. The pack of wolves that were charging over immediately became restless for a while. Many crippled wolves stopped in their tracks, showing signs of hesitation and doubt. After all, they were all wild beasts, and could not understand such a magical scene. But this is also because lightning wolves mainly use their eyes to observe, and not their noses. Lightning wolves are the magical creatures of this world. Their vision is as sharp as a goshawk's, but their sense of smell is no better than a human's. My stealth scales goo can counter wild beasts like lightning wolves, but it cannot hide from a dog's nose. Feng Yuan was very clear. He had already successfully refined the stealth scales goo before the goo battle gathering. It was like a carp fossil, gray and gray, lying in Feng Yuan's primeval sea, letting the primeval water flow over its lifelike scales. And the fish scales goo that Feng Yuan lacked was naturally exchanged with the black boar goo and Qing Shu. With this stealth scales goo, Feng Yuan safely escaped under the wolf pack's eyes. This kind of situation had happened many times in the past few days. Normally, wolves or dogs would have a keen sense of smell. But lightning wolves were different. They were very fast, and without sharp vision, they would crash into trees and rocks. But nature was fair. While giving them sharp eyes, it deprived them of their keen sense of smell. But the Thunder Crown Wolf was different. With the stealth scales goo, Feng Yuan could easily move through a normal wolf tide. But in front of a myriad beast king like the Thunder Crown Wolf, he had nowhere to hide. This was because the Thunder Crown Wolf's eyes often had the electric eye goo, and this goo could see through invisibility. Other than the electric eye goo, there were many other goo worms that could detect Feng Yuan's invisibility. For example, the snake communication goo, which could sense heat. The beast language goo, which could allow a goo master to obtain information from a conversation with a wild beast. The clairvoyance goo, which could make a goo master's hearing extremely sensitive. So, with the stealth scales goo, it did not mean that Feng Yuan would be safe and sound. At most, he had a small method to protect his life. When he returned to the village, it was still noon. The spring sun shone brightly, and people came and went in front of the village. Different from previous years, most of the people on the road were goo masters, and only a few were mortals. Under the influence of the wolf tide, the wilderness was not safe. The hunters did not dare to hunt in the mountains, and the farmlands were abandoned. On the streets, the morale of the goo masters was high. One by one, they returned from the outside with blood stains, or set off in high spirits. They were either discussing their ranking on the battle merit board, or discussing their experiences in killing lightning wolves, or discussing the outstanding goo masters of other villages. Feng Yuan mixed into the crowd and entered the village, arriving at the square in front of the clan head pavilion. There was a platform set up in the square, and it was the place to exchange battle merits. Large numbers of goo masters gathered here, and the rank 1 goo masters recorded. A portion of the rank 2 goo masters squeezed together, exchanging their blood-stained wolf eyes for battle merits. There was also a portion of the rank 2 goo masters who used their blood-stained wolf eyes to exchange for battle merits. In the middle of the square, a huge banner was erected, and the words of this world were written on it. It was constantly changing. This was the battle merit board, and on it were more than 10 swimword goo. The rank 1 swimword goo was controlled by the rank 1 logistics goo masters, and could be changed into words on the banner at will. Why is the first place still by clans by Bingyi group? Someone looked at the battle merit board and frowned. Let me see, by Bingyi is first, my clan's Qing Shu group is second, Xiongli group is third, my group, 137th. Some goo masters were silently counting. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, "It changed, it changed." Qing Shu group got first place. They pushed the Bai clan's sickly group down. On the battle merit board, the words that marked the second-place Qing Shu group suddenly moved, climbing up. Pulling the first place by Bing Yi group down with one hand, then ascended to first place himself, and at the same time used his foot to step on it. Such a human-like action on the words was naturally done by the Gu master controlling the swim word Gu. Seeing this interesting change, the Gu masters in the square burst into laughter, and gave the Qing Shu group a thumbs up, praising them endlessly. The rank 1 Gu master controlling the swim word Gu was even more excited, his face glowing with excitement. Lord Qing Shu, you are indeed the number 1 Gu master among us rank 2 Gu masters. Lord Qing Shu, you are really good. Guyue Qing Shu walked in the crowd, waiting with a smile. Behind him, Guyue Fangzheng clenched his fists and followed suit, his expression showing excitement. The surrounding praises assaulted him, filling the young man's burning heart that thirsted for glory. This made Fangzheng feel that he was walking on a bright path, and unknowingly, his recognition towards the clan deepened. Big brother. He was surprised to see Fang Yuan standing silently in the crowd, watching with his arms crossed. Big brother, you're still alone, all by yourself. No wonder your group was at the bottom of the battle merit board from the start. Only by opening your heart and joining the group can you feel the warmth and happiness of the clan. Fangzheng sighed in his heart, suddenly feeling that Fang Yuan was somewhat pitiful and sad. Like Fang Yuan, fighting alone without any companions, he could not feel the kinship of the clan, nor the friendship in the battlefield. Facing everything alone, not only was it dangerous, it was also boring. Living alone, if there was no friendship, love, kinship, what was the point of living? Fang Yuan stood in the crowd, silently looking at the battle merit board that was erected high above. No doubt, the last position of the battle merit board was written Fang Yuan Group. Other Gu masters, seeing this, would feel ashamed. But Fang Yuan's gaze was very calm, not minding it. After he was promoted to group leader by Guyue Bo, he had never thought of recruiting other group members. He was a lone group leader, the most special group among the 3 clans of Qing Mao Mountain. There was only him, of course his daily hunting results were not as much as the other groups. Of course, with Fang Yuan's current individual strength, if he really exploded out, he would definitely not be the last. But this was meaningless to Fang Yuan. He did not need battle merits, he had stockpiled living necessities and food for Gu worms. He had planned to use battle merits to exchange for a fish scale Gu, but now he did not need it. He hunted lightning wolves every day, one was to keep up with the weather, and the other was to accumulate some battle merits to exchange for moon orchid petals. After all, his moonglow Gu still needed this kind of food. Half a month passed in a flash, and the atmosphere of spring was getting stronger. Trees were growing green, and wildflowers were blooming by the roadside. The warm spring wind was intoxicating, and the Gu masters were singing triumphantly in battle, the situation getting better. Fang Yuan walked on the streets, seeing everyone's smiling faces, and hearing praises and praises of bravery. Of course, there were some Gu masters who were deeply worried, frowning. These Gu masters were mostly elderly, with rich life experiences, and knew that the true wolf tide would only come in summer and autumn. Fang Yuan's mind was clear. The reason for this situation is because of the alliance of the 3 clans, lowering their guard against each other. Thus, more Gu masters are involved in resisting the wolf tide. The second reason is that the lightning wolves that are being exterminated are only crippled wolves. The third reason is that spring has arrived, and the lightning wolves and the wolf tide are busy mating and reproducing. When summer comes, the truly strong wolf groups will flood in from all directions. This will cause huge casualties to the 3 clans. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. This year's wolf tide would surpass history, reaching an unprecedented level. Even the clan higher-ups had greatly underestimated the severity of the wolf tide. In his memories, most of the Gu masters would die. The accumulated resources of the 3 clans would be used up. Fang Yuan had never thought of reminding the clan higher-ups. Firstly, even if he did, the clan might not take his suggestion seriously. As long as it was dry and sealed, it could be stored for a long time at room temperature. Moon orchid's petals would wither in a few days, but ginseng roots could be stored for a long time. Goo worms are raised, used, and refined. These three aspects are broad and profound, with extraordinary profundities. Although the earth communication eargrass is easy to raise, it is quite troublesome to use. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He pinched the earth communication eargrass in his hand and secretly activated his true essence. In an instant, he had refined it. The earth communication eargrass was very outstanding, and its detection range was comparable to many rank 3 goo worms. But the heavens were fair. To use the earth communication eargrass, refining it was not enough, there was a price to be paid. Like the zombie goo and wood charm goo, they had to be used together with other goo worms. Otherwise, if they were used for a long time, the goo master's body would be corroded and turn into a real zombie or tree man. Many goo worms cannot be used just by refining them, as they require some special conditions. This earth communication eargrass is one of them. If I had this goo, I would be able to scout out the situation and be able to move freely in the wolf tide. I could even make use of this wolf tide to achieve some goals. Fang Yuan pondered for a while, and decided to use this earth communication eargrass. The gains were greater than the losses, so even if he had to pay the price, it was nothing for the future. No matter which world, without effort, how can there be gains? Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, and kept the earth communication eargrass in his aperture. He looked deeply at the stone door, and turned to leave. If he was not wrong, there was a danger on the other side of the stone door. He needed to use the earth communication eargrass to avoid it. Fang Yuan left the secret cave, but did not return to the village. Instead, he walked a few rounds outside, and after killing a few lone wolves and obtaining a few pairs of wolf eyeballs, he returned. He was still last on the battle merit board. Walking on the street, some goo masters who recognized him looked at him with mocking and disdainful gazes. Fang Yuan did not care, and continued to do as he pleased. In the following days, he used his meager battle merit points to exchange for ginseng roots, and fed the earth communication eargrass, allowing it to recover to a state of full vitality. Most of the clan's attention was drawn by the wolf tide, and no one paid attention to Fang Yuan. If it was before, perhaps his uncle and aunt would still pester him, but ever since Fang Yuan sold the family assets, there was no more movement from them. It was hard to do things openly, but easy to do things secretly. Soon, Fang Yuan quietly and smoothly completed some preparations. This night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the mirror, his face was pale, and his brows were slightly furrowed. The left ear was small, while the right ear was more than twice the size, and was somewhat deformed. Fang Yuan was not surprised, and after looking at it for a while, he felt satisfied that there were no problems. He put down the mirror, and took out a cloth, dipping it in the warm water in the basin, and started to wipe the bloodstains on his body. He was not wearing any clothes, so it was very easy to clean up the bloodstains. Some of the bloodstains flowed to his feet, but were absorbed by the cotton cloth that was laid on the floor beforehand. Fang Yuan cleaned up the bloodstains, and finally picked up his original right ear from the table. He snorted coldly, and activated the moonglow goo in his palm. Then, he minced his right ear into minced meat to destroy the evidence. The remaining basin of blood was carried by Fang Yuan to the bottom of the bed, and a piece of coal was thrown in. After doing all this, Fang Yuan lay down on the bed. The pain had already decreased by more than half, but it still tormented him. Fang Yuan felt waves of pain in his head, and along with his heartbeat, it was throbbing. After an unknown amount of time, he finally fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 131. By the time Fang Yuan woke up, it was already noon of the next day. His head no longer hurt, the pain had disappeared. He subconsciously touched his ear, and the feeling was the same as before. It was as if the ear-cutting incident last night had never happened. He got up from the bed. The first thing he did was to find a mirror and look at himself. In the mirror, a young man's face was revealed. He wasn't handsome, but his pair of pitch-black and deep eyes made him seem extraordinary, revealing a trace of an unusual cold charm. The young man's ears were the same size, no difference. When he planted the earth communication ear grass last night, Fang Yuan's right ear was fat and big, the earlobe almost reaching his chin. But now it had become normal, and from the outside, there was no difference at all. This was because his body and the earth communication ear grass had gotten used to each other. Fang Yuan's heart moved, and from his aperture, he transferred a small amount of red steel primeval essence. The primeval essence flowed along his body, all the way up to his right ear. Immediately, his hearing increased by several times, and the footsteps of countless people entered his ears. Although he was on the second floor, he had the illusion that he was stepping on the ground. Fang Yuan listened attentively, his primeval essence continued to move, and his hearing also increased. In the mirror, roots were slowly growing out of his right ear. These roots were like the roots of a 1,000-year-old ginseng, spreading out from the ear, sparse and growing, drooping towards the ground. At the same time, his right ear also showed signs of growing bigger and fatter. Fang Yuan tried to stop activating the earth communication ear grass, and after a second, the roots that grew out from the ear all retracted back, and his right ear also returned to its normal shape. Of course, his hearing also returned to its original state. This way, I have an investigative goo. Fang Yuan put on his clothes, and took out a water basin from under the bed. The dark red blood water from last night, because of the coal that was thrown in, had already turned into a pool of black dirty water. The blood towel that was soaked in it was the same. The original blood red and white color had been covered by the black-gray color. It was easy for people to associate it with the greasy rag in the kitchen. This basin of water was carried out. Even if he poured it out in front of other people, he wouldn't give himself away. Summer was coming, and many of the clansmen had to clean the furnaces that had been used for the entire winter. It would often produce such a basin of dirty water. Striking while the iron was hot, Fang Yuan entered the secret cave again. This time, he did not come empty-handed. Instead, he caught a young deer in the wild, tied its forehooves with hemp rope, covered its mouth with a metal cover, and used the stealth scales goo to conceal his body, bringing it to the stone door. He was not in a hurry to push the door open. Instead, he activated the earth communication ear grass. The ginseng roots extended from the sides of his ears, and his hearing was instantly amplified several times. Dong dong dong. First, he heard a faint sound. A slow heartbeat. As the roots grew longer and longer, the heartbeat grew louder and louder. At the same time, the source of the heartbeat also increased. Fang Yuan didn't need to think to know that these heartbeats were coming from the jade-eyed stone monkeys in the stone forest behind him. He closed his eyes and could imagine it in his mind. These strange sounds were like snails living in their own caves, curling up their bodies and sleeping. But these weren't what he wanted to sense. He continued to listen. His right ear had become a little fat, and the roots on his ears were 1/2 meter long. The roots were spiritual. They extended to the stone door, digging into a very shallow depth. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt that his hearing had received a huge boost. With him as the center, he could sense the countless sounds within a radius of 300 steps. This was the true use of the earth communication ear grass. Previously in the village, he had only dabbled in it. If the earth communication ear grass's roots did not touch the ground, its detection range could only be considered average among rank 2 goo worms. But once the roots were rooted in the ground, its detection range would receive a qualitative increase. This was easy to understand. Using the theory on Earth, the speed of sound transmission was related to the medium. The speed of sound transmission on the ground and in water was much faster than in the air. In ancient China, some soldiers would sleep with a wooden quiver as their pillow. Once there was a cavalry attack, the soldiers would be woken up by the sound transmitted through the ground. If the sound was transmitted through the air, they would not be able to react in time. The roots were rooted in the stone door, and Fang Yuan immediately felt the movement behind the stone door. It was a series of sparse sounds that were very subtle and dense. Compared to this sound, the stone monkey's heartbeat was like the beating of a drum. If it was a newbie using the earth communication ear grass for the first time, they would have to think hard to guess what it was. But this sound was within Fang Yuan's expectations. But after listening for a while, his brows gradually furrowed. He pushed the stone door open. The stone door was heavy, but he had the strength of 2 boars now, so it didn't take much effort. The stone door opened, and in front of him was a dark and serene tunnel. It stretched out horizontally, leading to the unknown and mysterious. Fong Yuan untied the deer he caught and threw it into the tunnel ahead. The deer was very intelligent, and it could sense the danger in the darkness ahead, not daring to move forward. Its big eyes looked at Fong Yuan, revealing a look of fear and pleading. Fong Yuan snorted coldly, and swung his hand with a moon blade. The moon blade was controlled by Fong Yuan to not be too powerful, and it slashed diagonally, leaving a shallow wound on the deer's body. Blood gushed out, and under the pain, the deer's fear of Fong Yuan took over, and it frantically ran forward in the darkness. The darkness quickly swallowed it. Fong Yuan urged the earth communication ear grass again, and this time, the roots were rooted in the wall beside him. With his hearing improved, the first thing Fong Yuan heard was the deer's hurried footsteps, its heartbeat, and then a sudden wave of sparse sounds. In the Golden Centipede Cave, one could use the earth communication ear grass to avoid disaster. Fong Yuan knew that these sparse sounds were the sound of centipedes crawling. Suddenly, he heard the deer's frightened cry. Obviously, it had barged into the worm's nest and encountered centipedes. Fong Yuan immediately imagined a scene in his mind. The deer was panicking, and the centipedes swarmed it like a tide, surrounding it. The deer spun around in fear, stomping its young hooves, and whining as it felt the aura of death. The countless centipedes climbed onto its body. The deer fell to the ground, rolling around and struggling violently. But after a short while, its heart stopped beating. The centipedes covered its body, and started to devour the deer's flesh. Fong Yuan's gaze suddenly focused, and he suddenly heard a special sound. The buzzing sound was like a buzzing chainsaw. It was filled with an insolent, rude, and barbaric aura. If it were a newbie, they would be very confused. But with Fong Yuan's rich experience, he immediately guessed the identity of the voice's source. A rank 3 wild goo worm, chainsaw golden centipede. This was the king of the centipedes, the true killer of the Golden Centipede Cave. Fong Yuan could totally imagine it, a meter long, 2 fists wide golden centipede, suddenly turning from stillness and crawling. On both sides of the centipede's body, there was a row of sharp, silver serrated teeth. As it crawled, these serrated teeth also moved rapidly, like a chainsaw. The chainsaw golden centipede's arrival immediately caused the centipede group to go silent. It came in a fierce manner, and everywhere it went, the centipede group would scatter, revealing the deer's body that still had more than half left. It climbed onto the deer's body, and opened its mouth, absorbing the deer's blood and devouring the deer's meat. When it encountered the deer's skeleton, it rolled up its body, and used the serrated teeth to lightly twist, easily grinding the bones into powder. Even the white jade goo's defense cannot withstand the chainsaw golden centipede's sawing. It seems that the flower wine monk wants me to use this earth communication ear grass to avoid this chainsaw golden centipede. But I have the spring autumn cicada, it is not impossible to subdue this chainsaw golden centipede. A thought appeared in Fong Yuan's mind. He was excited at the sight of the prey. The chainsaw golden centipede was an excellent goo worm, and if he could use it, it would definitely be a powerful method. But to subdue this chainsaw golden centipede underground, even a rank 4 goo master would have to spend a lot of effort. Capturing and killing were 2 completely different things, the former's difficulty was much higher than the latter. Wild goo worms were mostly cunning, and if the chainsaw golden centipede saw something amiss, it would burrow into the ground and escape. If a goo master did not have the ability to burrow into the ground, how could he pursue it? But Fong Yuan had the spring autumn cicada. As long as he caught this chainsaw golden centipede and leaked a trace of its aura, it would definitely make this worm cower, not daring to move. The spring autumn cicada was rank 6, and its aura had a strong deterrent effect on rank 1 to rank 4 goo worms. But against rank 5 goo worms, the effect was not great. As for other rank 6 goo of the same rank, there was no deterrent effect at all. This phenomenon was very interesting. Actually, thinking about it, human society was the same. Facing outstanding people, people would often admire, and worship them. But towards people who were only slightly better than themselves, they would dare to offend them, thus it was usually competition and jealousy. But I am only at rank 2 middle stage, it is not impossible to subdue a rank 3 chainsaw golden centipede now, but the timing is a bit too early. Fang Yuan muttered. A rank 2 goo master was of course most suitable and handy to use rank 2 goo worms. Of course, rank 2 goo masters could also have rank 3 or even rank 4 goo worms. But this was not a common phenomenon. Firstly, the higher the rank of the goo worm, the higher the cost of feeding it. Chapter 132. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, casting a shadow over the entire Qingmao mountain, as if a storm was brewing. On a remote hillside, a dozen strong lightning wolves bared their teeth and growled, surrounding Fang Yuan. These wolves had all 4 limbs, no longer the crippled wolves from before. If it was any other rank 2 goo master, being surrounded like this alone, they would be in despair. But right now, the situation was the exact opposite. Fang Yuan stood at his original position, calm and collected. As for the lightning wolves surrounding him, there was a hint of nervousness and fear in their expressions. The battle had already been going on for a while. On this bloody battlefield, a few lightning wolves had already fallen, silently showing off Fang Yuan's achievements. Kill! Fang Yuan shouted in his heart. As the person being surrounded, he took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward and pounced towards a lightning wolf on his left. This lightning wolf was so frightened that it took a small step back. Then, its fierce nature was stimulated. Its strong limbs suddenly jumped, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. In the air, the lightning wolf opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He did not dodge, but swung his right hand. Whoosh! An eerie blue moonblade flew out horizontally, piercing through the air and hitting the lightning wolf's open mouth. With a "chi" sound, this unfortunate lightning wolf was instantly cut into 2 from mouth to tail by this moonblade. Boiling wolf blood spurted out with a splash, falling like a rain of blood. Fang Yuan's body shone with a white jade light, rushing through the rain of blood. He rampaged through the wolf pack. The lightning wolf pack reacted, surrounding him from all directions. They opened their mouths to bite, but under the defense of the white jade goo, they crushed their teeth. Their claws also returned empty-handed. Fang Yuan punched and kicked. With the strength of 2 boars, one lightning wolf after another was kicked away by him, or their skulls were directly smashed. They died on the spot. He had the upper hand. But good times did not last long. The primeval essence in his aperture was depleting quickly. Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent, and his cultivation was rank 2 middle stage. At most, his true essence was less than 50%. Seeing that his primeval essence was about to be exhausted, but there were still a few lightning wolves left, Fang Yuan couldn't help but think, stealth scales parasite. Instantly, his figure rippled like water and gradually disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. The lightning wolves stood still, not knowing what to do. They let out angry howls and began to patrol the hillside again, but to no avail. Fang Yuan was not far away, watching the lightning wolf's movements while taking out a yuan stone to replenish his primeval essence. At the same time, he continued to activate the stealth scales goo. Lightning wolves had outstanding eyesight. However, his sense of smell was not very sensitive. Fang Yuan used the stealth scales goo to restrain them. When his true essence recovered to 30%, the pack of lightning wolves finally retreated unwillingly. Fang Yuan didn't have a movement-type goo worm. If the lightning wolf really retreated, his speed wouldn't be able to keep up with it. Thus, he removed the stealth scales goo. He revealed himself. Howl! When these lightning wolves saw Fang Yuan, it was as if they saw their father's murderer, and they all rushed towards him. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. When the lightning wolves were in front of him, he fiercely punched with his right fist. His right fist was covered with a layer of faint white jade light, it was incomparably hard. He fiercely hit the waist of a lightning wolf. Instantly, there was a crisp crack. This unfortunate lightning wolf was sent flying far away by Fang Yuan's attack, its lumbar vertebra already fractured. During his days in the academy, he was naturally bullied and extorted by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan glanced at him indifferently, his speed not changing as he brushed past him, not giving him a chance to speak again. This guy. Gu Peng was momentarily stunned, and immediately a stifling feeling welled up in his heart, slowing down his pace. He still had not found a chance to ridicule Fang Yuan. Little Peng. Quickly catch up. If we want to maintain our position on the battle merit board today, we need to kill at least 50 lightning wolves. The group leader opened his mouth. Gu Peng's angry expression immediately disappeared, and he hurriedly caught up with the group leader's footsteps. My current group. Rank 75 on the battle merit board. That Fang Yuan is at the bottom of the 200 rankings. Such a difference is like heaven and earth. Speaking of which, I am also very lucky to meet a senior like the group leader who takes care of the newcomers. From the Wolf Tide till now, I have already gained a Gu worm with the battle merit that I have received. My future is bright, how can Fang Yuan compare to me? Thinking about it, Gu Peng felt much more balanced in his heart, and even felt a sense of bliss. In this world, what can one achieve by fighting alone? Many people add fuel to the flames, the strength of unity is even greater. Clansmen are still the most reliable. With the help of the clan's strength, us newcomers can have a better and safer development. That Fang Yuan. What an idiot, he really thinks he's someone. Coincidentally solved the problem of the rank 5 river swallowing toad, and now his tail is up in the sky. Although he became the group leader, he didn't even recruit a single member, he deserves to be at the bottom. Hee. But come to think of it, with such a weird personality, how can he recruit members? Thinking of this, Gu Peng's footsteps became much lighter. After running for a while, he strangely did not encounter a single wolf pack. Gu Peng raised his head to look at the sky. Although it was still afternoon, the sky had already turned dusky. The wind whistled over, and the dark clouds above their heads were extremely dense. They were churning rapidly, brewing thunder and torrential rain. But Gu Peng was not the least bit afraid, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. He thought in his heart, Fang Yuan returned in such a hurry, it must be because he is worried about this rainstorm. What a coward, what can a rainstorm do to him? Right at this time, the group leader's expression suddenly changed, and he gasped with his mouth wide open. Group leader, what happened? The other four's gazes were naturally attracted to him. In this Gu master group, this group leader was in charge of scouting. Although he was also a rank 2 Gu master, his scouting Gu worm naturally did not have a large range like Fang Yuan's earth communication ear grass. At this moment, his face was pale, and he did not have the desire to explain further. Run! He screamed in fear, and under the shocked gazes of the other four, he turned and ran. Quickly follow group leader. The other group members were not stupid, and after they reacted, they immediately broke into a run. Howl! Continuous wolf howls came from behind, and from the sound, one could tell that there were more than 1,000 lightning wolves. The 5 people in the group were all pale, breathing heavily as they ran with all their might. Wait for me. Gu Peng ran with all his might, but he was still at the back. He screamed for help in panic. He could already feel the breathing of the lightning wolves behind him. But what made him despair was that the group leader who usually took care of him did not even turn his head around. The companions who usually patted their chests and talked about brotherhood and family, did not seem to hear his screams. Howl! Behind Gu Peng's ears, a wolf's howl suddenly came. The next moment, he felt a huge pressure from behind him, and in an instant, he fell to the ground. He fell on the ground, feeling dizzy from the fall. He subconsciously used all his strength, and turned his head to resist. Kacha! In the sky, a lightning snake suddenly flashed. In the darkness, a bold lightning wolf's figure was immediately illuminated. Its body was twice the size of a normal lightning wolf, the fur on its body stood up, and in the corner of its mouth, silver-sharp teeth could be seen. Gu Peng's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and a thought reverberated in his mind: 100 Beast King. The wolf pack in the wolf den was huge, and not only were there 3 10,000 Beast King level Thunder Crown wolves, there were also 100 Beast King level Bold Lightning wolves and 1,000 Beast King level Frenzy Lightning wolves. In the next second, the Bold Lightning wolf opened its mouth, and with a crisp sound, it bit off Gu Peng's entire head. Fresh blood and brain matter splattered all over the ground. The Bold Lightning wolf lowered its head, and started to suck the blood from Gu Peng's neck, and gnawed on its flesh. Countless lightning wolves ran past its body. Rumble, the sound of thunder never stopped. Hua hua hua, the heavy rain started to pour. The real wolf tide had arrived. Chapter 133. The rain poured down, and the lightning snakes danced in the sky, continuing for an entire night. Fong Yuan laid on his bed, hearing the shouts of the Gu masters outside, and the sound of their footsteps in the rain. He squinted his eyes, and the memories of his previous life surfaced in his mind. In his previous life, when the wolf tide came, he was still a rank 1 Gu master. Thus, as a logistical force, he hid in the village and escaped the disaster. But in this life, he was already a rank 2 middle stage Gu master, and with the 4-flavor liquor worm, he was making big strides towards upper stage. Thus, he had to be like the other rank 2 Gu masters, defending against the wolf tide in the middle of the night. It's raining so heavily outside, and I still have to fight against the lightning wolf pack in the dark. I'm really looking for trouble. Fong Yuan snorted in his heart. He was not sleeping in the rented house, but in an inn. If he was in the rented house, he would definitely be captured by others. The clan's higher-ups have undoubtedly underestimated the wolf pack's battle strength. The most correct method is to hole up in the village and defend. Unfortunately, they were blinded by their past experiences. Fong Yuan thought as he turned around on his bed. Outside the window, the rain poured down, covering the sky and earth. The rumbling of thunder could be heard continuously. On the streets, the sounds of Gu masters' urgent movements, footsteps, and angry shouts never stopped. At this moment, the wolf howls were extremely close to the village. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Whether it was the Gu masters who risked their lives and left the village to fight, or the mortals who hid in their homes and shivered, or even Fong Yuan, who slept until midnight and woke up naturally. He did not get up either. In the darkness, he laid on his bed with his eyes open. The sounds outside the window entered his ears. Others were fighting for their lives, and one could imagine the thunderstorm outside the village. The Gu masters and the wolf pack formed a lively and bustling stage. No matter which character it was, they were showing their true colors. Entering the role of a character, this was a good show. But Fong Yuan did not have the slightest awareness of entering the role. Instead, he felt an indescribable loneliness. Boundless loneliness. This was not because he was a transmigrator or a reincarnated person who carried secrets that could not be divulged. Instead, everyone was born to be lonely. Humans were like floating islands, drifting in the ocean of fate. When people met, it was like a collision between floating islands. As long as it was a collision, there would definitely be an impact. Sometimes, the lone floating ice islands stuck together in the name of interests, kinship, friendship, love, and hatred. But in the end, they will all be separated. Walking alone to destruction. This is the truth of life. It was a pity that people were always afraid of loneliness. They were always greedy for lively crowds and were unwilling to be idle. Because when they faced loneliness, they would often face pain. But once a person could face this kind of pain, they would often have talent and courage. Therefore, there is a saying, the outstanding must be lonely. This is the taste of loneliness. Every time I taste it, my determination to pursue the devil's path is strengthened. Fong Yuan's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but think of the story of the human ancestor. Speaking of which, Renzu obtained Attitude Gu. Attitude Gu was like a mask, Renzu was heartless. He couldn't wear it. Because before, Renzu had already given his heart to the Hope Gu, and from then on, he was no longer afraid of difficulties. But if Renzu wanted to use Attitude Gu, he needed a heart. Renzu felt troubled, and asked Attitude Gu for advice. He said, "Oh Gu, Attitude can sometimes say everything. You know the problem I am facing now, so I want to ask you for advice." Attitude Gu said, "This is actually not difficult. Oh Renzu, you are currently lacking a heart, you only need to find a new one." Renzu was puzzled, and asked again, "Then how do I find a new heart?" Attitude Gu sighed, "The heart is nowhere, but also everywhere. Finding a heart is both difficult and easy. With your situation, you can get a heart now." Renzu was overjoyed, "Quickly tell me how to get it." Attitude Gu warned him, "This heart is called loneliness. Oh human, are you sure you want it? After you get it, you will feel endless pain, loneliness, and even fear." Renzu did not take Attitude Gu's warning to heart and continued to ask. Attitude Gu could not go against Renzu's orders, and answered, "You only need to look at the sky when there are stars in the night and don't say anything. When the sun rises, you will get the heart of loneliness." That night, it was a good night with stars in the sky. Renzu followed Attitude Gu's words, and sat alone on a mountain, looking at the night sky. Before this, his life was difficult, and he had to constantly struggle for survival. He had no time to look at this beautiful and mysterious starry sky. Now, as he looked at the starry sky, his thoughts drifted. He could not help but think of himself, thinking of how petty and weak he was, living a precarious and muddle-headed life. Sigh, although I have the Hope Gu, Strength Gu, Rules and Regulations Gu, and Attitude Gu, it is still extremely difficult to survive in this world. Even if I die tomorrow, it would not be surprising. If I die, will this world remember me? Will there be people who are happy for my existence, and will there be people who are sad for my departure?" Thinking of this, Renzu shook his head. In this world, he was the only human, how could there be anyone else? Even with the Gu accompanying him, he still felt an unforgettable feeling, loneliness. The heart of loneliness. At this moment, when the human ancestor felt lonely, a brand new human heart suddenly appeared in his body. The sun rose from the horizon, and shone on Renzu's face. But Renzu did not feel happy, instead, he felt endless pain, despair, bewilderment, and fear. He could not endure this loneliness and fear, he felt darkness and the end of the world had arrived. Thus, he howled in pain, and stretched out his finger, gouging out his eyes. His left eye landed on the ground, and turned into a young man. He had a head of golden hair, and a robust body. Once he appeared, he knelt at Renzu's feet, shouting, "O Renzu! My father, I am your eldest son, verdant great Sunday." At the same time, Renzu's right eye also turned into a young girl. She held on to Renzu's arm. She said, "O Renzu, my father, I am your second daughter, Desolate Guyue." Renzu laughed loudly. Tears flowed down from his empty eye sockets. He said good 3 times, "I have children, I can finally bear the pain of my lonely heart. From now on, there will be people who will be happy for my existence, and people who will be sad for my departure. Even if I die, you will all remember me." But finally, he heaved a long sigh, "I have lost my eyes, I can no longer see the light. From now on, the 2 of you will watch this world for me." The heavy rain continued for the entire night, until dawn. Only then did the rain stop. Fang Yuan left the inn, the pedestrians on the street all had heavy or sorrowful expressions. This night, the clan's losses were not light. In fact, none of the 3 great clans of Qingmao Mountain escaped. They all suffered heavy losses. This was clear to Fang Yuan as soon as he saw the battle merit board. After a night, the battle merit board had lost 25 teams, all of them sacrificed in the wolf tide. Even if there were 1 or 2 survivors, they were either injured or crippled. Guyue Peng's team was also among them. For the next 10 days, the situation became even worse. From bad to worse. First, 100 Beast King Bold Lightning Wolf appeared, and then there was news of 1,000 Beast King Frenzy Lightning Wolf in the Wolf Tide. Such news made the rank 2 Goo Masters who were out tremble in fear. If they met a Frenzy Lightning Wolf, they would need at least 3 teams to work together to deal with it. This did not even include the ordinary Lightning Wolf packs around the Frenzy Lightning Wolf. The 3 great clans had no choice but to send out rank 3 elders to deal with the crisis. Under such circumstances, the Goo Masters' daily lives were filled with danger and were long and arduous. Even if Fong Yuan had the stealth scales Goo, he had to be careful. After all, he might meet a Beast King level Lightning Wolf with the Lightning Eye Goo. Fortunately, he had paid a price earlier and could use the Earth Communication Ear Grass. This Goo's detection range was very large, allowing him to avoid large wolf packs every time. As such, the weather became hotter and hotter until the end of July. Although the situation was not optimistic, under the cooperation of the 3 great clans, the situation was already under control. Halfway up the mountain, the 3 Goo Masters who had already gone through an intense battle faced a bold lightning wolf that had just arrived. The smell of death was already assaulting them. Damn it, I don't have enough primeval essence. If I had 60%, no, 30%, I wouldn't be chased by it like this. As the group leader, Xiong Zhan looked at the approaching bold lightning wolf that was like a cat playing with a mouse, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The mountain wall is in front, there is no way out, what do we do? A group member with a pale face said. What else can we do? We can only hope for reinforcements. I heard our clan's lord Bai Ningbing has already come out and is rushing to the battlefield. This was a Goo Master from the Bai clan village. There were originally 2 groups, one from the Xiong clan and the other from the Bai clan. They had worked together to face the Wolf Tide, but now there were only 3 people left. Rather than relying on Bai Ningbing who we don't even know where he is, we might as well fight to the death. Xiong Zhan gritted his teeth. Beast Kings are scary because of the goo in their bodies. I have a plunder goo that can forcefully plunder the enemy's goo worms. I just need to keep using it and not move. During this time, you guys have to protect me. Okay. The other 2 looked at each other and stood in front of Xiong Zhan, temporarily blocking this bold lightning wolf for him. Even though they knew the chances were pitifully small, no one would be willing to die. If I can plunder it, I have a chance to live. Heaven protect me. Xiong Zhan's eyes were fierce as he slowly raised his right hand. Whether they lived or died depended on this. The 3 men and 1 wolf did not know that high up on the cliff, a white-haired, white-clothed young man was calmly watching this scene. Life is so boring. He sat on the ground, one hand on the ground, the other holding a wine flask and pouring it into his mouth. What he poured out was not wine, but only sweet mountain spring water. He did not like to drink wine, but only water. This white-clothed young man drank water as he watched the show below him. Fight, die. It's too boring for you to live such an ordinary life. Only this kind of life and death battle can add a trace of excitement to your lives. This way, your lives will have value. He smiled lightly in his heart, not having the slightest desire to help. Even if he had this ability, even if his Bai clan members were at the foot of the mountain. But so what? To him, loneliness was the deepest darkness, and the light of family was just an illusion. He, Bai Ningbing, would not do something so boring as saving people. Chapter 134 Guzhenren 132_Guzhenren's full text free reading _section 132, 3 steps of fragrant grass on the cliff, Bai Ningbing watched with interest. Under the cliff he was sitting on, an intense battle of life and death was unfolding. The bold lightning wolf walked slowly, slowly getting closer. 2 Goo Masters blocked in front of it with a serious expression. Behind them, Xiong Zhan was half squatting on the ground, his left hand grabbing his right wrist, his right hand in a claw shape, aiming at the bold lightning wolf. Plunder Goo! Suddenly, he shouted, the primeval essence in his body surging towards the plunder Goo. A formless suction force burst out. Xiong Zhan's right hand grabbed at empty air. He had the illusion that he was grabbing a goo worm. But this goo worm continued to struggle and wrestle with him. This force was huge, his center of gravity was already very low, but it still made him feel like he was being dragged forward. The success rate of the plunder goo is very low, but I have to succeed this time, otherwise it bodes ill. He gritted his teeth so hard that they emitted cracking sounds. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his face was filled with malevolence as he fought with all his might. Xiongzhan had no way out. If he did not succeed, he would die. Under the stimulation of death, he desperately poured primeval essence into the plunder goo. With the injection of primeval essence, the plunder goo residing in his right palm burst out with an even stronger suction force. The bold lightning wolf felt something was wrong and howled, suddenly launching a frenzied attack. The two goo masters resisted with difficulty. Just as Xiongzhan was about to succeed, his expression suddenly changed. Damn it! I don't have enough primeval essence. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression extremely withered. Once the plunder failed, there would be a backlash. This was a flaw of the plunder goo. Howl! Without the plunder goo's restraint, the bold lightning wolf opened its mouth, howling loudly. The symbiotic goo worm released its strength, causing lightning to flash between its teeth. Blue electric currents gathered together and shot out fiercely. The lightning passed between the two goo masters, directly hitting the half-squatting Xiongzhan. Xiongzhan did not even have time to howl. He was turned into a piece of charred meat by the lightning, dying instantly. Run! The remaining two goo masters no longer had any will to fight, fleeing in two different directions. The bold lightning wolf caught up to a person and pounced on him, crushing his throat. Finally, only the Bai-clan goo master was left. He was blocked by the bold lightning wolf and could only retreat step by step to the edge of the cliff. Ah! I'm going to die. With his back against the cliff, he raised his head and howled in despair. He vented the fear in his heart. But his voice suddenly stopped. He saw Bai Ningbing on the mountain wall above his head. Lord Bai Ningbing! Lord Bai Ningbing! Is it really you? After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly shouted and cried tears of joy. Oh, I've been discovered. Bai Ningbing chuckled and slowly raised her right hand. He pointed his right index finger downwards, and an icicle appeared and shot downwards. The icicle shot towards the goo master who was crying for help. Through his skull, from the top of his head to his jaw. Oh! His face was still filled with the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. Then, he fell to the ground with a plop. This gave the bold lightning wolf a fright. It looked at Bai Ningbing above, the corner of its mouth splitting open, revealing its teeth that were covered in lightning. Ignorant beast! Bai Ningbing looked at it indifferently. With a light leap, he jumped down from the 5-meter-tall mountain wall. In the air, he clasped his palms together, and frost energy spread in all directions. Then his palms separated to the left and right and an ice blade formed. This ice blade was 7 meters long, like a Japanese katana from Earth, its whole body covered in transparent ice. The hilt was held by Bai Ningbing's pale hand. The bold lightning wolf's lightning shot up from below. Bai Ningbing sneered, and 2 puffs of pure white water vapor came out of his nose. With a whoosh, the water vapor circled around his body and formed a water ball shield. The water ball continued to revolve on its own, and the bold lightning wolf's lightning struck this water ball barrier, causing it to dissipate. The water ball broke, revealing the white-clothed young man. Die! The young man's black eyes suddenly turned pure blue, like 2 blue crystals, showing ruthlessness and indifference. Blade light flashed. Bai Ningbing lightly landed on the ground, a drop of blood dripping from the translucent white ice blade in his hand. The bold lightning wolf was like a statue, standing still. After a breath's time, blood spurted out of its neck, and its huge wolf head fell to the ground, rolling a few times. As for its body, it fell down. The electric current goo that was residing in its body shot out like lightning, towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing lightly flicked his wrist, and a blade light flashed in the air. Under his blade, the lightning current goo exploded into a field of eerie blue electric currents, and perished. Bai Ningbing slowly walked towards Xiongzhan's corpse. The other goo worms are all ordinary goods. But this plunder goo is interesting. He found the plunder goo from Xiongzhan's corpse, and kept it in his pocket. Although the three clans' agreement stipulated that after a goo master dies, even if the successor obtains the goo worm of the deceased goo master, they must hand it over. But Bai Ningbing did not care about this rule. Even if it was exposed, so what? He was the symbol of Bai clan's rise, and would definitely receive the clan's protection. Bai Ningbing was very sure of this. It's just that, this wolf tide is really boring. He caressed the ice blade with his hand, feeling the bone-chilling coldness of the ice blade. Thinking about it, fighting with people is more interesting. He yawned, and suddenly smiled. I wonder how Qing Shu, Xiong Li and the others have grown. After being in closed-door cultivation for so long, maybe they can give me some surprises, who knows. Days later. In the crowded plaza, Fang Yuan looked up at a huge banner. On the banner, there were words written using the U-word goo. The content was all the resources provided by the three clans. These resources included a wide range of resources, such as food to feed goo worms, rice for humans, salt, oil and other daily necessities, as well as goo worms and yuan stone. But behind these resources, there was a number, signifying that they needed corresponding battle merits to exchange for them. A wolf eye could be exchanged for 10 battle merits. 5 battle merits was equivalent to a gene of rice. Using 25 battle merits, a goo master could obtain a piece of yuan stone. No doubt, the arrival of the wolf tide brought opportunities that were not available during peacetime. The battle merit board and this resource board had stimulated countless goo masters, willing to shed blood and fight day and night against the lightning wolves. Especially recently, with the outbreak of the wolf tide, the three clans took out their assets, stimulating the goo masters' enthusiasm and raising their battle strength, helping the village tide over this crisis. As a result, there were many rare items on the resource list. Like now, Fang Yuan noticed this goo worm. 3-step fragrant grass goo. He mumbled, staring at the huge banner's content. 3-step fragrant grass goo was a goo worm that Fang Yuan needed, because it could assist in movement and increase Fang Yuan's running speed. Honestly speaking, these few days on the resource board, there were many goo worms that appeared. But only this 2-step fragrant grass goo suited Fang Yuan the most. But this grass goo was not easy to get. Not only was it the only one on the resource board, it also required a lot of battle merits to exchange. If I use my true abilities, I can naturally accumulate enough battle merits to exchange for this 3-step fragrant grass goo. But if I do that, I will definitely arouse suspicion. That would not be nice. Fang Yuan thought silently. There is another way, and that is to mass-produce vitality leaves. I can sell these rank 1 goo worms to the clan and exchange them for battle merits. But this method is slow, and after accumulating enough battle merits, the 3-step fragrant grass goo might be exchanged for by someone else. Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly. This method had its drawbacks, and naturally could not be used. Then what should he do? He looked at the resource board and the battle merit board, falling into deep thought. Towards things like battle merits, he had a clearer and deeper understanding than anyone else. Battle merits were a type of emergency currency. During peacetime, the market used yuan stone. Yuan stone was a hard currency, and because it had a high commodity value, it would never depreciate. But during the wolf tide, the demand for yuan stone would explode, and it could no longer be used as a currency. Thus, an emergency currency was needed to temporarily replace it. Thus, battle merits were born. With this auxiliary currency like battle merits, we can temporarily stop the economy from collapsing. Just like on Earth, when there is a war, the government will issue large amounts of paper money. Of course, if there is too much paper money, it will cause inflation. Battle merits are the same, the longer it goes, the more it depreciates. But during the village's life and death situation, without battle merits, just using yuan stone is even more unreliable. I can only choose the lesser of two evils. Thus, after the wolf tide, there will always be signs of economic depression. Sigh, such a crude economic system is not worth mentioning. If I had rank 3 cultivation, I would be able to easily play around. Unfortunately, my strength is insufficient, and I cannot bear the risk. If I force it, I will be playing with fire. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The crucial point was that his cultivation was not high, and his strength was not strong. Without strength, just having intelligence was useless. Thus, in Renzu's story, Renzu chose to trade with Strength Gu, and in exchange for strength, he gave up on intelligence. That is because strength is the foundation. As Fang Yuan was thinking, he heard people discussing beside him. Did you know? Bai Ningbing made a move again. Which Gu master is unlucky this time? It's Xiong Clan's Xiong Li, that dejected one. Sigh, what is this Bai Ningbing doing? Last time, he injured Qi Shan, and now he is dealing with Xiong Li. Under the wolf tide, he is still so reckless. He has always been doing things his own way. He is already a rank 3 Gu master, but he still went to find trouble with a rank 2 Gu master. To show fairness, he even used a Gu worm to suppress his strength to rank 2 realm. So boring, it is hard to understand. Bai Ningbing he is just a dead man. But, this reminds me. Fang Yuan heard this, and his heart moved. He thought of a way to quickly obtain large amounts of battle merits. Gu Venerable 132_Gu Venerables full text free reading _section 132, 3 steps of fragrant grass updated. Chapter 135. Quickly running. The trees in front of him seemed to be crashing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan dodged agilely, running as fast as he could. His right ear whiskers fluttered in the wind. Behind him was a bold lightning wolf that he had purposely provoked, as well as a few hundred strong normal lightning wolves. The lightning wolves were much faster than him. Especially the bold lightning wolf, its strong body moved like lightning in the complicated terrain, its speed extremely fast. Seeing that it was about to catch up to Fang Yuan, suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shimmered, and he disappeared. The bold lightning wolf could only slow down, looking around suspiciously. Fang Yuan ran far away again, revealing himself again. The bold lightning wolf's sharp gaze immediately found him. It growled angrily, pouncing towards Fang Yuan again. As for the normal lightning wolves, they followed closely behind. Fang Yuan laughed coldly to himself, running again. After a few tries, he finally reached his destination. This time, he completely concealed himself. The chasing wolf pack hesitated at the place where Fang Yuan disappeared. Soon after, the bold lightning wolf found a new target. In a valley not far away, 5 Gu masters were fighting with a wolf pack. Howl! The bold lightning wolf had limited intelligence, immediately forgetting about Fang Yuan. It raised its head and howled, and the lightning wolves behind it joined the battle in the valley like a tide. How can this be? The Gu masters who were fighting saw this scene, their faces turning ashen. I'm not talking about every wolf pack. Do they all have their own areas of activity? We painstakingly killed a bold lightning wolf, who would have thought another one would come? This time it bodes ill rather than well. Hurry up and send the signal for help. With the addition of this new wolf group, the pressure on the Gu masters rose sharply, each of their tone revealing a panicked emotion. The investigative Gu master among them quickly waved his hand and shot out a Gu worm. This Gu worm was shaped like a small golden ball, but it had a pair of colorful wings. It flapped its wings and flew into the air, suddenly exploding, turning into a colorful flame. It could be seen from 100 miles away. This is the signal Gu, a rank 1 consumable Gu, often used to send out signals. We have already sent the signal, everyone, hold on and wait for reinforcements. The group leader of this Gu master group shouted at the right time, raising the morale slightly and stabilizing the morale of the troops. It's useless. Fang Yuan appeared high up on the mountain wall. Looking down from above, he sneered in his heart. He had already investigated the situation of this Gu master group. The team closest to him was a small team. He was also surrounded by the wolf pack. That wolf pack was naturally led there by Fang Yuan on purpose. He wanted to tie up their hands and feet. Killing lightning wolves, one eyeball is only worth 10 battle merits. But to retrieve the Gu worms from the battlefield and hand them over to the clan's higher-ups, it was worth at least 1,000 battle merits. If I do this 2 or 3 times, I will have enough battle merits to exchange for the 3-step fragrant grass Gu. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Under his plan, the outcome of this Gu master group had already been decided. Next, I will wait for them to be exterminated. Then I will lure away the lightning wolf pack and come back here to collect the Gu worms. Fang Yuan walked to the big tree beside the mountain wall. He sat down leisurely. No one was willing to die, so these Gu masters were resisting with all their might. Fang Yuan did not take the risk to lure the 1000-beast king frenzy lightning wolf, but chose the bold lightning wolf instead. This gave them time to struggle to their heart's content. Especially when among these Gu masters, there was one who had been defeated by Fang Yuan. It was Gu Manshur. He had the monolith Gu and had a strong defense, blocking the attacks of many lightning wolves by himself. However, this was also the reason why Fang Yuan chose this group. The more precious the Gu worm, the more battle merits one could obtain after collecting it. After collecting the monolith Gu, Fang Yuan could obtain 3,900 battle merits, raising his position on the battle merit board by over 20 places. Of course, the Gu worms of Qi Shan, Mo Yen and Qing Shu were more precious than the monolith Gu. But the Qi Shan group had Gu Yue Tung, who had the snake communication Gu and could use heat to scout. Fang Yuan's invisibility was useless against the snake communication Gu. As for Mo Yen, she was a stronger investigative Gu master than Qi Shi, with more varied methods. She had completed the clan's mission to observe the wolf's nest many times. The Qing Shu group did not have a strong investigative Gu master. But because of Gu Yue Fangzheng's existence, the clan would definitely have an elder secretly following and protecting them. If Fang Yuan wanted to lure them there, he would be seeking his own death. As for the other 2 village Gu masters, Fang Yuan was not too familiar with them. Framing someone was not an easy job. After choosing left and right, he finally chose a few groups. After following them for a long time, he finally found this suitable opportunity. Bai Ningbing was sleeping when the sounds of battle entered his ears. He opened his eyes slightly, and a cold light shone from his eyes. It's this boring scene again. He was sleeping at the edge of the cliff, and slightly turned his body to look at the scene in the valley. Just as he was about to close his eyes and sleep again, he suddenly saw a figure. His eyes flashed with a surprised light. He saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was leaning against a tree, eating a wild fruit that he had picked. He was coldly looking at the battle below, indifferent. Bai Ningbing's interest was immediately piqued. He had never met a person like Fang Yuan. Since young, the people around him were all loyal to the clan and intoxicated with emotions. But from Fang Yuan, he felt a familiar sense of loneliness and coldness. Who is he? Bai Ningbing's heart was filled with suspicion and curiosity. The wild fruit was obtained by Fang Yuan himself. With his experience, he could naturally tell if it was poisonous or not. The wild fruit was juicy, sour and sweet. Fang Yuan was eating when his right ear twitched. He heard movement, and it was right beside him. Bai Ningbing was sleeping on a higher level of the cliff, and there was no movement because the flesh-hearing ear grass could not sense him. Now he moved his feet. He was immediately discovered by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with electricity, and he turned his body to look. He saw a white-haired, white-clothed young man using an ice blade to stab into the cliff, sliding down and landing not far from him. He, I am starting to like you. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, turning his gaze towards Bai Ningbing again. He understood this person. Because this person was also a natural-born demon. What is a demon? Abandoning the secular world, ignoring all living beings. surrounded by loneliness, disdaining emotions. This person was like a reflection of Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan was more profound, while he, Bai Ningbing, was purer. Simply put, they were the same kind of person. In his previous life's memories, after the three clans survived the wolf tide, it was this man who exterminated the three clans, causing the lively Qing Mao Mountain to turn into an icy hell. Bai Ningbing, Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, slowly saying, "You must be very lonely." Bai Ningbing's eye sockets bulged, squatting on the ground, nodding his head and sighing in agreement. "Yes, these days are super boring. Some time ago, I killed a Xiong clan goo master. It was quite interesting, so I took this goo worm. Take a look." He was like a cute child, taking out the plunder goo, as if showing his new toy to his companion. Fang Yuan glanced at the plunder goo in his hand, laughing. "So, you want to kill me?" Bai Ningbing's eyes turned from black pupils to blue crystals. He jumped up and stood up straight. "Ha ha ha." He raised his head and laughed, then said to Fang Yuan with an excited expression, "You know. That's right, I want to kill you, come and kill me. A battle of life and death is the most interesting thing, and to meet such an interesting person like you, I swear I have never done such an interesting thing." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, suddenly opening his arms and sighing, "Ah. I feel that my life has never been so exciting. Thank you, although I don't know your name, thank you for letting me kill you. He he he." But the next moment, Bai Ningbing saw Fang Yuan's figure ripple like water, and then disappeared from his vision. His laughter stopped abruptly. The goo masters at the bottom of the valley were also in an uproar. The bold lightning wolf had lost track of Fang Yuan. With an angry roar, it did not stop and charged towards Bai Ningbing. A smile appeared on Bai Ningbing's face again. He, interesting, you are really interesting. Ha ha ha, then let's treat this as an appetizer before the main course." Saying so, his eyes suddenly turned from black to blue, like the blue sky. He stood on one leg, extending his ice blade horizontally and starting to spin. The slender ice blade drew out rays of sword light. The light rays slashed in the air, forming a magnificent scene like a tornado. The snow-white blade formed an ice storm, wreaking havoc in the wolf pack. Countless lightning wolves crashed into this storm, and were cut into pieces of minced meat. But not much blood splattered, as the blood had already been frozen by the icy cold air. The bold lightning wolf howled, its ferocity aroused. The goo worm residing on its body also started to show its might, causing its whole body to be covered in golden electric currents. Its fur stood up, and the golden electric currents were like chains, wrapping around its body and limbs, forming a crude chain armor. Its four claws moved, and like a golden meteor, it fiercely charged into the ice blade storm. Bam! With a thunderous explosion, the ice blade storm suddenly stopped. A broken section of the ice blade flew into the air, and with a cheat sound, it stabbed into a mountain rock. The white frost spread everywhere. The bold lightning wolf fell to the ground, its heart pierced by the ice blade. Such a fatal attack had already caused it to die. Bai Ningbing laughed, and slowly retracted the ice blade in his hand. The ice blade had already broken in half, and the remaining blade was full of cracks and nicks. But he did not care, and only stretched out his left hand and lightly touched it. An icy cold air emitted from his left hand, starting from the handle and gently stroking upwards. Everywhere it passed, the ice blade was renewed, its sharpness restored. At the same time, a new blade formed on the broken section. The bold lightning wolf was dead, and the wolf pack dispersed. But Fang Yuan was still nowhere to be seen. We will definitely remember Lord Bai's life-saving grace. A few goo masters took the initiative to greet Bai Ningbing. Only Guyu Manshur stayed on the spot, his expression fluctuating. Back then, he was defeated by Bai Ningbing, and was extremely unwilling to accept it, and was released by the latter. Now that he had refined the monolith goo, and met Bai Ningbing again. But right now, he no longer had the confidence to challenge the latter. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, and suddenly shook his arm. The ice blade drew a few shining blade lights in the air. Ugh! The three Gu masters were caught off guard, not expecting Bai Ningbing to actually kill them. They had an expression of disbelief as they fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Bai Ningbing, what are you doing? Gu Manshur roared in anger and shock. Killing people, what kind of brain do you have, can't you see it's so obvious? Bai Ningbing shrugged and laughed coldly. Damn bastard! Gu Manshur clenched his fists, showing his anger. He gritted his teeth and scolded, our three clans have already formed an alliance, and you dare to kill our Gu clan, this is a violation of the alliance. Whatever you want, come at me, I will accept it. Forget it, it's time to settle the grudge from back then. Saying so, Gu Manshur screamed, and took a few big steps, charging towards Bai Ningbing. He activated the monolith Gu with all his strength, and all the muscles on his body bulged, forming a thick rock skin. His entire appearance had completely turned into a stone man. Courting death. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, raising his hand and slashing down. The sharp ice blade slashed down from above. First, it slashed at Gu Manshur's head, then between his eyebrows, nose bridge, lips, throat, chest, all the way down. Rock fragments flew, and when the ice blade reached his abdomen, it broke again. But the icy cold air had already frozen all the life in Gu Manshur's body. Plop! He fell to the ground, as dead as he could be. The rock skin on his body slowly disappeared, revealing his original appearance. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Bai Ningbing shook his wrist that was in pain, he had almost forgotten about letting Manshur go. He shook his head slightly and turned around. Facing the empty valley, he shouted, you can come out. You want to kill these Gu masters, I'll do it for you. Come, let's have a life and death battle. Bai Ningbing had just finished speaking when Fang Yuan's figure appeared not far away. The white-haired young man's gaze turned heated, and he raised the ice blade in his hand, charging towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered silently, turning around and leaving. Bai Ningbing scolded, chasing relentlessly. During the chase, Fang Yuan led Bai Ningbing to the nearest battlefield. Xiong Li's group was fighting with a bold lightning wolf pack. This wolf pack was of course attracted by Fang Yuan. Everyone, put in more effort, this wolf pack can't hold on any longer. The southeast direction sent out the signal Gu, it has already been some time. They need our help. Xiong Li was trying to boost the morale, but he stopped halfway through his speech. He saw Fang Yuan, as well as Bai Ningbing behind him. Ever since Fang Yuan admitted defeat, Xiong Li no longer put Fang Yuan in his heart. Thus, his gaze quickly moved past Fang Yuan and towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing! Xiong Li's eyes were filled with rage. Once he saw the white-haired young man in white clothes, his heart was filled with rage. Not long ago, Bai Ningbing suddenly appeared in front of him, and without saying a word, he attacked. Especially when he purposely suppressed his cultivation to rank 2. Xiong Li was caught off guard, and lost the battle. His personal bravery and the clan's glory were all trampled by Bai Ningbing. To him, this was a huge humiliation, how could he not be angry? Wait, Bai Ningbing seems to be chasing after Fang Yuan, Xiong Lin suddenly said. He was short, with a round bald head that seemed to shine. Xiong Lin was the same age as Fang Yuan, he had great aptitude, and was the Xiong clan's #1 genius newcomer. He was also a rank 2 now, and after many experiences, he had already grown. Xiong Li suppressed his urge to attack. Fang Yuan was only a member of Gu clan, and not their Xiong clan. Although there was a 3-clan alliance, there was still a difference in intimacy. Since it was a fight between outsiders, it would be best if they did not implicate themselves. Xiong Li's group was prepared to watch from the side, but how could Fang Yuan not expect this? His one sentence completely changed their stance. Fang Yuan quickly approached Xiong Li's group, shouting in a panicked tone, I saw the plunder Gu on him, protect me, Bai Ningbing wants to silence me. Chapter 137. What? Xiong Lin lost his voice. Plunder goo? Only one person on Qingmao Mountain has this goo worm, and that is my cousin Xiong Zhan. Xiong Zhang's expression darkened. Xiong Li squeezed his eyes tightly, his eyes flashing fiercely. Others were afraid of Bai Ningbing, so was he. But fear did not mean weakness or fear. In his heart, he had already prepared to sacrifice himself for the clan and fight to the death with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, is the plunder goo in your hands or not? He took a big step forward, allowing Fang Yuan to pass by him and face Bai Ningbing directly. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, so what if it is? Xiong Zhang's expression was gloomy as he questioned, speak. How on earth did my cousin die? Why is his goo worm in your hands? Xiong Lin also said, Bai Ningbing, I respect you as a senior. But you secretly took our Xiong clan's goo worm and did not hand it over. You are openly violating the alliance agreement. Saying so, he waved his hand and a signal goo appeared. With a bang, colorful fireworks burst out in the air. The colorful light from the fireworks shone on Bai Ningbing's face as he laughed loudly. What bullshit alliance agreement, I have never cared about it. I only saw someone using the plunder goo and found the process interesting, so I collected it. Xiong Jiang heard this and could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. Roaring in a low voice, he charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you watched as my cousin died in battle, but didn't do anything. You bastard! The 5 people in the group were all one. Be it for public or private reasons, Xiong Li group was at odds with Bai Ningbing. Battle was unavoidable and the scene was chaotic. On one hand, Bai Ningbing was under the joint attack of the 5 people in Xiong Li group. On the other hand, they were surrounded by the wolf pack and still had to face the lightning wolves' bites. Fang Yuan left the battlefield and stood at a distance, watching calmly. The wolf pack moved like a huge millstone. The 6 goo masters fought without any regard for themselves, and if they were slightly careless, they would end up in the wolf's mouth. Xiong Jiang activated the roaming zombie goo and his eyes turned green. Xiong Li's eyes were red while Bai Ningbing's eyes were blue like crystals. The battle between the 3 of them became the most intense part of the entire battlefield. Under the roaming zombie goo's power, Xiong Jiang turned into a zombie and her defense against water and ice rose sharply, barely blocking Bai Ningbing's attacks. Meanwhile, Xiong Li activated the Grand Bear Goo, and with the strength of 2 bears, his bull-sized fists were extremely ferocious. With just 2 or 3 punches, even Bai Ningbing's water barrier would be destroyed. As for the other 3 Xiong clan Goo masters, they could not interfere in this battle and could only do their best to deal with the lightning wolves. The bold lightning wolf attracted by Fang Yuan could have been easily taken down, but now it had become a huge threat. Bai Ningbing, you will pay for what you have done. Xiong Jiang roared and charged towards Bai Ningbing. Humph, you? Bai Ningbing laughed coldly as she nimbly leaped backwards to increase the distance between them. At the same time, she swung her left hand and threw out 5 finger-sized icicles. The icicle hit Xiong Jiang's body, but Xiong Jiang didn't feel any pain. When he turned into a zombie, even if his arms and legs were broken, he would not feel any pain. The icicle's cold air could freeze a normal person and slow their movements, but he felt a wave of cold comfort. Zombies were in physiques and couldn't resist fire, lightning or the sun, but they had enough resistance to this cold air. Bai Ningbing, you still want to toy with us in such a situation? Show me your true strength. Xiong Li shouted angrily. Since the start of the battle, Bai Ningbing had been suppressing his cultivation and only showed the strength of a rank 2 Goo master. At the same time, the Goo worms she used were mostly rank 2. This made Xiong Li feel like he was being looked down upon, and the resulting humiliation made his anger burn even more fiercely. Hee, you small fries, how can you have the qualifications to make me use my full strength? Bai Ningbing laughed coldly and her attacks became fiercer, but she still suppressed her strength and didn't use a single rank 3 Goo worm. Fang Yuan, who was watching from afar with his arms crossed, had a clear understanding in his heart. It's not that he doesn't want to use it, but he can't. By Ningbing, he has the northern dark ice soul physique. According to this world's oldest legends, all humans were the descendants of Renzu. But as the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons, and each one is different. No two people are the same, and even twins have differences. In this world, the difference that people pay attention to the most is aptitude. A person with cultivation aptitude, when they become a Gu master, can rise above others. Those without cultivation aptitude are mortals, living at the lowest level of society, trampled and toyed with. Cultivation aptitude is divided into 4 grades: A grade, B grade, C grade and D grade. This was already known to the world. But in fact, above a grade, there are even more outstanding aptitudes. As for this news, it was a secret. Clans would never publicize it, and only those with a certain status in society would know of it. Xiongli and the rest naturally wouldn't know, and even the clan elders and clan leaders might not know. But Feng Yuan was a rank 6 Gu immortal in his previous life, and had already broken away from his mortal body, so he naturally knew of this. There are 10 types of aptitudes above a grade, and they are called the 10 extreme physiques. Before the human ancestor completely died, he had 10 children. His eldest son is Verdant Great Sun, and his second daughter is Guyue Desolatine. Among them, there is one called Northern Dark Ice Soul. Renzu's legend is both true and false, and it reveals many secrets of a Gu master's cultivation. Renzu's 10 children represent 10 different types of aptitudes. Feng Yuan recalled. Any one of the 10 extreme physiques surpasses a grade aptitudes. The most outstanding A-grade aptitudes can store 99% primeval essence in their aperture. But any one of the 10 extreme physiques can store 100% primeval essence in their aperture. But all things are in balance, and the 10 extreme physiques with 100% primeval essence are too perfect, and heaven and earth do not allow their existence. In Renzu's story, none of his 10 children had a long life. In reality, Gu masters with the 10 extreme aptitudes all die young, and it is very difficult for them to grow. Of course, if they truly grow to rank 6, they will be able to dominate those of the same rank, and even achieve the miracle of surpassing ranks when they are rank 6. Bai Ningbing with the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique is like this. 100% primeval essence causes his aperture to be unable to bear the burden, and is in danger of collapsing at any time. To reduce this danger, Bai Ningbing has to cultivate, and use primeval essence to nourish his aperture walls, so that it can bear 100% primeval essence. Thus, his cultivation speed is outstanding, and extremely shocking. However, the higher the cultivation, the higher the quality of the primeval essence, and the greater the pressure on the aperture, which in turn causes the danger to increase. Bai Ningbing is like a lone boat floating on the sea. He has no fresh water, and can only drink seawater to relieve his thirst. But seawater is salty, and will absorb the original moisture in his body, causing him to become more and more thirsty. The more Bai Ningbing cultivates, the closer he is to self-destruction. But he can't not cultivate. The clan's expectations, and the assassination attempts from Xiong village and Guyue village force him to become stronger and stronger. As someone with the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, he should understand his situation. Knowing that he does not have much time left, and that his death is certain, he developed such a character. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. This is no doubt a type of irony. Overly outstanding aptitude does not allow Gu masters to rise to the top, but instead becomes the main culprit for their demise. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Everyone needs to drink and eat, but if you eat and drink too much, you will die from overeating. Looking at it from another perspective, no matter what world, there is no true perfection. There is no true perfect love, and there is no true perfect work. If it is too perfect, it will lead to destruction. In Feng Yuan's previous life, 3 years after the wolf tide, Bai Ningbing's cultivation unavoidably reached rank 4 realm. Finally, his aperture was unable to bear the burden of primeval essence, and self-detonated. The 10 extreme physiques cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth, and the self-detonation of a heaven-defying object was like a swan song, with extraordinary power. It directly killed everyone in the 3 villages, and turned the whole Qing Mao Mountain into an absolute death ice domain. Fortunately, at that time, Fang Yuan, who had average cultivation, was bullied by Fang Zheng, and could only join the caravan and escape by luck. To delay the arrival of death, Bai Ningbing used goo worms to dilute his rank 3 white silver primeval essence into rank 2 red steel primeval essence. At the same time, he rarely used rank 3 goo worms. Because activating a rank 3 goo worm once expended a large amount of red steel primeval essence, resulting in a lack of stamina. Instead, it was better to use multiple rank 2 goo worms consecutively, which would be of greater help to Bai Ningbing in battle. This was the real reason why Bai Ningbing suppressed his cultivation. Otherwise, if he had the strength but still restrained himself and put himself in danger, that would be something only a retard would do. Bai Ningbing was intelligent and quick-witted, and was nurtured with great effort, receiving a good education. How could he do such a foolish thing? It was just that he was so young, and his character was indeed different from normal people. But for a person who was about to die, what was there to worry about when he did things? It was because of this unrestrained and unbridled nature that he was not assimilated by the organization's system, and developed a demonic heart. Otherwise, with this kind of living environment, where everyone looked forward to him, nurtured him with great effort, surrounded by glory, surrounded by strong enemies, and with a bright future, he would have long been assimilated by the organization, and developed the temperament of a leader. Bai Ningbing was actually a very pitiful child, and Fang Yuan had never thought of dealing with him. But since he wanted to kill Fang Yuan, then Fang Yuan would not mind making use of him first, and get rid of this troublemaker in advance. The battle in the field was still going on. In just a short while, the situation had already changed. The bold lightning wolf was exterminated by Bai Ningbing, and the wolf pack scattered and fled. The healing goo master in Xiong Li's group also fell under Bai Ningbing's blade, and he paid a heavy price for this. His right arm was punched by Xiong Li, and it seemed to be fractured, hanging down powerlessly in the following battle. But these did not hinder him from having the upper hand now. Xiong Li was a first-rate elite among rank 2 goo masters, and his strength was on par with Qing Shu and Qi Shan. Xiong Jiang was a newly emerged defensive expert, while Xiong Lin was a genius newcomer, and now also had rank 2 battle strength. Adding in another goo master, the 4 of them were still suppressed by Bai Ningbing together. Bai Ningbing had already fought a battle earlier, and expended a lot of red steel primeval essence. At the same time, he killed the bold lightning wolf and the healing goo master, and lost the ability to move his right arm. He could only abandon the ice blade in his right hand, and use his left hand instead. This way, he could only temporarily put aside the method of using his left hand to activate the ice all. Thus, his offensive ability was reduced by almost half. Under such circumstances, he still had the upper hand, and his advantage was becoming more and more stable. It is after all the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Although the primeval essence was diluted with goo worms, and also sealed the true advantage of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, the primeval essence recovery speed is still preserved. The longer the battle, the greater his advantage. Fang Yuan watched, sighing inwardly. With my current battle strength, it is not enough to defeat him. Fang Yuan admitted to this point. Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent, and 44% primeval essence. Even the B-grade talents Xiong Li, Xiong Lin and Xiong Jiang would be suppressed by Bai Ningbing if they fought together. It could be imagined that Fang Yuan's situation would be even more difficult than Xiong Li and the rest when facing Bai Ningbing alone. But, not being able to defeat you does not mean I cannot kill you. Fang Yuan laughed coldly as he thought of this. This was the wisdom accumulated from 500 years of experience. Even though they were somewhat similar shadows. But compared to him, this 100-year-old demon, Bai Ningbing was only a little demon that was prematurely matured by cruel fate. Chapter 138. Cold air spread everywhere, ice blades danced. Iron fists roared, fangs howled. The battle between Xiong Li's group and Bai Ningbing had reached its climax. The battle did not last long. But as Bai Ningbing's pressure increased, Xiong Li and the rest felt that time was long and unbearable. Xiongzhang's expression was gloomy, Xionglin's head was covered in cold sweat, and Xiongli's gaze was solemn. At this point, even Xiongli had to suppress his anger and admit Bai Ningbing's strength. Even though Bai Ningbing suppressed his rank 3 cultivation and only used rank 2 goo worms to fight, the battle strength he displayed was not something they could contend with even if they worked together. In fact, Bai Ningbing had not used his full strength yet. This was not intentional, but he had to keep a hand to guard against Fang Yuan. To Xiongli and the rest, their motive was simple, they only wanted to kill Bai Ningbing. But to Bai Ningbing, the situation was complicated. He had to fight with Xiong Li's group on one hand, and defend against Fang Yuan's sneak attack on the other. He had personally seen Fang Yuan use the stealth scales goo, thus he had to split his concentration to guard against Fang Yuan's attack. But up until now, Fang Yuan had not made a move. Did he leave already? Impossible. Although this is the first time we met, he is not someone who would easily give up. He will definitely make a move, he is just waiting for an opportunity. Bai Ningbing waved his ice blades, suppressing Xiong Li's counterattack as he thought rapidly. Not only did he have to fight with Xiong Li's group in terms of strength, he also had to fight with Fang Yuan's wits. Fang Yuan's delay in making a move gave him more and more pressure. An unsheathed sword was the most dangerous. Because no one knew where the sword would stab. Although Fang Yuan did not make a move and watched the battle from afar, he had been pulling Bai Ningbing's concentration from start to finish. If not for this, Xiong Li's group would have lost long ago, and would not have lasted until now. This Bai Ningbing is quite quick-witted. First, he cleanly killed Bold Lightning Wolf, making me one less pawn to use. Then, he risked his injuries to kill the Healing Goo Master in Xiong Li's group. All of this was the wisest and correct choice. Although he's fighting fiercely with Xiong Li and the others, he's still guarding against me. In the shadow of the distant forest, Fang Yuan crossed his arms and watched from afar, his eyes flickering. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move, but he hadn't found a suitable opportunity. But he was not anxious at all. The longer the battle dragged on, the more Bai Ningbing's combat strength would be consumed. The recovery speed of the 10 extreme physiques was much faster than the first-grade physiques. But there would still be consumption. The longer Fang Yuan waited, the more primeval essence in Bai Ningbing's aperture would be consumed, and the more the scales of victory would tip towards Fang Yuan. If the primeval essence in Bai Ningbing's aperture was used up, so what if she had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique? One crescent blade was enough to behead him. Fang Yuan knew this, and Bai Ningbing was also well aware of it. Although he had the upper hand, his heart was getting heavier and heavier. This can't go on. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone with a cold light and he took a big step back, pulling a distance away from Xiong Li and the others. Then, his Adam's apple rolled up, as if something had been regurgitated from his stomach into his mouth. His cheeks puffed up, and then he opened his mouth with difficulty. An ice-blue bird peeked its head out from between his white teeth. Its lively eyes looked around, and soon found someone's gaze. It came out of Bai Ningbing's mouth, and with a flap of its broad and strong wings, it flew towards Xiong Li. The blue ice bird was very cute, looking like a pigeon. But when Xiong Li and the others saw it, their faces turned pale. Rank 3 blue bird ice coffin goo. Dodge! Xiong Li and the others hurriedly dodged, but this blue ice bird was different from the crescent blade. Once it was sent out, it would automatically lock onto the enemy. Bam! It crashed into the logistics goo master in Xiong Li's group and exploded. The surging cold air spread everywhere, and the dazzling blue light lit up the battlefield. In the next second, the blue light dissipated, revealing a translucent ice cube with a trace of blue. The goo master was sealed in the ice cube. His face still had the panic and fear from before his death, but he had already lost all signs of life. It was not that Bai Ningbing did not have a rank 3 goo worm, but once he used it, the rank 2 primeval essence in his aperture would be greatly consumed, and he would not be able to display the power of a rank 3 goo worm. This made it easier for the enemy to launch a large-scale attack in the following period of time. But Xiong Li and the others were already scared stiff by this blue bird ice coffin goo. Bai Ningbing did not continue his attack, but turned around and tried to leave the battlefield. This was a wise move. If this continued, the situation would become more and more disadvantageous to him. Damn it, Bai Ningbing, don't run if you have the guts. Brother Xiong Xian was also killed by him, kill him and take revenge for Brother Xiong Xian. Xiong Li and the others shouted angrily, but could not catch up. Originally, the four of them could barely form an encirclement, but now that they lost one person, the encirclement was broken by Bai Ningbing. Seeing that Bai Ningbing was about to leave the battlefield, at this moment, a moonblade flew out from the dense grass, and at the same time, a figure pounced out. Clang! Bai Ningbing waved the weapon in his hand, dispersing the moonblade. But his abdomen was kicked by the person, and he staggered back 3 steps. Using this time, Xiong Li and the others rushed over again, surrounding Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing did not even look at Xiong Li and the others, but stared at the person, laughing coldly. You finally appeared. It's Fang Yuan. Xiong Lin's eyes brightened, feeling a glimmer of hope. Fang Yuan, you did well. Xiong Jiang was overjoyed, shouting loudly. Xiong Li was silent. He looked crude, but his thoughts were much more meticulous than normal people. Fang Yuan did not make a move earlier, but now he suddenly appeared. Was he watching the battle? This thought made him feel slightly uneasy. Fang Yuan had a smile on his face, as if victory was in his grasp, but his heart was slightly heavy. Bai Ningbing's action of retreating was to force him to appear. Fang Yuan was well aware of his plan, seeing through it at a glance, but so what? He had to appear. Fang Yuan naturally saw Xiong Li's expression, and he had expected it. Don't worry, everyone. He opened his mouth. I've already informed the clan, as long as we hold on for a while, reinforcements will arrive. Xiong Li immediately felt relieved. Xiong Lin and Xiong Zhang's fighting spirit increased greatly, while Bai Ningbing suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. So his name is Fang Yuan, what an interesting guy. I want to kill you more and more. I'm afraid you can't do it. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, and he took a step forward. Bai Ningbing, the heavens want you dead, you're dead this time. Xiong Jiang gritted his teeth and rammed into Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you're too arrogant, I'll make you pay the price today. Xiong Lin shouted angrily, circling to Bai Ningbing's back. Fang Yuan, step back a little, and hold the line for us, just stop Bai Ningbing from escaping. Xiong Li said. If Fang Yuan interfered, it would instead destroy their tacit cooperation. The battle began again. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, and he continued to attack, ignoring Xiong Li's words. Xiong Li and the other two were originally frowning. An outsider's attack would cause the battle formation to become chaotic, and there would be mistakes in cooperation. But Fang Yuan's every attack was sharp and ruthless, and he had an extremely accurate grasp of opportunities, which was a huge help to them. At first, Xiong Li still roared at him, but very quickly, Xiong Li himself closed his mouth. His originally tightly frowned brows raised slightly, showing his surprise towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not attack much, but he always hit the vital points of the battle. Once a master-level method was displayed, he immediately gained control of the battle situation. Xiong Li's group of 5 was at a disadvantage against Bai Ningbing, and even killed 2 of his members. But once Fang Yuan joined in, he cooperated with Xiong Li and the other 2, firmly suppressing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, go and die. Xiong Li let out a loud roar, leaped high into the air, and landed heavily. His 10 fingers intertwined, forming a fist, and fiercely smashed towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing wanted to dodge, but Fang Yuan appeared in time, and at the same time shot out a moonblade, blocking the direction in which he attempted to jump. Bai Ningbing had no choice but to take Xiong Li's heavy attack head-on. Water Shield Goo. He breathed out 2 streams of water vapor from his nostrils, immediately forming a water ball barrier around his body. With a boom, Xiong Li's heavy fist hit the barrier, and immediately broke it. But because of this, his fist lost all momentum, allowing Bai Ningbing to survive this crisis. Even so, Xiongli still glanced at Fang Yuan, his eyes showing deep admiration. If not for Fang Yuan's ingenious coordination, his attack would have been dodged by Bai Ningbing. He would not have forced Bai Ningbing to fight so recklessly, indirectly causing his primeval essence to be depleted. Water Shield Gu again. Fang Yuan did not care about Xiong gaze, focusing on Bai Ningbing, his brows slightly furrowed. It was this Water Shield Gu that repeatedly allowed Bai Ningbing to escape from danger. The defensive ability of the Water Shield Gu was even better than the White Jade Gu. But it also had a huge flaw, and that was that it had to be in a spherical shape, and rely on the flowing water to continuously reduce the force and spread the damage. Only then would it be able to display its greatest defensive ability. If Bai Ningbing's back was against the mountain wall, he would not be able to form a spherical barrier, and his defensive ability would be greatly reduced. There were many forests on Qingmao Mountain, but Bai Ningbing had always been careful, and had never been forced into a corner. As long as I break this Water Shield Gu, Bai Ningbing will be in a predicament. But what should I do? Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, Bai Ningbing suddenly opened his mouth, and another blue ice bird flew out from his mouth. Xiongli and the rest were afraid of this attack, but Fang Yuan had no fear. He snorted coldly, and shot out a moonblade. With a bang, the moonblade hit the ice bird, causing it to explode. Bai Ningbing gave a low growl. He was too close, and after the ice bird exploded, the shockwave hit him instead. The shockwave sent him flying, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, half of his left arm was frozen, and he lost his ability to fight. Perfect opportunity. Xiongli saw this, and his eyes shone with a bright light. He shouted, "Go die!" His hands formed a fist, and punched towards Bai Ningbing. This attack was extremely powerful, and Bai Ningbing fell to the ground, unable to display even half of the Water Shield Gu's defensive ability. If he was hit in the head by this fist, he, Bai Ningbing, would die instantly, and there would be no second outcome. Chapter 139. Seeing that Xiong fist was about to hit Bai Ningbing, Xiong Lin and Xiong Jiang revealed joyful expressions. Only Fang Yuan stood far away, a deep light flashing in his eyes. With his understanding of Bai Ningbing, how could he make such a low-level mistake? Sure enough, at the next moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly burst out, the flesh on his right hand and forearm suddenly turned into a transparent light blue ice, and from the outside, his bones could be seen clearly. His fingers formed a palm blade, and like lightning, he directly pierced through Xiong heart. Ah! Xiong pouncing body was immediately stopped. His eyes widened, and he slowly lowered his head, looking at his chest in disbelief. How could this be? Lord Xiong. The sudden turn of events made Xiong Jiang and Xiong Lin unable to accept it. Do you really think that my right arm was really fractured by your punch? How naive. I have already used the rank 3 ice muscles Gu to cultivate this ice muscle, and its defense is outstanding. The reason why I kept pretending was only to give someone a surprise. Bai Ningbing slowly stood up, his eyes revealing a disdainful smile. At the end of his words, he glanced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, and he also stared at him. Puff. Bai Ningbing. Xiongli opened his mouth, and spat out his last words with difficulty. Bai Ningbing's ice hand emitted cold air, and directly froze his heart, cutting off his life force. Despicable and treacherous fellow, I'll fight you to the death. Xiong Lin personally witnessed Xiong Li's death, and under the immense pain and agony, he erupted like a volcano, charging towards Bai Ningbing without a care. Xiong Lin, calm down. Xiong Jiang acted in time, stopping Xiong Lin. Leader is already dead, we are no longer his match. Quickly leave, I'll hold up the rear. Xiong Jiang forcefully endured the pain, and shouted. Brother Xiong Jiang. Xiong Lin stood blankly on the spot, his eyes red. Xiong Jiang waved his hand, throwing him behind him, and then took a step forward, blocking Bai Ningbing. Shadow Death Gu. The shadow under his feet suddenly came to life and strangely distorted, connecting to Bai Ningbing's shadow. I have shadow bond goo. Once I am injured, Bai Ningbing will also be injured. He won't be able to kill me so easily. Xiong Lin, you're still young, and your talent is even better than team leader and I, hurry up and leave. Xiong Jiang's eyes locked onto Bai Ningbing as he shouted. Big brother Xiong Jiang. Xiong Lin's eyes brimmed with tears. How could he not know the drawbacks of the shadow bond goo? In the previous battle, Xiong Jiang had also used this goo worm, but as long as Bai Ningbing had enough distance, the shadow would break. Xiong Jiang's words were just to comfort him. Moreover, right now, Xiong Jiang didn't have enough Xin Yuan and had already consumed a lot of it. Even the roaming zombie goo stopped activating. Xiong Lin's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. He turned around and glared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, why haven't the reinforcements you mentioned arrived yet? Fang Yuan didn't answer. He just stared at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing moved his right hand. After a while, his right hand returned to normal. He sneered in a mocking tone, reinforcements. He, if they were here, they would have arrived long ago. These words are a lie. TSK, you two are more naive than the other. Do you really think a small trick like the shadow bond goo can restrain me? He disdainfully looked at the shadow under his feet, not caring at all. Fang Yuan, is this true? Xiong Lin clenched his fists, his eyes spewing fire as he roared. Fang Yuan ignored him and looked at Bai Ningbing, his lips curling into a knowing smile. That move just now must have consumed a lot of your primeval essence, right? After fighting for so long, how much primeval essence is left in your aperture? The goo worm that Xiong Li used for defense was only slightly weaker than Fang Yuan's white jade goo. But it was directly penetrated by Bai Ningbing. Such an attack was clearly not something a rank 2 goo worm could possess. According to the scene just now, Fang Yuan guessed that Bai Ningbing should have used the rank 3 frost demon goo. This goo was very powerful and was famous among the rank 3 goo worms. But if it was used excessively, it would harm the user. Joint problems were only a minor symptom, but in serious cases, the body's muscles would be frozen, thus it needed to be used together with other goo worms. Bai Ningbing had said earlier that his skin had already become ice muscles, and could resist frost and cold. Using this frost demon goo could be said to complement each other. But Bai Ningbing had used rank 2 primeval essence to forcefully activate a rank 3 goo worm, and would definitely consume a lot of primeval essence. But he had to use such a strong method to break the stalemate. Bai Ningbing's expression changed slightly. That move just now had indeed consumed a lot of his primeval essence, allowing Fang Yuan to see through him. Thus, after killing Xiong Li, he did not attack immediately, but used words to gain time to recover. He laughed heartily, nodding calmly and admitting, "That's right, I do not have much primeval essence left. I endured not using my right arm to bait you into attacking. But you did not fall for it, he. The real battle has just begun, isn't it?" Fang Yuan could not help but squint his eyes. If Bai Ningbing denied this, he could attack boldly. But now, Bai Ningbing directly admitted it, with a fearless expression. Other than Bai Ningbing being a person who was about to die and was indifferent to life and death, he probably still had a strong trump card, thus giving him confidence. Ordinary goo masters would only have 3 to 5 goo worms. Even the likes of Qing Shu and Qi Shan were the same. But there were exceptions to everything. For example, Fang Yuan had Moonglow goo, White Jade goo, Stealth Scales goo, for Flavor Liquor worm, Spring Autumn Cicada, Earth Communication Ear Grass and 9-leaf Vitality Grass. He had as many as 7 goo worms in his hands. Bai Ningbing was the hope of the Bai clan, a top genius who possessed the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. From the start of his cultivation until now, he had received the clan's full support. His wealth was definitely much deeper than Fang Yuan's. From the start of the battle, he had already displayed at least 6 different goo worms. Fang Yuan was almost certain that he had other goo worms. And it was these goo worms that allowed him to remain calm despite his lack of primeval essence. Actually, the most troublesome opponent was Bai Ningbing. Not only did he have talent, he was not afraid of death and had large numbers of goo worms. These 3 points were crucial to the outcome of a goo master's battle. Especially goo worms. A strong goo worm, or a goo worm with strange abilities, could often allow a goo master to turn the tables in a desperate situation. Bai Ningbing's Frost Demon Goo was a rank 3 goo worm, even Fang Yuan's White Jade Goo's defense could be penetrated by it. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not fight Bai Ningbing directly. Fang Yuan used Guyue, Manshi, Xiong Li and the others to probe Bai Ningbing's abilities. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. In terms of talent, Fang Yuan was only C grade. Compared to Bai Ningbing, it was like heaven and earth. Bai Ningbing had started cultivating earlier, and with the clan's full support, his goo worms were even better than Fang Yuan's. In terms of temperament, Bai Ningbing, who was not afraid of death, was almost invulnerable. Between the two, Bai Ningbing was strong and Fang Yuan was weak. This was a fact that had to be acknowledged and accepted. But the reason why battles were exciting was because the strong might not necessarily win, and the weak might not necessarily fall. It was not impossible for Fang Yuan to win as the weak, but he had to use all his methods and strength. Guyue and Manshi are just the beginning, and Xiong Li's group is not the end. Thinking in his heart, Fang Yuan suddenly attacked. A moonblade flew out and a head flew off, blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and his face changed color. Fang Yuan's moonblade did not attack him, but beheaded Xiong Jiang. Xiong Jiang did not expect Fang Yuan to suddenly change sides. Bai Ningbing gave him too much pressure, and all his attention was focused on the latter. He did not have much primeval essence in his body, and to conserve it, he did not maintain the roaming zombie goo, which led to Fang Yuan's one-hit kill. Puff! Bai Ningbing's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, blood flowed out of his ears, nose and even the corners of his eyes. Since the start of the battle, this was the most serious injury he had suffered. Shadow Bond Goo. With the effect of damage linkage, no matter how much damage the Goo Master with the Shadow Bond Goo suffered, the linked person would suffer 1/10 of the damage. Now that Xiong Jiang was dead, his injuries would naturally be transmitted to Bai Ningbing through the Shadow Link. This kind of injury had a direct effect, and even if Bai Ningbing used the Water Shield Goo, he would not be able to block it effectively. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? A second later, Xiong Lin recovered from his daze, and he let out a shrill and angry roar. Fang Yuan ignored him, and his body shone with a white jade light as he charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had suffered such a serious injury, and his body was on the verge of collapse. His head was dizzy, and his battle strength fell sharply. He saw Fang Yuan charging towards him, and quickly retreated. Bai Ningbing, didn't you want to have a life and death battle with me? Fang Yuan chased closely behind him. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, and continued to run. He staggered, but forced himself to stay focused, ignoring Fang Yuan's provocation. Although he knew he was going to die, and was not afraid of death, he was not stupid. Danger was everywhere, but his heart became calmer. Xiong Lin stood on the spot, and did not choose to help Fang Yuan chase after Bai Ningbing. His heart was filled with sorrow and anger. He hated Bai Ningbing, and also hated Fang Yuan. Bai and Fang Yuan chased each other, traversing through the mountains and ridges. As time passed, Bai Ningbing's injuries gradually healed, and his nose and eyes no longer bled. At the same time, his staggered footsteps became lighter and lighter. He was not blindly running, but in the process, he secretly used goo worms to heal his injuries. Fang Yuan chased, and was secretly shocked. Earlier, Bai Ningbing had almost used up all his primeval essence, but the time he gained along the way, the primeval essence he recovered was enough for him to heal his injuries. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, 10 Extreme Aptitude, what kind of primeval essence recovery speed is this? The more he understood, the more determined Fang Yuan became to kill Bai Ningbing. Moonglow Goo. Fang Yuan threw out a moonblade, and a basin-sized eerie blue moonblade flew out, piercing through the air and emitting a whistling sound. Bai Ningbing heard this sound, and tried to dodge, but his arm was still cut. A wound appeared, and blood gushed out, but a thin layer of frost quickly appeared on the wound, stopping the bleeding. Bai Ningbing had already cultivated ice muscles, and once this skin was formed, it was like the black and white boar goose strength, no longer needing primeval essence to support it. But Bai Ningbing's heart continued to sink. His old injuries could not be healed, but new ones appeared. Evidently, Fang Yuan wanted to torture him to death. Chapter 140. No one has ever forced me into such a desperate situation. Fang Yuan, you are really interesting. Once I catch my breath, I will definitely kill you. Bai Ningbing screamed in his heart as he ran. The killing intent coming from Fang Yuan made him feel like he could not breathe. To him, this was an unprecedented experience. The thick aura of death made his body shudder, giving rise to a morbid excitement. Behind him, Fang Yuan was getting closer. Take this. He suddenly waved his hand, throwing out a black goo worm. Fang Yuan's footsteps slowed, as if he was facing a great enemy. But when he got closer, he found that this goo worm was Xiongzhan's plunder goo. Paw! With a soft sound, Fang Yuan caught the goo worm in his hand. The plunder goo was a black beetle of normal size, with a pair of pincers at the front of its head. There were small white spots on its back. Spring-autumn cicada's aura leaked, and with a spurt of primeval essence, the plunder goo was refined and kept in his aperture. He continued to chase. Bai Ningbing even used such a method, it meant that his injuries were severe, and he was at the end of his rope. But because of this pause, the distance that Fang Yuan had closed with great difficulty was pulled further apart. It is a pity that I lack a movement support goo worm. If I had such a goo worm, I would have caught up to Bai Ningbing long ago. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This Fang Yuan, he actually refined the plunder goo in an instant? Bai Ningbing was shocked. He had refined this plunder goo for many days, and although he had some progress, the process was difficult and he did not succeed. This was because Xiongzhan's death was indirectly related to him. This plunder goo's will originated from Xiongzhan, thus it hated Bai Ningbing even more, and increased the difficulty of refining it. But Fang Yuan refined the plunder goo in an instant. Bai Ningbing saw this from the corner of his eye, and his heart turned cold and shocked. Some special goo worms could achieve such an effect. But Bai Ningbing had never had one, but Fang Yuan had one. He couldn't help but fear Fang Yuan even more. The image of Fang Yuan in his heart became even more dangerous and mysterious. However, as time passed, Fang Yuan's heart sank. As time passed, Bai Ningbing recovered more true essence, and her injuries became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan's advantage over him would become smaller and smaller. I'm afraid I won't be able to kill him this time. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. If this continued, Bai Ningbing's injuries and true essence would soon have a considerable recovery. Although Fang Yuan had been using the Moonglow goo to heal his injuries, the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique's aptitude was too outstanding and could be said to be blessed by heaven. The recovery rate of his Jinqi was even faster than Fang Yuan absorbing the Yuan stone. Unless we encounter a pack of wolves ahead and are surrounded. Or the appearance of a goo master group could temporarily block Bai Ningbing. But if it's the Bai family's team, then I'll be in danger. Thoughts churned in Fang Yuan's mind, and he was already thinking of retreating. Their chase was very long, but they didn't encounter a pack of wolves or a goo master group. This meant that Bai Ningbing, who knew the direction of escape, also had an investigative goo worm and was able to evade in advance. Qingmao Mountain was huge, and they could escape in all directions. Fang Yuan couldn't let Bai Ningbing only choose one direction to escape in. The most important thing when facing the wolf tide is to stay together and not get separated by the wolf pack. Once we get separated, it'll be dangerous, Guyue Qingshu said to Fang Zheng as they hurried. If the opponent is the bold lightning wolf pack, we can defend and defeat them head-on. But if it's the frenzy lightning wolf pack, we need to retreat first, then use the signal Gu and wait for the surrounding Gu master groups to gather. We need at least 3 groups to have the confidence to defeat the Frenzy Lightning Wolf pack. Of course, the opponent in the Wolf Tide is not only Lightning Wolves, but also Gu masters. Saying so, Guiyue Qingshu paused. The other 4 knew who he was talking about. Obviously, it was Bai Ningbing. These days, Bai Ningbing went around challenging others, purposely suppressing his cultivation and only using rank 2 red steel primeval essence to find trouble with Xiongli, Qi Shan and the others. In his words, Guiyue Qingshu was his next target. If we meet Bai Ningbing, Guiyue Qingshu continued, if we can avoid fighting, it's best not to. When Fangjing heard that, he could not help but feel indignant. In his heart, although Guiyue Qingshu looked gentle on the outside, he was strong on the inside and had his principles. From Guiyue Qingshu, he felt a strong sense of kinship. He respected and loved Guiyue Qingshu, and naturally didn't want Bai Ningbing to surpass him. Everyone is talking about Bai Ningbing, what kind of person is he? Fangjing frowned and asked. The other 3 people in the group couldn't help but fall silent. Guiyue Qingshu smiled warmly at Fangjing, he is Qingmao Mountain's #1 genius. Fangjing, listen carefully. You are still young and have a great talent, you might be able to surpass him in the future. So before you grow up, it's best not to have a direct conflict with him. Do you still remember the story I told you before? Lowering your head and raising your head, sometimes, people need to lower their heads. Fangjing looked at Qingshu, and when his gaze met Qingshu's gentle eyes, he nodded and replied, I understand, don't worry big brother Qingshu. That's good. Qingshu said, but suddenly the investigative Gu master in the group said, not far ahead, there is a Gu master running quickly. Everyone's expression changed. Healing Gu master Guiyue Yaohong said with a serious expression, it should be a small group that got separated by the wolf pack, let's go and save them. Fangjing blurted out, could it be Bai Ningbing, isn't he a lone wolf? It could be, it could also not be. But if it really is a lone Gu master, no matter which village he is from, he is our ally now. We should go and save them. Guiyue Qingshu said, and took the lead to change their direction. The 4 people by his side naturally followed closely behind. But very quickly, the investigative Gu master said, it's not just one Gu master, not far behind the first Gu master, there is another Gu master. So there are 2 Gu masters. Then it should be like what big sister Yaohong said. It should be a small group that got separated by the wolf pack. Guiyue Fangjing heaved a sigh of relief. Guiyue Qingshu's expression did not change, but the other 3's expressions relaxed. Right now, if one looked from a bird's eye view, Qingshu group, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were getting closer to each other on the rugged mountain road. Bai Ningbing's expression changed slightly. He had an investigative Gu worm, and sensed a 5-man Gu master group heading towards them. He quickly changed his direction. Although he had an investigative Gu worm, he could not accurately determine the identity of the person. Every Gu worm only had one ability. There were advantages and disadvantages at the same time. Take Fang Yuan's Earth Communication Ear Grass for example, it was the same. It could hear sounds, and was most sensitive to footsteps. But it could not determine the gender of the person. And if a Gu master used the silent steps Gu to conceal their footsteps, he would not be able to detect them. Not knowing who they were, Bai Ningbing chose to retreat for safety reasons. But this time, the situation was different. Qingshu group was made up of elites, and their investigative Gu masters were also skilled. There's someone. Soon after, Fang Yuan also sensed the existence of Qingshu group. As he ran, the whiskers on his right ear fluttered. Because he was not rooted in the ground, his investigative range was not even half of his peak. Bai Ningbing changed his direction again. But Qingshu group quickly changed their direction. This time, be it Bai Ningbing or Fang Yuan, their expressions turned serious. The 2 were smart, and immediately understood, this unknown small group was the biggest change, and would definitely affect the final result of this battle. If it is a Bai-clan group, then I will immediately use the stealth scales gu to retreat. But if it is from the other two villages, humph. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a cold light. He also knew that this choice of his carried an element of risk. If it was a Bai-clan gu master with an invisibility detection method, then he would be in a desperate situation. But if he lost this opportunity, it would be hard to find another chance to kill Bai Ningbing. Moreover, no matter which gu master it was, Fang Yuan had a 2/3 chance of winning, while Bai Ningbing only had a 1/3 chance. Fang Yuan had no reason not to take the gamble. As they ran, the two sides got closer. We're almost there, just behind that corner. The investigative gu master pointed at the corner on the mountain path. Everyone couldn't help but slow down their footsteps, waiting for the upcoming rendezvous. A white figure suddenly turned the corner and appeared in front of them. Bai Ningbing. Fang Jing blurted out. Of course he had seen Bai Ningbing's portrait. The faces of the other four, even Qing Shu, couldn't help but darken. Bai Ningbing is in such a sorry state, looks like he encountered a frenzy lightning wolf pack. Humph, serves him right. Alone in the wolf tide, what is he trying to do? For a moment, no one took the initiative to face him. Bai Ningbing's demeanor and actions clearly showed that she was running away. This made Qing Shu and the others feel pleased when they saw this. But at this moment, Fang Yuan shouted from the corner, Bai Ningbing, why are you running? I will kill you today. He said this with the intention of probing. Using the earth communication eargrass, he knew that the other side of the corner was the unknown 5-man team. If it was the Bai clan team, his question would naturally lead to an intense rebuttal. At the corner, Guyue, Qing Shu, and the others heard his words and stared with their eyes wide open. What's going on? Someone is chasing after Bai Ningbing. Are you kidding me? How could something like this happen? Bai Ningbing is in such a sorry state, then who is the person behind him? Guyue, Yao Hong and the others looked at each other, seeing the shock on each other's faces. Guyue Fangjing was surprised and suspicious. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Before he could remember the owner of the voice, Fang Yuan had already turned the corner. Ha! Guyue and Qing Shu's originally serious expression suddenly froze. The other four had their eyes wide open, but when they saw Fang Yuan appear, their eyes almost fell out. This. Guyue and Yao Hong opened their mouths wide enough to swallow a duck egg. Brother! Fangjing was flabbergasted. It's him. Even with Guyue and Qing Shu's extraordinary composure, they were also shocked. Chapter 141. Who was Bai Ningbing? The #1 genius of Qing Mao Mountain. With his strength alone, he changed the power structure of the three great clans. The moment he started cultivating, he took the lead, making all the A-grade geniuses pale in comparison. No one would doubt his future achievements. Even his enemies had no choice but to admit this. But now, someone was chasing after him, forcing him to flee in such a pathetic manner. This was something that Qing Shu and the rest did not expect. What made them even more shocked was that the person chasing after Bai Ningbing was Fang Yuan of the same clan. Their impression of Fang Yuan was still at the arena, and the incident where he helped the clan chase away the river-swallowing toad. And because Fang Yuan admitted defeat to Xiongli, it made them underestimate his true strength. When did Fang Yuan become so strong? The crowd found this hard to accept. Fang Yuan turned the corner. Guyue Qing Shu. When he saw the figures of the Qing Shu team, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Looks like I've won this time. Bai Ningbing, looks like today is the day you die. Thinking like this, Fang Yuan shouted, Little brother, you're here. This is great, quickly stop Bai Ningbing. Not only did he kill Xiong Li's team, he also killed Guyue Manshi and the rest of my clan. This is a heinous crime. What? Our three great clans have signed an alliance agreement. No, if it's Bai Ningbing, he can do anything he wants. I see. No wonder Fang Yuan could chase after Bai Ningbing. Qing Shu and the rest were shocked and enlightened. Looks like Bai Ningbing had lost his mind. After a few fierce battles, his battle strength had fallen to the lowest point, and Fang Yuan coincidentally gained the upper hand. Am I, Bai Ningbing, really going to die here? No, my primeval essence is barely enough to self-detonate the frost demon parasites. I still have hope of winning. Bai Ningbing screamed in his heart. In front of him was the Qingshu team, and behind him was Fang Yuan's pursuit. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. In fact, there was a rift between Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng. Of course, Fang Zheng would not listen to Fang Yuan. But Bai Ningbing didn't know this. As an outsider, looking at Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan's similar appearance, Bai Ningbing made a firm decision. He suddenly raised his right arm and poured all the primeval essence he had accumulated in his aperture into the frost demon goo in his right palm. The flesh and blood on his right arm once again turned into light blue ice. Outside the ice, one could clearly see his white arm bones. Bang! With a loud explosion, Bai Ningbing's entire right arm suddenly exploded. For a moment, clouds and mist rose, and a strong chill spread in all directions. Kacha! In this hot summer, pure white frost spread on the narrow mountain path, covering the soil and swallowing the trees. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped. He actually abandoned his entire right arm. Fang Zheng was stunned by Bai Ningbing's ruthlessness. Quickly retreat. Guyue and Qingshu grabbed Fang Zheng and quickly retreated. Large tracts of ice and frost surged towards them like waves. If they were really frozen, it would be troublesome. Not only the Qingshu team, Fang Yuan was no exception. He retreated 100 steps before the frost gradually stopped. Originally, this mountain path was lush and verdant, with fragrant grass and lush trees. But now, it had become a world of frost. The trees were all frozen, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of snow. Fang Yuan stepped on the thick snow and walked into the center of the mountain path. He saw Bai Ningbing's entire body was frozen in ice. Like an insect in amber, his expression still showed his savagery, determination and viciousness. He has already committed suicide. The Qingshu team also rushed over. Seeing this, Fang Zheng muttered. No! Qingshu's expression was very solemn. Bai Ningbing has already cultivated ice muscles. This layer of ice won't freeze him to death. Instead, it has become his protective armor, giving him time to recover. Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing and swung his hand with a crescent blade. Crack! The crescent blade landed on the ice on Bai Ningbing's body, making a crisp sound. On the 3-meter-tall, 2-meter-wide and long ice crystal, there was only a shallow knife mark. But soon, the chill in the ice crystal spread again, making up for the knife mark. Fang Yuan, is what you said true? Qingshu turned his gaze to Fang Yuan and asked. Of course. Xiong Lin from the Xiongli team is still alive and can testify. We can't stay here for long. I'll tell you the details later. It's more important to leave this place first. Fang Yuan nodded and answered. He already had the intention to leave. He couldn't cut off this layer of ice crystal. Even if they worked together to remove it, it would take a lot of time and consume a lot of primeval essence. Once Bai Ningbing broke out of the ice, their battle strength would drop, while his primeval essence would be fully recovered. Once the battle started, the situation would not be optimistic. Leave, why do we have to leave? Fang Zheng couldn't help but ask loudly. Bai Ningbing has already lost his right arm. After the intense battle, his body and mind are exhausted. We can break this layer of ice crystal and at the same time launch the clan's signal goo. With the clan's strength, we can eliminate him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone's heart moved at these words. Since Fang Yuan can chase after Bai Ningbing, why can't we do it? The Gu masters looked at each other, thinking of this in their hearts. If we kill Bai Ningbing, we will be the heroes of the Guyue clan. But if we kill him, aren't we afraid of the Bai clan starting a war? Now is the wolf tide. No, because of the wolf tide, even if we kill Bai Ningbing, the Bai clan will have to swallow this bitter fruit. That's right, the dead geniuses are not geniuses. The group members started discussing, their eyes filled with the yearning for fame and glory. So stupid, how can you imagine the power of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique? Fong Yuan squinted his eyes, laughing coldly in his heart. These people were courting death, he wasn't going to accompany them. Guyue Qingshu also started to hesitate. He had a deeper understanding of Bai Ningbing compared to the others. He didn't know the secret of the 10 extreme physiques, and didn't really yearn for the fame of killing Bai Ningbing. He didn't care about fame and wealth, and was once the next clan leader Guyue Bo was nurturing. For Fangzheng, he gave up this position. What he truly cared about was the clan's benefits, and his heart belonged to the clan. The rise of the Bai clan is all because of Bai Ningbing. If I kill Bai Ningbing, then my Guyue clan will still be the #1 clan in Qingmao Mountain. Although Bai Ningbing has rank 3 cultivation, I have the Wood Charm Gu, and have the ability to fight against a rank 3 Gu master. Moreover, he just lost his right arm, and won't be able to get used to it in a short period of time. This will be the biggest flaw in a life and death battle. Thinking of this, Guyue Qingshu's eyes focused. Fong Yuan had been observing Qingshu's expression, and looking at him now, he understood his choice. Guyue Qingshu, if he disregards the consequences and uses the Wood Charm Gu, he will be much stronger than ordinary rank 3 Gu masters, and have the ability to fight above his rank. But against Bai Ningbing, who has the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, it won't be easy. Since Bai Ningbing can dilute his primeval essence and suppress his cultivation, he can naturally return to rank 3 realm. Now that he has enough time in the ice crystal, he can remove this layer of suppression. When he breaks out of the ice, he will most likely be a rank 3 Gu master. Bai Ningbing had strong innate talent, and when he was at rank 2, Fong Yuan had to borrow external strength to contend against him. Once he becomes rank 3, his battle strength would increase by several times. At the same time, Fong Yuan was the culprit who caused him to lose his right arm. Once they fought, with his reckless nature, he would definitely make Fong Yuan his primary target. Moreover, in front of Guyue Qingshu, Fong Yuan had some misgivings, and did not want to show his true battle strength. Immediately, Fong Yuan expressed his intention to leave, and regardless of other people's persuasion, he resolutely left the battlefield. He really left? What a coward! It's good that he left. If he interferes, it will instead destroy our tacit cooperation. When I saw him chasing after Bai Ningbing earlier, I was really shocked. Now it seems that Fong Yuan is still Fong Yuan, a coward who actually admitted defeat in the Gu battle convention. Speak less, everyone has their own ambitions. At least before he left, he told us a lot of the latest information about Bai Ningbing. Moreover, if he returns to the village to report, we will not lack reinforcements. Qingshu looked at Fong Yuan's departing figure, his brows slightly furrowed. Leader, your temper is too good. Why do you need to absolve a coward like Fong Yuan? That's right, although Fong Yuan is Fangzheng's younger brother, in my opinion, the two brothers are like heaven and earth. I actually rarely talk to Fong Yuan anymore. Fangzheng's face turned red, feeling ashamed for Fong Yuan's desertion. Fangzheng, you leave too. Guyue Qingshu suddenly said. What? Fangzheng's eyes instantly widened. You are the only A-grade genius in our clan, we cannot lose you. Although Bai Ningbing lost an arm, the following battle will definitely be extremely dangerous. For the clan, we can all die, but you, Fangzheng, cannot die. Guyue Qingshu's words caused the other four to be moved. Well said. With a bright laugh, an elderly Gu master appeared. Lord Clan Elder. Fangzheng quickly greeted. He recognized this person, it was a very senior clan elder in the clan. The clan elder walked closer, looking at Guyue Qingshu with an admiring gaze. Guyue Bo has adopted a good godson, able to fight to the death for the clan. With this kind of resolve, why would we worry about our Guyue clan not growing stronger? Fangzheng had not grown up yet, ever since Wang Er's assassination, the clan had sent an elder to follow Fangjing at all times, playing the role of protection. But Fangjing, you don't need to participate in the battle, but you also don't need to go back. Isn't it just by Ningbing? I've always heard people say how amazing he is, saying that he already has the clan elder's strength. Humph, now it seems he is just a brat. How much battle experience can he have? Harming himself at the drop of a hat, too inexperienced. The elderly Gu master snorted in disdain. Guyue Qingshu wanted to stick to his point, but it was not good to refute the elder's idea. As a junior, he had to respect the old and cherish the young. How could he refute and question the elders at the drop of a hat? Chapter 142. The time that Bai Ningbing broke out of the ice was earlier than anyone had expected. The ice crystal first cracked, the cracks spreading and expanding, before completely breaking apart. The clan elder, Guyue Qingshu, Guyue Yaohong and the rest had already surrounded him. Guyue Fangjing was standing on a hill far away, watching the battle from a high vantage point while remaining vigilant. Once a Bai clan Gu master group appeared, he would immediately warn them. Bai Ningbing, you dared to kill my clan's Gu master, openly violating the three-clan alliance. A life for a life, it is only right and proper. What else do you have to say? The clan elder snorted coldly. Bai Ningbing ignored him, instead looking down at his right arm. He stretched out his left hand in vain, but on the right side of his body, he only felt empty air. His brows gradually furrowed, his expression as gloomy as water, lightning flashing between his brows. He actually forced me to cut off my right arm. That guy is called Fang Yuan, right? From how Xiongli, Qing Shu and the rest called him, Bai Ningbing already knew Fang Yuan's name. As he said this, Bai Ningbing's blue crystal eyes were filled with an extremely cold killing intent. His whole body emitted the aura of a rank 3 Gu master. Just as Fang Yuan expected, he could suppress his cultivation, so naturally he could also remove this seal. But in the previous battles, he did not have enough time to remove this seal. Now with his rank 3 white-silver primeval essence, his aperture was filled to the brim. The heavy primeval essence brought a huge pressure to the aperture walls. Bai Ningbing knew, right now, he was moving towards destruction. A Gu master's aperture produces primeval essence, and in turn, the primeval essence would nourish the aperture. In fact, as long as the primeval essence exists in the aperture, it would have a nourishing effect on the aperture walls. But this effect was not obvious, far from the effect of a Gu master actively expending primeval essence. Just like the calm sea water, it would still have a corrosive effect on the surrounding reefs. It was just that this effect was not as obvious as the waves hitting the reefs. But for the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, after reaching rank 3, even if one did not consume primeval essence, as long as the primeval essence was stored in the aperture, the effect of nourishing the aperture walls would be the same as a normal Gu master consuming primeval essence. This was the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. It could allow a Gu master's cultivation to rise rapidly. Moreover, this nourishing effect would become stronger and stronger as one's quintessential essence increased. At rank 4, as long as there is primeval essence in the aperture can be nurtured, and the effect is several times better than normal Gu masters actively expending primeval essence. For ordinary Gu masters, the higher their realm, the slower their cultivation speed. However, the 10 extreme physiques were the exact opposite. The higher the physique, the stronger the physique, and the faster the cultivation speed. Until the Gu master self-detonated. To make an analogy, it was like a person free-falling from a high altitude. The lower he went, the faster he went. When he fell to the ground, the worse he fell. The cultivation of the 10 extreme physiques was to fall from the highest point. The speed of cultivation was getting faster and faster, but it only brought about a short period of glory in the process of falling, and the fear of impending death. Like a meteor falling to the ground, or a moth flying into a flame, when he reached his most glorious moment, that would be the time of his death. Earlier, Bai Ningbing took the initiative to dilute his white-silver primeval essence into red-steel primeval essence. That was the reason. Now that his aperture was once again filled with white-silver primeval essence, Bai Ningbing could feel that his cultivation was slowly accumulating and improving every minute and second. He actually forced me to use my white-silver primeval essence, and even sacrificed the frost demon goo. Where is Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing's killing intent became denser. As he asked, his blue eyes swept around, but he did not find Fang Yuan's figure. The frost demon goo that he self-detonated was a rank 3 goo. He had failed 3 times, and expended a large amount of resources before he succeeded in fusing it. Now that it self-detonated, it was a pity. Although Bai Ningbing advanced to rank 3, it had not been long. Even with the clan's nurturing, he could not enjoy the resources alone. Thus, he only had 2 rank 3 goo. Now that he sacrificed the frost demon goo, only the blue bird ice coffin goo was left. The more he thought about it, the more he hated it. Since young, he had never suffered such a huge loss. If Fang Yuan was here, he would have already attacked crazily, and no one would be able to stop him. Bai Ningbing's disregard made the Guyue clan elder feel a great humiliation. Arrogant brat, eat this old man's crescent blade slash. He shouted loudly and pounced forward. Humph! Bai Ningbing swung his left arm, and the cold air instantly formed into a slender ice blade. The ice blade that he had condensed before was only a meter long, but now it was 2 meters long, and the ice blade was even sharper, emitting cold air. Clang! The elder raised his hands, flickering with moonlight. Clashing with the ice blade, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The elder's face was filled with shock, and he took a step back, clasping his palms together and slashing diagonally. Golden Moon Slash. A crescent moon blade that was 1 meter long and completely golden gave off a trace of a domineering aura as it shot out. The golden moonlight shone on Bai Ningbing's pale face, and he laughed coldly, raising the ice blade in his left hand and slashing. Clang! The moon blade and ice blade collided, and the golden moon disappeared, while the ice blade also shattered into small ice shards. This is a battle between rank 3 goo masters. So strong. Be it the ice blade or the golden moon blade, I can't block them. From afar, Fangjing was dazzled, not fully understanding the situation. How can this be? It is clearly a rank 2 ice blade goo, but it blocked my rank 3 moon blade and golden moon. The elder stared with wide eyes, his tone filled with disbelief. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique had an amplifying effect on ice and water-related goo worms. And this amplification, the higher the goo master's cultivation, the greater the extent. When Bai Ningbing was rank 3, he could use rank 2 goo worms with rank 3 power. When he was rank 4, using rank 4 goo worms, the effect could even surpass rank 5. Previously, Bai Ningbing suppressed his cultivation, and only retained the recovery ability of his primeval essence. Now that he removed the suppression and returned to rank 3, the true power of the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique could be seen. Humph, old thing, there are still many things you don't know. Bai Ningbing's feet stopped, and the ice blade in his hand stretched out horizontally, and started to spin crazily. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, amidst the intense wind, he spun faster and faster. Howl! The wind seemed to have turned into the roar of a beast, and in just 2 breaths' time, a 5-meter-tall ice blade storm had formed on the spot. The wind was like a tornado, and the pure white frost aura surged and spread, freezing people's limbs. Quick, hide! Even the elders didn't dare to take the brunt of the attack head-on as they hurriedly dodged. But the other rank 2 goo masters could not dodge in time. The ice blade storm swept over at a speed that was more than 3 times faster than before. Ah! 2 male goo masters were unfortunately swept into the storm, and their screams stopped. In an instant, they were chopped into countless pieces by the ice blades, losing their lives on the spot. Save me! Guyue Yao Hong screamed in panic, as she was about to be swept into the storm and die. Green vine goo! Guyue Qing Shu's palm emitted green vines, and the vines coiled around Guyue Yao Hong's waist like snakes. Just as he was about to pull her back, the ice blade storm had already swept over, swallowing Guyue Yao Hong in one gulp. Crack crack crack. The ice blade cut through the female goo master in an instant, cutting her into 5 to 6 parts. Before the blood could flow out, it was frozen by the cold air. Following that, these 5 to 6 parts continued to be cut apart, turning into palm-sized frozen corpse fragments. Yao Hong! Qing Shu's eyes widened as he saw this. Sister Yao Hong. On the slope, Fang Zheng could not accept such a tragic scene, and knelt on the ground in a daze, tears flowing down his face. Damn it! Steel cloak Gu. The clan elder took a deep breath, and his body emitted a black light, as if he was wearing a layer of steel armor. He used his arms to protect his face, and his legs flew, charging straight towards the ice blade storm. Clang clang clang. He courageously charged into the storm. In just a few breaths' time, the ice blades cut the clan elder's body countless times, making crisp sounds. After a moment of stalemate, the storm abruptly stopped. Bai Ningbing and the clan elder stood facing each other. Old thing, you are seeking your own death. Bai Ningbing's pair of blue eyes became even purer. His white clothes and white hair fluttered in the cold wind. The ice blade in his left hand had already broken into 2. But this did not stop it from piercing the clan elder's heart. Ah! The elder slowly lowered his head and stared at his left chest, letting out a sound of helplessness and astonishment. Bai Ningbing let go of his left hand, directly abandoning the ice blade, and walked towards Guyue Qing Shu, passing by the clan elder. Behind him, the clan elder's face and body were gradually covered in a layer of blue frost, and he fell to the ground with a plop, never to get up again. From afar, Fang Zheng, who saw this, his pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and an intense fear invaded his entire body. All of this was beyond his imagination. A Grand Rank 3 clan elder died just like that. How could this Bai Ningbing be so strong? Where is Fang Yuan? Tell me, and I can give you a quick death. Bai Ningbing walked towards Guyue Qing Shu. Bai Ningbing. Guyue Qing Shu let out a deep sigh, staring at Bai Ningbing without fear. You and I have fought no less than 10 times, you are getting stronger and stronger, and now I have to admit that you have surpassed me. But your strength cannot make me betray my clansmen. Let's fight. With just you. Hee hee. Bai Ningbing sneered in disdain, turning to look at Fang Zheng, slightly raising his eyebrows. That is Fang Yuan's brother? Guyue Qing Shu's expression changed, and he took a big step forward, blocking Bai Ningbing. Don't even think of finding trouble with him. Bai Ningbing's expression sank. You are an interesting opponent, keeping you alive can add some fun to my life. But my mood is terrible now, don't be ungrateful. Obediently tell me, where did Fang Yuan escape to? Guyue Qing Shu used his actions to give the most direct answer. He slowly closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them. Would charm Gu. Chapter 143. Under the power of the rank 3 Gu, Qing Shu's eyes turned emerald green. At this moment, his aura suddenly changed. From a lively human aura, it turned into a deep and serene forest aura. Eh! Bai Ningbing could not help but reveal a slightly surprised expression. He curled his lips unconcernedly. It seems I have not fought with you for a long time, you have some interesting methods now. Icicle Gu. With a thought, 5 sharp icicles condensed out of thin air. Go! Bai Ningbing pointed his finger, and the icicles shot out. Crack crack crack. 2 vines stretched out from Qing Shu's palms. The vines danced in the air, as agile as 2 green snakes, easily deflecting the icicles. The icicles changed direction, brushing past Qing Shu's shoulder and shooting into the frozen ground, the hard mountain rocks, and the ice sculpture-like forest. Qing Shu used skill to break through force, causing Bai Ningbing to return empty-handed. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. Your whip is getting better and better. But I want to see, how many icicles can you block? Saying so, Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a faint blue light. 10 icicles appeared at the same time, floating in front of him and shooting towards Qing Shu. Next, another 10 icicles condensed. This happened 3 to 5 times, and in the blink of an eye, it became an icicle rain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The icicles pierced through the air, emitting a terrifying sound. Qing Shu dodged as he waved the green vines in his hands, forming shadows. His whip technique had gone through countless times of bitter training, and had reached the stage where he could control it as he wished. But there were too many icicles, and Qing Shu was bound to lose if he defended for too long. In the end, his shoulder was hit by an icicle. The icicle pierced through his right shoulder, and the tip appeared on his back. Pine needle goo. Qing Shu endured the pain, and with a flick of his long hair, countless jade-colored pine needles shot out. The pine needles flew towards Bai Ningbing, and he activated Water Shield Goo in time. His Water Shield Goo was strengthened, becoming much thicker, reaching a defensive strength no weaker than a rank 3 Goo. The pine needles shot into the water shield, and their speed slowed down, before being expelled by the flowing water in the water shield. However, this also forced Bai Ningbing to stop her icicle attacks. Guyue Qing Shu took advantage of this opportunity, endured the pain, and forcibly pulled out the icicle from his shoulder. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. On one hand, it was because of the cold air of the icicles. On the other hand, it was because his body was continuously turning into wood. Bai Ningbing removed the water shield goo, and his gaze was immediately attracted to Guyue Qing Shu's wound. Through the hole in his clothes, he could clearly see Qing Shu's wound, revealing the veins of trees, and then healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the newly grown skin, a tree ring pattern was formed. At the same time, Guyue Qing Shu's ears began to grow longer. His long hair turned emerald green, and green leaves began to grow from the ends of his hair. His hands also turned from normal flesh and blood to dark and restrained. His skin began to harden and turn brown like tree bark. This was the first time he had disregarded the consequences and used the wood charm goo. The wood charm goo caused him to continuously turn into a tree spirit, and at the same time, Guyue Qing Shu could feel the rich natural primeval energy in the air. Ordinary goo masters could not sense this primeval energy. Only special life forms like tree spirits could sense it and absorb it to use. Guyue Qing Shu felt like he was soaking in a mother liquid, the thick primeval energy wrapped around him, giving him an extremely comfortable feeling. On his body, the moonwhirl goo did not change, but the green vine goo, pine needle goo and vitality leaf were showing signs of growth. When Qing Shu used the identity of a tree spirit to activate these wood element goo worms, their power would also increase. Guyue Qing Shu breathed in deeply, he had never felt so strong before. The rich natural primeval energy in the surroundings allowed him to have an endless supply of primeval essence to use. This was the power of the wood charm goo. But at the same time, a sense of fear rose in his heart. He knew that if he was greedy for this powerful and comfortable feeling and used the wood charm goo without restraint, then he would eventually become a dead tree man. Everything had a price. Guyue Qing Shu quickly suppressed this fear. He looked at Bai Ningbing and said 2 words, "Let's fight." Thus, the intense battle began. Green vine and ice blades entangled, icicles and pine needles shot at each other. On one side was the northern dark ice soul physique, his primeval essence recovery speed was extremely fast. On the other side was the wood charm tree spirit body, the natural primeval energy was at his disposal. This battle had already surpassed the level of an ordinary rank 3 goo master. Fangjing stood on a hill far away, dumbstruck. He had never seen such a hardy and fierce battle. Normally speaking, a goo master's primeval essence was limited, and had to calmly calculate the usage of every bit of primeval essence. Carefully, like treading on thin ice. But now, be it Bai Ningbing or Guyue Qing Shu, they were both using it without restraint. It was as if their primeval essence was limitless. The whole mountain path was destroyed by them, giant trees toppled and destroyed, and mountain rocks crumbled and shattered. The intense battle lasted for a long time. Blue bird ice coffin goo. Bai Ningbing saw an opportunity, and suddenly opened his mouth. An ice blue bird flew out from between his teeth. The bird chirped, its body like a dove. But under the amplification of the northern dark ice soul physique, it gradually grew to the size of an eagle, and after flying for a while, it pounced towards Guyue Qing Shu. Guyue Qing Shu could not dodge in time, and could only take it head-on. Bam! After an explosion, Guyue Qingshu was frozen in an ice crystal the size of a house. It's over. Bai Ningbing sighed, not having had enough. He looked at Guyue Qingshu, who could not move in the ice crystal, and muttered, "Thank you for providing me with such an interesting experience. This battle was my most exciting battle so far." "Qingshu, you died a worthy death. I have already remembered it." "Lord Qingshu." On the slope, Fangzheng shouted in shock. "What are you shouting for, ant-like thing? The next one is you." Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, walking towards Fangzheng. But at this time, the sound of the ice crystal shattering entered his ears. How can this be? He turned around, and saw that in the ice crystal, Guyue Qingshu was undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. His body started to grow bigger, and his rank 2 Gu master martial attire was soon torn apart. His hair turned into green vines, and palm-sized green vine leaves grew one after another, intertwining into a dense green color. His fingers turned into sturdy wood, and his arms and legs turned into thick tree branches, with the general shape of his hands and feet remaining. With a bang, the ice crystal shattered completely. Guyue Qingshu stood up, his appearance was already beyond recognition. The originally delicate and gentle human face had completely turned into the face of a tree spirit with a sharp nose and large eyes. He was 3 meters tall, and his body was incomparably sturdy. His brown tree bark was as thick as armor, covered with large amounts of green leaves and vines. Bai Ningbing looked at his transformation in shock. Compared to Guyue Qingshu, he was like a child under the feet of an adult. "This appearance, did you refine the wood charm Gu? This Gu is much harder to refine than my frost demon Gu." Bai Ningbing finally thought of the answer. Tree spirit wood charm can directly use the primeval energy in the air. No wonder Guyue Qingshu's primeval essence is so abundant. He came to a realization, and was even more puzzled. He asked the question in his heart and said directly, "Qingshu, you use the wood charm Gu like this, aren't you afraid of turning into a dead tree man? So what if you beat me? You are destined to die." Bai Ningbing. Guyue Qingshu's voice became deep and drawn out, "I understand you like I understand myself. You and I are both orphans, both adopted by the clan leader, but we walked on completely different paths. The death of one tree in the forest is nothing. As long as the forest exists, countless trees will grow and rise. Let's have the final battle, my old enemy." Saying so, hundreds of green ancient vines attacked Bai Ningbing like giant pythons. For the clan? So foolish. Bai Ningbing was moved, and quickly retreated. But the green vine's speed was several times faster than before, and soon caught up to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing controlled his body, and nimbly dodged. Green vines as thick as an arm brushed past his body, and smashed into the soil or rocks under his feet. For a moment, soil splattered, and rocks flew everywhere. Water shield Gu. Bai Ningbing could not dodge in time, and quickly raised his water shield. Qingshu had already seen through this Gu's weakness, and did not attack forcefully, but controlled the green vines to wrap around the water shield. Then he suddenly retracted his strength, and the water shield Gu immediately made a puchit sound. The water on the surface flowed rapidly, crashing into the green vines, and creating splashes. The water shield could not withstand the green vines' binding strength, and became smaller and smaller, showing signs of collapsing. Not good. Once the water shield breaks, the green vines will bind me, and I will be killed by Guyue Qingshu. Bai Ningbing, who was inside the water shield, was determined. In the next second, the water shield broke with a bang. Whoosh! An ice blade storm burst out from within, and became bigger and bigger. Bai Ningbing purposely removed the water shield Gu's defense. Since defense was not enough, he would use offense to fight offense. At once, the temperature fell, and cold air spread everywhere. The pure white ice blade storm charged towards Guyue Qingshu, and the green vines could not block this white ice tornado, and were cut into countless pieces by the ice blades. Good. Guyue Qingshu was not afraid, and his huge body bravely advanced towards the ice blade storm. With a muffled sound, he crashed into the white tornado. He opened his arms, and hugged it. Crack crack crack, the sharp ice blades cut his body, and in an instant, countless green leaves fell, and large amounts of tree bark were cut off. The intense pain of being sliced into pieces came, and Qing growled in pain, but did not relax, and gathered all his strength, pulling inwards. The ice blade storm was actually compressed by his strength. Damn it! This madman who does not care about his life. Bai Ningbing cursed in his heart. This situation was hard to get off, and he could only condense the ice blades, spinning faster and faster, and continue to fight with Gyue Qingshu. The ice blades cut Gyue Qingshu's body, and gradually wore out, but quickly became sharp again under the ice blade Gu's power. The battle was in a stalemate. The battle had broken out of the control of either side, and no one could stop their attacks. Either Gyue Qingshu would kill Bai Ningbing, or Bai Ningbing would kill Qingshu. Both sides used offense against offense, and the battle was full of tragedy and desperation. Chapter 144. Fangjing stood far away, not even daring to breathe loudly. This battle had reached its most crucial moment. Victory or defeat would depend on the result of this clash. Lord Qingshu, do your best. Fangjing was so nervous that his body was trembling. He knew he would only cause more trouble if he went over. He could only cheer for Gyue Qingshu loudly. As if hearing Fangjing's voice, the ice blade storm became smaller and smaller, forcibly suppressed by Qingshu. Damn it, I actually encountered a situation where my primeval essence is insufficient. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, turning slower and slower, but his primeval essence recovery could no longer keep up with the expenditure. He was at his wit's end. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique's primeval essence recovery speed was very fast, but the recovery speed of rank 3 cultivation was slightly inferior to the Wood Charm Gu's natural primeval essence. But if Bai Ningbing cultivated to rank 4, his recovery speed would far surpass the Wood Charm Gu. However, in a battle of life and death, there were no ifs. Regardless of victory or defeat, the result had to be accepted. Eventually, the ice blade storm stopped, but Gyue Qingshu also paid a heavy price. His hands were the size of carriages, only 2 fingers were left on his left hand, and 3 on his right hand. Both of his palms were mostly cut off by the ice blades. But when his hands gradually closed in the middle, new tree trunks rapidly grew out from his palms, intertwining with each other. The 2 palms formed a wooden cage, trapping Bai Ningbing inside. Damn it! Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth. The primeval essence in his body had already dried up. He could only let Qingshu do as he pleased. We won. Seeing this scene from far away, Fangjing shouted in joy. Am I going to die? Bai Ningbing shouted in his heart. He watched as the 2 palms got closer and closer. Once the 2 palms completely closed in, he would be squeezed into a bloody meat patty by the huge force. But the palm's speed became slower and slower, stopping in the middle. Bai Ningbing was stunned, but soon realized that something was wrong with Gyue Qingshu, and was immediately overjoyed. Damn it, just a bit more. At this moment, Gyue Qingshu was filled with helplessness. His hands had lost all feeling, and he had completely turned into a tree. At the same time, he gradually lost the feeling of his internal organs and lungs. The Wood Charm Gu's power corroded his body. He was about to die. No, it can't end like this. I can still use the Green Vine Gu. Gyue Qingshu forcefully braced himself and activated the Green Vine Gu. Thick green vines shot towards Bai Ningbing through the cracks in the cage. Bai Ningbing dodged repeatedly, but he had been through a few battles, and his stamina consumption was too great. In addition, the space in the cage was limited, making it difficult to move around. In the end, a vine wrapped around his right foot and he tripped on the ground. It's over. Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He hurriedly urged his vines to follow. At the moment of life and death, the primeval essence in Bai Ningbing's aperture had recovered to its lowest usable level. He unhesitatingly expended his primeval essence and poured it into the ice blade Gu, forming a new ice blade. The sharpness of the ice blade cut through the green vines that were wrapped around his right leg. Bai Ningbing rolled away in a sorry state, barely dodging more than 10 green vines. The green vines shot towards the ground, instantly piercing through the thick ground. Soil flew everywhere, and the green vines attacked again. Bai Ningbing breathed roughly, using the ice blade to block with difficulty. The green vines attacked from all directions, and life and death were in the balance. Once Bai Ningbing made a mistake, he would be captured and killed by the green vines. But he was a genius after all, and under the stimulation of death, he squeezed out all his potential, and his dodging and blocking movements became simple and direct. Although he was tripped by the green vines from time to time, and was surrounded by danger, he managed to preserve his life. The green vines were cut by the ice blade one by one, and the number of green vines was decreasing. It was not that Guiyue Qingshu did not want to use the green vine goo to grow more green vines. But the natural primeval energy in the surrounding air had almost been completely absorbed by him. Although he was further away, and the primeval energy in the air was spreading towards him, the meager amount of primeval energy was not enough to satisfy the needs of the green vine goo. There was even worse news. The wood charm goo's power had already completely corroded Guiyue Qingshu's body, and was starting to corrode his consciousness. Guiyue Qingshu's consciousness started to show signs of being in a trance and was interrupted from time to time. The breath of death was already spitting on his face. Is it going to end? No. He was not resigned to this, and roused his spirit, making his last effort to kill Bai Ningbing. He could no longer see, and the wood charm goo's power had already corroded his eyes. He could no longer hear, and his ears were also useless. He only had a little sense of touch left. Relying on Bai Ningbing's counterattack, he determined the latter's position and attacked. His hard work paid off, and Bai Ningbing was finally captured due to exhaustion. A vine coiled around his neck, and lifted his whole body up, gradually tightening. Bai Ningbing immediately felt difficulty breathing, and even if he opened his mouth wide, it was of no use. At the same time as Qingshu, he was also walking towards death. Fang Yuan breathed roughly, and the intense battle had already ended. On the ground, there were 5 corpses with their eyes wide open. They were all Bai Clan Gu masters. Relying on the stealth scales Gu for sneak attacks, the Moonglow Gu and the strength of 2 boars, and 500 years of battle experience, he displayed astonishing results. Although he told Qingshu that he was returning to the village, it was just an excuse. After leaving for a distance, he used the stealth scales Gu to conceal his body, and went around the mountain path battlefield, going to the place where Manshur and Xiongli died. He retrieved the Gu worms on the 5 corpses, and when he arrived at the place where Xiongli died, he found that the corpses were gone. Not to mention their Gu worms. Looks like Xiongling collected their corpses. What a pity, I was hoping to get Xiongli's brown bear innate strength Gu. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Leaving Xiongling alive was not his wish. But at that time, he killed Xiongjiang, and Xiongling was already extremely vigilant, and to kill him would require some effort. At that time, Bai Ningbing was right beside him. If Fang Yuan and Xiongling had an internal conflict, Bai Ningbing would be pleased. But the brown bear innate strength Gu might not be on Xiongli. He had already cultivated the strength of a bear, and might have already handed it over to the clan. Fang Yuan gazed at the distant mountain path battlefield. The intense battle between Qingshu and Bai Ningbing naturally caused a huge commotion, and could not be hidden from the surrounding wolf groups and Gu masters. Although Fang Yuan was not optimistic about Qingshu's side, he had seen the power of the wood charm Gu with his own eyes in his previous life. A fierce battle with Bai Ningbing was definitely unavoidable. He was not willing to give up this chance, and thus chose to wait in the surroundings. From time to time, Gu masters would be attracted by the sounds of battle, and Fang Yuan would attract the wolf groups to restrain them. If he could not restrain them in time, Fang Yuan would take action himself. The sounds of battle in the mountain path battlefield have almost stopped. It seems the outcome is about to be decided. His right ear's ginseng root stretched out and rooted into the mountain wall, allowing Fang Yuan to hear some details of the battlefield on the mountain path. Honestly speaking, Gu Yue and Qing Shu's performance could be considered to have exceeded their usual standards. And after Bai Ningbing lost his right arm, the impact on his battle strength was even greater than Fang Yuan had imagined. But immediately, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He heard a large number of footsteps, rushing towards the mountain path battlefield from two directions. One of the directions was from Gu Yue village. The Gu masters in the other direction were clearly from Bai clan village. There were at least 20 Gu masters in each direction. It was not something the bold lightning wolf group could block, and Fang Yuan could not lead two wolf groups to restrain this group of people. It seems the news of this battle has been found out by someone. These are the reinforcements sent by the two clans. I need to hurry and enter the mountain path. Fang Yuan was the closest, and was the first to enter the mountain path. The scene in the battlefield was not out of his expectations. From the crack of the cage, he saw Bai Ningbing hanging by vines, on the verge of death, but still with a single breath. The defense of the ice muscles is supporting Bai Ningbing's life. Humph, a pity you met me. Fang Yuan's killing intent surged, and he ran towards Bai Ningbing. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, a wave of pine needles rained down on Fang Yuan. It was Gu Yue Qing Shu's pine needle gu, attacking Fang Yuan. What's going on? Fang Yuan retreated, dodging this pine needle storm. He looked at the giant tree spirit that Bai Ningbing had transformed into, and understood. It seems Gu Yue Qing Shu's consciousness has already blurred to the point where he cannot differentiate friend from foe. Relying on the obsession in his heart, he attempted to capture and kill Bai Ningbing. Anyone who intrudes into this battlefield will be regarded as an interloper by him. At this time, the Bai clan Gu masters appeared on the mountain path. Seeing such a tragic battlefield, their faces were filled with horror. Lad over there, you better not act rashly. A rank 3 Gu master shouted at Fang Yuan, his tone filled with threat. This Bai Ningbing is really lucky. Fang Yuan saw this and laughed coldly in his heart, immediately knowing he could not deal the final blow. First of all, Qing Shu's consciousness was already blurred, and one green vine was not enough to kill Bai Ningbing, who had the ice muscles defense. Fang Yuan had to break through Qing Shu's blockade to get close to Bai Ningbing. This way, he would attract most of his attention, and might even help Bai Ningbing escape. Even if he tried to force his way in, the Bai clan's rank 3 and rank 2 elite Gu masters would definitely stop him. They would not just stand there and do nothing. Moreover, dealing with Bai Ningbing was extremely dangerous. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence had already recovered, at least he could use the blue bird ice coffin gu. Even if Fang Yuan killed Bai Ningbing in the end, these Bai clan Gu masters would not let Fang Yuan off. They would kill him as soon as possible. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, the distance is too long, there are at least 20 steps between me and Bai Ningbing. And my Moonglow Gu's attack range is only 10 steps. Moreover, for a dying Bai Ningbing, I would lose my life and disrupt my rebirth plan. This is not worth it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took a few steps back. This seemingly cowardly action made the Bai clan Gu masters who rushed over let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 145. Soon after, Fang Zheng also rushed over. Lord Qing Shu. He had a joyous expression, fearlessly running towards Gu Yue Qing Shu. But immediately after, he was hit back by a wave of pine needles. Group leader, it's me, Fang Zheng. He shouted in bewilderment, realizing something was wrong for the first time. But why would Gu Yue Qing Shu agree to him? Big brother, what happened to Lord Qing Shu? Fang Zheng was perplexed and panicked, asking for help from Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan ignored him, instead squatting down and forming a claw with his right hand towards Bai Ningbing. Plunder Gu. He secretly activated this Gu worm, and quickly felt like he had grabbed something. He quickly pulled back, and a Gu worm flew out from Bai Ningbing's body. It was a red steel relic Gu. This was given to Bai Ningbing by the Bai clan leader, but Bai Ningbing did not use it and quickly reached rank 3. But now, it was Fang Yuan's doing. The red steel relic Gu flew out from Bai Ningbing's body and landed in Fang Yuan's hand. A group of Bai clan Gu masters were so anxious that their eyes turned red, shouting, "Scoundrel, stop if you don't want to die. You dare to snatch our Bai clan's Gu worm right in front of us." "It's a red steel relic Gu," Fang Yuan sneered, not saying a word. Once the red steel relic Gu was in his hands, he used spring-autumn cicada to refine it. But he did not keep it in his aperture, but kept it in his chest, giving the illusion that he did not refine it on the spot. He grabbed again, and this time, a gray beetle flew out. Stone aperture Gu. Fang Yuan recognized this Gu worm's origin. His gaze flashed, and he refined it again, keeping it in his chest. Damn it, another Gu worm. Stop him, he is so unrestrained, he simply does not put our Bai clan in his eyes. Save Bai Ningbing. Kill these guys. Bai clan's Gu masters shouted as they rushed over from the mountain path. Bai Ningbing was heavily nurtured by the clan, and all the Gu worms on her were top quality. Now that it was snatched away by Fang Yuan in front of everyone, everyone felt their hearts bleed. This was worse than killing them. Fang Zheng was so shocked that he took a step back when he saw this group of people charging at him. Fang Yuan, however, was indifferent. In the current situation, he and Fang Zheng were standing on the east side of the mountain path, while the Bai clan Gu masters were on the west side, with Gu, Qing Shu and Bai Ningbing blocking the way. So. The pine needles fell like rain. Damn it! Bai clan's Gu masters cursed, but were stopped by Guyue and Qing Shu. Guyue Qing Shu is not far from death, the remaining time is only enough for me to use the plunder Gu one more time. What will it be this time? Fang Yuan calmed down and activated plunder Gu. Every time plunder Gu was activated, it consumed a lot of primeval essence. The stronger the target Gu worm, the harder the process, the more primeval essence would be consumed. If the plunder failed, the Gu master would suffer a backlash. Thus, the plunder Gu was of little value, and had not many uses. But now, Bai Ningbing was on the verge of death. His consciousness was hazy, and he was close to the end of his rope. It was not difficult to plunder his Gu worms. Among the Gu worms on Bai Ningbing, the most valuable was undoubtedly the Frost Demon Gu. This Gu was comparable to the Wood Charm Gu, and could turn a person into a frost demon. But if used for too long, the Gu master's life would be extinguished, turning into an ice sculpture. Bai Ningbing knew its drawbacks, and had never used the Frost Demon Gu like Guyue Qing Shu. Other than the Frost Demon Gu, the second most valuable was the Blue Bird Ice Coffin Gu, a rank 3 Gu. Right now, it was residing in Bai Ningbing's throat. If he could grab the Blue Bird Ice Coffin Gu, that would be the best situation. But the plunder Gu was only rank 2, and it was not strong enough to fulfill the Gu master's wishes. In the end, Fang Yuan grabbed Bai Ningbing's Water Shield Gu. This was not bad. The Water Shield Gu combined with the White Jade Gu would provide Fang Yuan with an even better defense. The tree spirit that Guyue Qing Shu had transformed into was pushed down by the Bai clan Gu masters. They split open the wooden cage and rescued Bai Ningbing, who had lost his right arm and had fainted. Just as they were about to attack Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, Guyue clan's reinforcements arrived. After confronting each other for a while, both sides tacitly stopped fighting. Qing Shu was dead, and Bai Ningbing was heavily injured. Under the wolf tide, this kind of sacrifice was shocking enough. If a large-scale battle occurred, the pressure on the clan's survival would be too great. No matter which world it was, the reason why people fought was mostly for the sake of benefits. But the biggest benefit in the world was undoubtedly survival. Finally, Guyue Qing Shu's corpse and Gu worms were brought back by Guyue clan's Gu masters. Both sides guarded against each other, and left the battlefield. The sky was raining, and it was gloomy. A group of people stood on a hill behind the village. This was the graveyard. Almost every once in a while, there would be a few new graves here. In this world, it was hard for humans to survive. Be it external or internal factors, there would always be many sacrifices. The clan elder's voice was hoarse and deep, echoing in everyone's ears, adding to the pressure in their hearts. We have the same name, we come from the same clan, we have the same blood flowing in our veins. We are so close, but we are forever separated by life and death. Right now, my heart is filled with sorrow. Wait for me. One day in the future, I will also lie beside you. Let us turn into dust and soil, and carry our bloodline. In front of a new grave, this group of people lowered their heads, many were sobbing softly, and some were looking at the names on the tombstones with sorrow. The cruelty of life and death was like a white bone hand, tearing open a bloody wound in everyone's heart. It was just that some people were already numb from the pain, while some people's hearts were still young. Gyue Fangzheng was among the crowd, his lowered eyes staring at the tombstone. Gyue Qingshu. Dead? His eyes were filled with endless bewilderment. Yesterday's battle. The entire process and situation were still vivid in his mind, deeply engraved in his heart. His experience was limited, and he could not understand Gyue Qingshu's tragic sacrifice. Now that the reality was placed in front of him, he could not accept it for a moment. Dead? That Lord Qingshu who always smiled warmly, always gave me pointers, took care of me, and let me go, he really died? Why did this happen? Why in this world? Why is it that good people die easily, and bad people live forever? Is this a dream? Am I dreaming right now? Fangzheng subconsciously clenched his fists. The real sensation made him feel even more grief. The discussions of the surrounding Gu masters could be heard. Sigh, to think this time. Even Lord Qingshu was sacrificed. People will always die. But it is such a pity. I heard that Bai Ningbing still had one breath left, and was saved. May ye rest peacefully underground, and bless us to survive this wolf tide. The crowd gradually dispersed, and finally, only Fangzheng was left. The young man's lonely figure faced the mountain of tombstones and graves. Lord Qingshu. He suddenly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He was bewildered, he was regretful, he was helpless, he was grieving. Plop. Plop plop, plop plop plop. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the dark clouds, hitting the ground and causing the green grass and tree branches to droop. The smell of the soil rushed into Fangzheng's nose, and he cried in pain. His cries mixed with the sound of the rain. His 10 fingers dug into the mud, trying to grab Qingshu's life. But he only managed to grab 2 clumps of soil. The rain started. Bai Ningbing lay on the soft bed, looking at the rain with a blank expression. His right arm had already been treated, and was wrapped in white bandages. His eyes had returned to their black color, and his cultivation was rank 3. He did not suppress his cultivation to rank 2. When he awoke from his slumber, he suddenly felt dispirited and uninterested in life. He had been lying there quietly with his eyes open for more than 10 hours. He allowed his rank 3 white-silver primeval essence to nourish his aperture. He was too lazy to care about it. This rain stirred the deepest memories in his heart. It was in this summer rain that he was officially adopted by clan leader. The patriarch's benevolent and hopeful gaze landed on him. The congratulatory voices of the surrounding elders surged over like a tide. The little him stood barefoot on the cold floor, staring at the rain outside the window, feeling lost and lonely. What is the purpose of living? This question that had troubled him for more than 20 years, and would likely continue to trouble him until he self-destructed, appeared again. Is it for kinship, for the clan? Bai Ningbing could not help but think of Gyue Qingshu. Ever since he was young, he had seen such sacrifices many times. Some were by clansmen, some were Xiong clansmen, Gyue clansmen. He could not understand this passion, he seemed to be a cold and emotionless person by nature. Gyue Qingshu could not give him an answer, thus Fang Yuan's figure appeared in Bai Ningbing's mind. The first time he saw Fang Yuan was leaning against a tree behind him, eating a wild fruit he picked, and watching the battle at the foot of the mountain. He was so excited that his body was trembling, shaking with excitement. Because he saw himself in Fang Yuan's deep and serene eyes. But now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan's eyes seemed to have something more than him. That something was the answer to this question. The rain became heavier, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. What is the purpose of living? In the dark study room, Gyue Fangzheng asked the same question. Clan leader Gyue Bo sighed. He looked pitifully at the soulless young man in front of him. Then he looked at the rain outside the window. Fangzheng's confusion was understandable. The inevitable death often forced people to think about the value of life. Do you know? More than 10 years ago, there was a young man in the same situation as you. He asked me the same question. After a long time, Gyue Bo spoke slowly. That person was your team leader, my godson, Gyue Qingshu. Fangzheng was slightly stunned. He raised his head. A pair of red and swollen eyes showed a desire for an answer. Chapter 146. I told him, there are thousands of reasons for a person to live. I can't answer why you're alive, only you can. Find it yourself. Gyue Bo answered. Then what's your answer, clan leader? Fangzheng blinked in confusion and asked. Gyue Bo chuckled. In his eyes, Fangzheng and Qingshu's images seemed to overlap. In the past, Gyue Qingshu had asked a similar question. The clan leader thought for a while, then repeated his answer. There will always be sacrifices in an organization. From the moment a person is born, it means death. Between life and death, humans are fragile, but there is one thing that can warm the heart and illuminate our soul. That is love. This is my answer. Sacrifices are common. Gyue Qingshu was Gyue Bo's adopted son. He had raised him for many years. Now that he had sacrificed himself as his adopted father, Gyue Bo was naturally grieved. But as the clan leader, he had seen too many sacrifices. When he had the awareness of life and death, he could accept the sorrow and pain. Fangzheng lowered his head again. He did not speak, as if he was thinking. The clan leader smiled and took out a letter from his desk drawer, then passed it to Fangzheng. This is Gyue Qingshu's letter. It recorded the answer he had pondered for many years. Now I'm giving it to you, you can take a look. This is his answer. Without a doubt, this letter had an unparalleled attraction in Fangzheng's heart. He immediately opened it. When he saw the first line, his tears flowed uncontrollably. It was Gyue Qingshu's familiar handwriting. Between the lines, there was his unique gentleness. At the beginning of the letter, it recorded his confusion and pain. Then it was the process of his constant thinking over the years, the events that touched him. As Fangzheng looked at this letter, it was as if he had experienced Gyue Qingshu's life. He followed the pace of Gyue Qingshu's life, all the way to the end of the letter. There was a passage at the end. The clan is like a forest, and each of us is like a tree in the forest. The old tree extended its branches to shelter the new saplings from the wind and rain. When the new trees grew into towering trees, the old trees would fall and become nutrients in the soil to nourish the land and give birth to new trees. People will always die, heaven and earth will not remember us. However, the new trees were proof of the old trees' existence. Just like that, he kept witnessing. This forest of the family will become increasingly vast, and it will move towards prosperity and prosperity. People die all the time. As a Gu master, they could not hide the outcome of death. Even rank 7, rank 8, or even rank 9 Gu masters could only live a little longer. I felt fear in the face of death. But I deeply understand that one day I, Gyue Qingshu, will also die. Perhaps they would die of old age or illness, or perhaps they would die in battle. May I then go to my death in peace and without regret. At the end of the letter. Lord Foster Father. I have asked you that question before. I think I have already found the answer. After reading this letter, Fangzheng sobbed uncontrollably. His mind was filled with memories of Qingshu. When he made a mistake, he did not blame him but instead comforted him. When he suffered a setback, his encouraging gaze. In his frustration, He used his warm hand to rub his head. Guyuebo kept this letter. In the future, when you think of the answer, you can also write me a letter. Go back and have a good rest. The wolf tide's crisis has not ended, you need to contribute your strength. No. Fangjing slowly raised his head, clenching his fists. What is it? Guyuebo asked. I have already found my answer. Fangjing's tone was filled with an indescribable determination. I want strength. To protect my loved ones, to protect them from harm. I want to protect the clan, to strengthen the clan. I want to see the wolf tide no longer torment us, I want to see my companions feel happy and happy. I do not want this kind of sorrow to continue. I want to use my hands, my body, my soul, to protect the people around me. Guyuebo showed a surprised expression. At this moment, he seemed to see Gyue Qingshu. Qingshu, you did not die in vain. Looking at Fangjing's shining eyes, the clan leader sighed in his heart. An old tree fell, and in the soil where it slowly rotted, a new sprout was already growing rapidly. Renzu could not bear the loneliness, thus he gouged out his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter. Only then did he get rid of the loneliness slightly. But good times did not last long. This pair of children gradually became greedy for the scenery of the world, putting their father Renzu at the back of their minds, often playing and forgetting the time, and even forgetting to take care of Renzu. Renzu could not see anything, his eyes were filled with darkness. But sometimes, he could actually see a bit of light. Regarding this, he was extremely puzzled, asking the Attitude Gu for guidance. Attitude Gu told him, "Oh, this is the eternal light emitted by the Belief Gu." Belief? When Bai Ningbing saw this, she sneered and casually threw the book that recorded the ancient legend in her hand. The door opened at this moment, and the person who came in was almost hit in the face by this book. Ningbing, what are you doing? The person who came in was the Bai clan leader. He frowned, consoling, I know you are in a bad mood, but losing your right arm is nothing. In this world, there are many Gu worms that can heal your injuries. In the past, I asked the clan elder to stay by your side and protect you, but you always rejected, even attacking the clan elder. You suffered a loss this time, right? But this is also a good thing. Since young, your path has been too smooth. As long as you don't die or sacrifice yourself, this loss is nothing. Your injuries are no longer a problem, but the wolf tide is getting fiercer, the clan needs your strength now. A group of wolf cubs, what can they amount to? Bai Ningbing closed her eyes, lying on the bed, saying indifferently. The clan leader's face showed a serious expression. The situation is not good, it can even be said to not be optimistic. According to our investigations, there are already no less than 3 frenzy lightning wolf packs roaming around the village. Your failure has greatly affected the clan. Your failure has greatly affected the clansmen. I hope that this evening, you will appear in public. As long as you don't fall, it will greatly raise our clan's morale. Do you understand? I understand, this is just a small matter. Bai Ningbing mumbled, his face full of impatience. If it was anyone else who had such an attitude towards the clan leader, they would have been severely punished. But Bai Ningbing was a different matter. The Bai clan leader sighed helplessly. He closed the door and left. Only Bai Ningbing was left in the room. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a lonely and lost expression. He did not tell anyone about the trouble in his body, and the premonition of death. From the clan's records, he found out the name of the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. In the limited information, the 10 extreme physiques were also known as the Sure Death Aptitude. When the aperture walls reached the limit, the power of the self-explosion would be extremely strong. Bai clan leader had raised Bai Ningbing and was very lenient towards him. If he told others about the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, Bai Ningbing did not doubt that the first person to kill him would be this Bai clan leader. What is the purpose of a person living? In the past, when he thought about this question, Bai Ningbing would feel very lost. Then he would feel bored, anxious, resentful and other negative emotions. But now, He had a sense of calmness in his heart. People would always grow. Not to mention a genius like him. In the past, he knew that he would die for sure, and in his despair, he yearned for life, and had a kind of fear towards death. But now, when he really almost died, he accepted it. Letting the rank 3 white-silver primeval essence nourish his aperture, he was no longer anxious. It was because he was no longer afraid of death. Even though he was still lost about the meaning of living, he knew where the answer to this question was. This answer had long been in Fang Yuan's heart. This kind of feeling was indescribable, and it was extremely mysterious. But he was clear about it. Moreover, the stone aperture gu was in Fang Yuan's hands now. Fang Yuan, we will definitely meet again. He muttered softly, his eyes shining with a bright radiance that was as dazzling as diamonds. Stone aperture gu. In the rented room, Fang Yuan looked at the gu worm in his hand and fell into deep thought. The stone aperture gu was shaped like a dice, square, grayish-white in color and extremely hard. This gu was an expendable gu, disappearing after one use. Its use was to turn the aperture walls of the gu master into a hard stone wall. This move completely squeezed out the foundation and potential of the aperture, allowing the gu master to instantly reach the peak of cultivation. For example, Fang Yuan was now at rank 2 middle stage. After using this gu, he could instantly reach rank 2 peak stage. But the price he had to pay was that Fang Yuan would never be able to advance to rank 3, and would also lose the ability to recover his primeval essence. From now on, he could only use Yuan stone to replenish his primeval essence. The stone aperture gu was used by gu masters who had no other way out. Some gu masters' apertures suffered irreparable damage and had cracks that could not be healed, so they could only use this gu. Or under special circumstances, the gu master had no hope of advancing, and had to raise his cultivation in a short period of time to survive. Thus, they used the stone aperture gu. The cost of refining the stone aperture gu is very high. Bai Ningbing refined this gu worm in order to turn her aperture into a stone aperture, to prevent death from descending upon her. Unfortunately, this method can only delay the arrival of death, and cannot stop the self-destruction. If the northern dark ice soul physique could be broken so easily, why would it be called one of the 10 extreme physiques? This stone aperture gu was useless to Fang Yuan, but the red steel relic gu and water shield gu from Bai Ningbing were very useful. As for the gu worms that Fang Yuan took from Guyue, Manshur and the others, they were not outstanding. After returning to the village, he handed them over to the higher-ups of the clan and exchanged them for large amounts of battle merits. Due to the wolf tide, Qing Shu and Bai Ningbing's fierce battle was suppressed by the 3 mountain strongholds, and they endured it silently. All 3 sides needed each other's strength to get through this crisis. Xiong Lin's report exposed the fact that Fang Yuan possessed the white jade gu. But he used the excuse of buying it from the caravan to temporarily gloss over it. Chapter 147. As the person involved, Fang Yuan was naturally investigated by the clan. But this investigation did not go deep, as the clan's higher-ups were all focused on the increasingly severe wolf tide. Fang Yuan's earth communication ear grass and stealth scales gu were still hidden, but even if they were exposed, Fang Yuan could push all the blame onto the caravan. Anyway, under the wolf tide, transportation was already cut off, and the caravan would not come. In this situation, the clan could not get confirmation from the caravan, and the investigation would only drag on. By the time they could get results, Fang Yuan would have already cultivated to rank 3 and left Qingmao Mountain. Of course, if the 4 flavors liquor worm and spring-autumn cicada were exposed, it would be a different story. No matter which one was exposed, it would cause a huge commotion in the village. The 4 flavors liquor worm represented a brand new secret refinement method, and had great significance. Even if Fang Yuan pushed all the blame onto the caravan, he could not explain it. He would definitely be investigated by the clan. Once the spring-autumn cicada was discovered, any wolf tide would die. This was a rank 6 gu. Even if the clan leader Guyue Bo saw it, he would immediately shed all pretense of cordiality. What bullshit kinship, what clan leader position, he could give up on it. He would definitely force and snatch it, without a second word. July, a hot summer day, the air was like flowing fire, filled with the smell of blood. The wolf tide was getting more and more serious, and the battles were getting more intense. Many people began to realize that the scale of the wolf tide this time was one of the rarest in the history of the past. The bold lightning wolf group was reduced to a supporting role, thousands of frenzy lightning wolves roaming around the village. The living space of humans was compressed to an extremely low level. Even the headquarters of the Guyue clan was the same. Not to mention the village at the foot of the mountain. 9 out of 10 houses were empty. A portion of the lucky villagers, through various connections, managed to survive in the village. But even more villagers had to leave their homes, and to avoid the wolf pack, they started to travel over mountains and rivers. Their destination was another village on the mountain. But along the way, there were fierce beasts and wild goo. Almost all the lightning wolves in the mountains and plains compressed their hopes of migration into tiny particles. This was a journey of despair. These mortals had already been abandoned by the Guyue clan, and they would all die along the way. Not to feed the fierce beasts. They were killed by the swarm of insects. Be it mortals or Gu masters, they were all struggling between life and death. Even the elders, who usually held high positions in the clan, had no choice but to personally go into battle. The Gu masters who went into seclusion earlier. He was called up again. When the wolf tide ended, less than 1/10 of them would be able to survive. The cruelty of nature was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The strong preyed on the weak, and the survival of the fittest. It was not something that could be avoided with a few warm words. Fong Yuan sat on the bed with his eyes closed, his mind entering his aperture. In the aperture, 44% of the red steel sea was surging, rising, and falling. This true essence was so red that it was almost black. It was dark red peak second revolution true essence. Second revolution true essence was called scarlet iron true essence. But in the 4 different small realms of beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak, there was a slight difference in the red iron true essence. Rank 2 initial stage primeval essence was light red in color. Rank 2 middle stage primeval essence was crimson in color. He had reached the advanced level. It was crimson. Peak was crimson. Many days ago, Fong Yuan had advanced from middle stage to upper stage. The original dark red primeval essence, after being refined by the 4 flavors liquor worm and replenished by the Yuan stone, had completely turned into the current dark red primeval essence. Right now, in the aperture, the surrounding aperture walls were no longer glowing water membranes. Instead, they were layers of thick stone membranes made of white light. White jade goo and stealth scales goo were submerged in the red steel sea. The 4 flavors liquor worm was playing around in the sea, but when the spring-autumn cicada's figure gradually appeared, the 4 flavors liquor worm immediately dove deep into the sea with a whoosh. At this time, the entire primeval sea would be as smooth as a mirror under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, without a single ripple. The spring-autumn cicada's condition was getting better. Its 2 wings had completely recovered, like a pair of fresh green leaves. But its main body was still withered like before. Fong Yuan would inspect the spring-autumn cicada every once in a while. Right now, he could clearly feel that the spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was getting faster and faster. In the past, the spring-autumn cicada was like a dying patient, unable to open its mouth and only able to drink liquid food to maintain its life. But now, this patient could get off the bed and open his mouth to eat more food to replenish his nutrients. The recovery speed was naturally getting faster and faster. Other than the spring-autumn cicada, there were 2 new members in Fong Yuan's aperture. They were both obtained from Bai Ningbing. One was the water shield goo, floating in the sea like a jellyfish. The other was the red steel relic goo. Fong Yuan's advancement to upper stage was because the 4 flavors liquor worm had refined its primeval essence and had been nurturing the aperture, accumulating the essence to the point of a qualitative change. Fong Yuan had yet to use this red steel relic goo. Just based on cultivation, Fong Yuan was already the 3rd strongest ranked 2 goo master in Guyue clan. Xiong Li and Qing Shu had already died, and even in the entire Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan was in the top 5. As for Qi Shan and Mo Yen, they were originally upper stage, but not long ago, they had both advanced to peak stage. After Qing Shu's death, the low morale of the clansmen was boosted. Fang Yuan was improving, but others were also improving. Previously, Qi Shan and Mo Yen had been stuck at upper stage for a period of time, suppressed by Qing Shu who was at peak stage. Especially under the stimulation of death brought by the wolf tide, the Gu masters developed a serious thirst for strength, squeezing out their potential and causing their cultivation to rise. But in terms of battle strength, I am definitely the number 1 rank 2 Gu master in the whole Qingmao Mountain. Now that I have used this red steel relic Gu, my cultivation has risen to peak stage, and with my rich experience, I can even fight against a rank 3 Gu master to a certain extent. Fang Yuan pondered. His low profile and forbearance earlier had now brought him great results. With C-grade aptitude, being able to achieve such progress, the clansmen would be shocked. Even the A-grade aptitude Fang Zheng was only at rank 2 middle stage. Of course, even if he advanced to peak stage, Fang Yuan could not reach the stage of defeating a rank 3 Gu master. Bai Ningbing was able to kill a rank 3 Gu master because of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Gu Yue and Qing Shu could also do it because of the Wood Charm Gu, a powerful and unique rank 3 Gu worm. Actually, speaking of which, Fang Yuan also had a trump card that was stronger than the two of them, Spring-Autumn Cicada. But this rank 6 Gu worm was quite special. Fang Yuan would not use it unless he had no other choice. Spring-Autumn Cicada had not fully recovered, if he forcefully used it. Whether he could revive or not was a huge question mark. The red steel relic Gu was only effective on rank 2 Gu masters, it was worthless to not use it. Fang Yuan was just about to use this Gu worm. There was a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Lord Fang Yuan, it's me, Guyue Jiangye. After the knock, a person shouted. Fang Yuan frowned. This Jiangye was getting more and more overboard, coming to find him again and again, wanting to buy more vitality leaves. The more deaths and injuries there were, the higher the price of vitality leaves, to the point where there was no stock in the market. How many times have I told you, I don't have any extra vitality leaves here, get lost. Fang Yuan snorted. How could he give up his cultivation time for a mere yuan stone? Outside the door, Jiangye smiled flatteringly. Lord Fang Yuan, please calm down. You also know the current situation, I have no other choice, right? Many Gu masters know that I sell vitality leaves here and come looking for me. My days are not good either. How about this, I will increase the price by 10%. Lord Fang Yuan, please do me a favor and give me a dozen pills to save my life. At the end, he begged, his voice carrying a sobbing tone. Fang Yuan was indifferent. That's your problem, what does it have to do with me? Humph. You are getting more and more daring, forgetting our agreement, you actually brought someone else here. Jiangye stood outside the door, smiling bitterly. He looked at the elderly Gu master beside him. He had no other choice, this Gu master was too domineering, insisting on following him here. Little friend Fang Yuan, this elderly Gu master spoke, I am Gu Yue, I believe you have heard of me. This time I want to buy some vitality leaves from you, I hope you can give me some face and spare some time to produce some. Give you face, what face do you have? Fang Yuan sneered. This Gu Yue had some fame, he had originally retired, but because of the wolf tide, he was summoned back by the clan. At his peak, he was a rank 3 cultivator. But because of his injuries, his cultivation fell to rank 2 peak stage. Now that he was old, his cultivation fell to rank 2 upper stage. Although he had the same cultivation as Fang Yuan, his battle strength was no longer enough. Gu Yue's face was ashen. He had long heard that Fang Yuan was a loner and eccentric, with a bad temper, arrogant and disrespectful, looking down on everyone. Before he came, he was mentally prepared, but he did not expect that he still underestimated Fang Yuan. He wanted to sell his face to Fang Yuan, but this method that had always been successful was useless against Fang Yuan. At once, he felt his face burning, and his heart was filled with anger and humiliation. His face was completely thrown away this time. This disrespectful dog. He cursed in his heart, but did not leave. He needed vitality leaves. He was an experienced person, and knew the importance of vitality leaves. Sometimes, a piece of vitality leaves could save his life. The older one gets, the more timid they become. In the past, when he was young, he would be motivated and filled with hot blood. He wanted to protect his clansmen, wanted to change the world, wanted to become the clan's hero. At that time, he had the resolve to face death with equanimity. But now that he was old and calmed down, he had seen through it all these years. He finally came back to his senses. Especially after his children were sacrificed, his heart turned even colder. Any kind of organization would require sacrifices. Because resources were limited. Although resources were being produced at every moment, resources were also being consumed. With this addition and subtraction, the total amount was still limited. To survive, people needed food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. These were resources. To cultivate, goo masters needed goo worms, yuan stone, food. These were all resources. To become stronger, they needed more resources. But if you don't sacrifice, where would I get more resources? It was better for you to die than for me. What protection, glory, family, dreams, hot blood, these were all justifications for sacrifice. There was no organization that did not encourage self-sacrifice. But the higher-ups would never say it out loud. They would promote protection, glory, family, dreams, hot blood, happiness and so on, and give all kinds of benefits. But when the person died, what was the use of having benefits? What could a dead hero enjoy? Look at that Gyue Qing Shu. He died happily, and was buried in the ground, his name carved on the tombstone, and his spirit influenced the heroes that came after him. Chapter 148. Jiangya looked at the ashen-faced Gu Yuyi beside him, his heart feeling somewhat pleased. This old man had forced him to bring him here. Jiangya only had rank 1 cultivation and was a junior. He was naturally inferior to Gu Yi, thus he had no choice but to bring him here. Now that he had lost face, Jiangya was rather envious of Fang Yuan's carefreeness. Gu Yi really wanted to slap Fang Yuan countless times and teach this arrogant junior a lesson. But for the vitality leaf, he could only swallow his anger and said, "Little friend Fang Yuan, you can't say that. You are still young and don't understand the importance of connections. There will always be times when you need help from others. Think about it, if you come to me for help in the future and I treat you the same way, how would you feel?" Bullshit connections. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain. The so-called unity was only because everyone was weak. Connections were indeed necessary on Earth. After all, there would be no qualitative difference between people in terms of strength. But this world was a world where cultivation was possible. It was fundamentally different. Connections were just an accessory to strength. As long as one was strong, connections would follow. Those who pursued connections would definitely need help from others. There was no need for connections. As long as one was strong enough, anything could be easily obtained. If not given, they would just snatch and kill. Why would there be a need for connections? Fang Yuan naturally would not take the initiative to spread these demonic thoughts. But since he had already been disturbed, there was no harm in doing this business. Thus, he said, "It's not that I can't sell it to you. 1 vitality leaf for 68 pieces of yuan stone. How many do you want?" Gu Yi was shocked by this seller and hurriedly said, "Little friend Fang Yuan Yi, your price is too expensive." Fang Yuan snorted, "You don't have to buy it if you think it's too expensive. There are vitality leaves in the resources provided by the clan. You can also exchange for them with battle merits." Gu Yi smiled bitterly, "How would I not know this?" However, the vitality leaves in the supplies were all sold to those who had connections. Medicine Hall Elder Gu Yao Ji is covering the sky with one hand. How can I interfere? Little friend Fong Yuan, why don't you do me a favor? I will definitely repay you in the future. In my opinion, 60 yuan stone is a fair price. I never expect anything in return. You've wasted enough of my time. 70 yuan stone. If you don't want to buy it, you can leave, Fong Yuan replied. Gu Yi was so angry that he stomped his feet. Little friend Fong Yuan, how can you do business like this? Fong Yuan chuckled. Times have changed. It's now 72 yuan stone. Every time you speak, I'll waste some time. If I'm unhappy, I'll raise the price. I hope you know what to do next. Hearing this, Gu Ye's face revealed an extremely angry expression. He wanted to say something, but no matter how many times he opened his mouth, no words came out. His old face alternated between green and red. Seeing this, Jiang Ye, who was beside him, secretly laughed. Finally, Gu Yi gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll buy it. I need 5 vitality leaves. You can give the yuan stone to Jiang Ye now. As for the vitality leaves, you can go get them from him 3 days later." Fong Yuan said. These words were too much. Exchanging money and goods was the most basic of fairness. But Gu Yi still paid the money and gave Jiang Ye several bags of yuan stone on the spot. His movements were faintly trembling. This was not much of his savings. He had lived frugally for a long time. But now, it was being exploited by an unscrupulous merchant. In the end, he walked out of the bamboo house with endless depression. Lord Fong Yuan, you are truly taking revenge in such a manner. But I'm afraid you've offended Gu Yi badly. This old man, when he was young, he would definitely take revenge. I'm afraid he won't let this go. Outside the door, Jiang Ye said carefully. Let him be. Those who take advantage of their seniority will eventually be eliminated by the clan. Fong Yuan opened the door, and Jiang Ye quickly handed over the bags of money in his hands. To fight against the wolf tide, the clan would have to expend a large amount of resources. With less resources, the huge organization would not be able to sustain itself, and would naturally have to lay people off. These old fellows were wasting precious resources if they were alive, and were destined to be eliminated. Eliminating the old and weak from the wolf pack was equivalent to driving these crippled wolves out. In human society, it would not be so obvious. Evil deeds would always be covered with a layer of light. Thus, these old Gu masters were recruited. So what if Gu Yi saw through this world? Being in the system, being in the pugilistic world, he had no choice. The clan relied on the righteousness of protecting the clan to recruit them and make them sacrifice themselves. Who would dare to disobey? There was a saying on earth, if the monarch wants the minister to die, the minister has no choice but to die. They could not even control their own life and death, but there would always be countless people fighting to be ministers. This was the charm and cruelty of the system. After the past wolf tides, how many of those old Gu masters survived? This Gu Yi, don't mention 5 vitality leaves, even if you gave him 50, he might not be able to live. Fong Yuan stood at the door, laughing coldly. Jiang Ye heard this tone, and his heart could not help but feel a chill. He felt that Fong Yuan had a kind of aura, icy cold, like the howling north wind, suppressing him so much that he did not dare to raise his head. Fong Yuan looked at Jiang Ye, his eyes deep and dark, continuing, from now on, unless there is a fixed time, you are not to look for me. If you go against this, you will have to bear the consequences. Letting you sell the vitality leaves on my behalf is just giving your brother face. But face is given by others, and also thrown away by yourself. You have to take care of yourself. Jiang Ye listened to Fong Yuan's reprimand, not daring to make a sound. Thinking of Gu Ye's miserable state, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Also, from now on, the price of the vitality leaves will be raised to 70 yuan stone per piece. Fong Yuan continued. 70 yuan stone. Jiang Ye swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock, his eyes shining, as if he had seen the rolling yuan stone. But he still had some lingering fear, and said carefully, "Lord Fang Yuan, raising the price like this, will others think that we are profiting from the war? Won't there be a little suspicion of taking advantage of the situation? If we do this, we might incur the wrath of the masses." Wrath of the masses? So what if it is? Just do what I tell you to do. What's with all this nonsense? If someone wants to cause trouble, just say that I am selling the vitality leaves. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Ye quickly nodded. Fang Yuan's words were exactly what he wanted, and he was prepared to do so. He was only a rank 1 minor character, and could not offend too many people. He had already done so earlier, pushing all the trouble to Fang Yuan. A minor character also had a minor character's survival wisdom, and Fang Yuan was naturally well aware of Jiang Ye's thoughts. But with different cultivation in different periods, Fang Yuan would have a different lifestyle. After using that red steel relic goo, he would be rank 2 peak stage, close to rank 3. He could be considered to have started to grow, and with this strength, his life would be different. Previously, he needed to keep a low profile, but now he needed to be strong. Only by being strong could he obtain the greatest benefits. As for this Jiang Ye, he still had some value. He had some thoughts, but as long as they did not infringe upon Fang Yuan's interests, he could completely tolerate it. Even if he revealed some unimportant trump cards, it was no big deal. During peaceful times, those higher-ups had nothing to do, and there might be some trouble. But with the wolf tide now, who could care about these minor details? After the wolf tide, it was uncertain if the Guyue village could still exist. Half a month later, the lightning wolves surged like the tide, and the Gu masters retreated step by step. Xiong Yuanzhen, you have to hold on. The Guyue village is not far away. Xiong Jiaoman looked at the clansmen on the ground, her eyes red as she shouted loudly. Big sister, I can't do it anymore. I have something in my heart that I want to say to you. Xiong Yuanzhen was on the verge of death, his injuries were severe, and his face was full of death. All right, say it. Xiong Jiaoman sobbed. She knew that although this Xiong Yuanzhen was usually a man of few words, he had a crush on her. At this moment, she also knew what Xiong Yuanzhen wanted to say to her. But Xiong Yuanzhen opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say the words, I like you. He died, dying from excessive blood loss, and his injuries were too severe to heal. His body was full of wounds, all caused by the lightning wolf's bites. The most terrifying and fatal wound was on his chest, extending from his right shoulder to his navel. This was caused by a bold lightning wolf. Big sister, the situation is bad, another bold lightning wolf pack is coming. The investigative Gu master shouted, his voice filled with fear. Xiong Jiaoman's crying stopped, and she put down Xiong Yuanzhen. She was the group leader, her group members needed her. The dead were gone, but the living still had to face this cruel world. This group of damned wolf pups, there's no end to them. Xiong Jiaoman cursed fiercely. Her body was hot, her face was beautiful, and her vulgarities had a unique charm. Listening to her words, the others couldn't help but feel at peace. Xiong Jiaoman cursed as she observed. The result of her observation made her feel discouraged. She could kill one bold lightning wolf pack, and if there were two, she could kill her way out. But now there were 4 bold lightning wolf packs, and the most sensible method was to retreat into the valley behind them, and activate the signal Gu, waiting for reinforcements. Retreat into the valley. Xiong Jiaoman shouted as she mobilized the 2 giant bears to bring up the rear. These 2 giant bears had been raised by her to be fat and healthy. One brown, one black, their fur smooth and shiny, but their bodies were full of wounds. When Xiong Jiaoman's group of 7 successfully retreated into the valley, only one of the 2 giant bears was left. The black one had killed tens of lightning wolves, and was finally exhausted, and was drowned by the lightning wolf pack. A goo worm shot out from the bear's corpse, and returned to Xiong Jiaoman's hands. This was the bear enslavement goo. It could be planted on a bear, and allow the Gu master to control the giant bear. Of course, this type of bear could only be an ordinary beast. The bear enslavement goo was only a rank 2 goo worm, and could not enslave a bear king. If it could enslave a bear king, it would be strong. Because a bear king, even the lowest 100 beast king, would have hundreds of wild bears as subordinates. If a goo master could enslave a beast king, it would mean that they have a beast group to control. Now we just have to wait for reinforcements. But I hope they can come soon. Xiong Jiao Man breathed heavily, sighing. They retreated into the valley, and their defensive area was greatly reduced, and the pressure from the wolf pack immediately decreased. But they also lost their path of retreat, and the blood and continuous battles would attract more and more wolf packs. Thus, the crisis was not over. Hey! Right at this moment, a voice came from the cliff above them. Everyone quickly looked up, and saw a young man standing above. It's him, Gu Fong Yuan. The 7 Gu masters of Xiong village were first roused, and then their faces showed a complex expression. Chapter 149. Ever since the intense battle between Bai Ningbing and Qing Shu, Fong Yuan, who had chased after Bai Ningbing all the way, became famous, and everyone knew about him. These days, Fong Yuan showed his strong side in the wolf tide. He hunted lightning wolves alone, and his results were shocking. He was one of the new generation. If not for his eccentric personality and bad reputation, his status might be on par with Qi Shan and Mo Yan. But to the Xiong clan, Fong Yuan was Xiong Zhang's murderer. Thus, when Xiong Jiao Man and the rest saw Fong Yuan, their faces showed complex emotions. Fong Yuan looked down from above, waving the tree vine in his hand, saying leisurely, "You can choose to wait for reinforcements, or use my tree vine to climb up the mountain." Who knew when the reinforcements would come? Things on the battlefield could never be explained clearly. Xiong Jiao Man and the rest naturally chose the tree vine in front of them, but Fong Yuan asked for a reward. This made the Xiong clan Gu masters very angry. "Fong Yuan, we are allies, how can you do this?" Someone shouted angrily. "You actually want the bear enslavement Gu, how dare you?" Someone mocked. Fong Yuan was unruffled, "1 bear enslavement Gu, 700 yuan stone in exchange for the lives of 7 of you, this price is very cheap. You can reject it, I will go back and report your situation to the clan." Hee, but when the reinforcements will come, and whether they will be attacked by the wolf pack on the way, I can't say for sure. Everyone became silent. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. "Alright, I agree. Fong Yuan, you really live up to your reputation." Finally, Xiong Jiao Man chose to give in for the sake of the bigger picture. Her words were filled with bitter mockery towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan shrugged his shoulders indifferently. This result was within his expectations. He threw down the tree vine, laughing coldly in his heart. These 4 bold lightning wolf packs were lured here by him. He had wanted to wait for these people to die, and then retrieve their goo worms, earning him a large amount of battle merits. But their signal goo had already attracted the attention of several surrounding goo master groups, and they were all rushing over to reinforce them. To not let his hard work go to waste, Fong Yuan could only act as a reinforcement goo master. Xiong Jiao Man and the rest used the tree vines to escape from the wolf group. Not long after, 3 goo master groups arrived. One of them was the Qi Shan team. This caused the 7 goo masters, whose faces were already ashen, to turn even more unsightly. Xiong Jiaman was filled with regret. Not long ago, she removed the consciousness of the bear enslavement Gu and cooperated with Fong Yuan to refine the Gu. It was impossible for him to back out now. "Fong Yuan, I'll remember you." Xiong Jiaman fiercely glared at Fong Yuan. "Remember or not, that's your problem." Fong Yuan smiled faintly. He turned around and left. "Miss Xiong, we meet again." On the other side, the Qi Shan team welcomed her with a very polite tone. Ever since the incident with Bai Ningbing, Guyue clan lost Qing Shu, and Xiong clan lost Xiongli. They were all victims, thus their relationship became closer. In terms of politics, Bai clan had become the target of resistance from both clans. Even though the alliance still existed. Little sister greets brother Qi Shan. Xiong Jiamon barely relaxed her brows and cupped her fists towards Qi Shan. This time, I came to ask for help from Gyue clan and ask them to send some reinforcements. Xiong clan has already been surrounded by the wolf group for 6 days and 6 nights. These days, the wolf tide was getting more and more serious. The lightning wolf group had already encircled the village. They had even attacked wantonly. Xiong clan was the lowest among the 3 clans. Being at the foot of the mountain, they naturally bore the brunt of the attack. In fact, this was already the 3rd time they had been surrounded. They needed reinforcements to coordinate from both inside and outside to defeat these lightning wolf groups. The matter of reinforcements shouldn't be difficult. Didn't we have a good cooperation the last 2 times? But this matter has to be reported to Lord Clan Leader first. Everyone, please follow me. Qi Shan said. Xiong Jiamon and the rest followed the Qi Shan group and arrived at Gyue village. Gyue village had already set up layers of defense. The outer village walls were heavily reinforced and dozens of towers were set up. Below the village walls were dug trenches with green spear bamboo pieces stuck in them. The village walls had already been planted with iron vine goo and poison flower goo. Looking at it, the walls were covered with sharp thorns and poisonous flowers that were about to bloom, numbering in the hundreds and thousands. Entering the main gate, the nearby buildings, be it residences or taverns, were all requisitioned and transformed into temporary fortresses. Xiong Jiamon's group of 7 had trekked all the way from Xiong clan, passing through the wolf group's blockade. Thus, they were first led into a bamboo building to receive treatment. More than 10 healing Gu masters were stationed in the bamboo building, most of them rank 1 Gu masters and 2 rank 2 Gu masters. But what made Xiong Jiamon and the rest slightly surprised was that the person in charge of this situation was not the 2 rank 2 healing Gu masters, but a young girl. Place this fainted one on the rattan chair. There is a person with a fracture in his lower leg, Gyue Xing, come over and treat him. Flesh wounds, Ah Feng, come over to stop the bleeding, Xian, come over to disinfect. Xiao Hua, help the one with the fracture put on a splint, then come over here to bandage it. The young girl had jet black hair, a small cherry mouth, her eyes bright like crystals, her face had some baby fat, and her voice was soft and sweet. But when it came to handling matters, she was very capable, making people look at her in a different light. Xiong Jiamon suddenly thought of someone and asked, "This sister, are you Gyue Yaolu?" Xiong clan's sister Jiao Man, hello. To think you know my name. After Gyue Yaolu had arranged everything, she walked over and greeted politely. Sister Yaolu, you are a famous person. You inherited Lord Yao Ji's benevolent heart and have superb medical skills. Although you are only rank 1 now, you are still one of Qingmao Mountain's 10 rising stars. Even in the Xiong clan, there are many people who admire you. Xiong Jiamon knew that the young girl in front of her had a deep background. She came here to ask for Gyue clan's help, so she naturally put in good words. Sister Jiao Man, you are flattering me. Gyue Yaolu was still young after all, her face flushed from the praise and she shyly lowered her head. At this time, a Xiong clan Gu master beside her said unhappily, although they are both the 10 rising stars, that Gyue Feng Yuan cannot be compared to you. Don't mention Feng Yuan. I get angry from the bottom of my bones when I mention him. There are no heroes in this era, let this lad become famous. Sigh. This person's character is really too bad. He can actually be named one of the 10 rising stars, and at the top. It really makes me want to vomit. These words immediately attracted the agreement of the others. This even included the Gu masters of Gyue clan. Gyue Feng Yuan. What did he do this time? Someone asked curiously. He took one of my bear enslavement Gu. He also gave me 700 yuan stone as compensation for saving us. I have never seen such a shameless scoundrel who forgets his morals at the sight of profit. Xiong Jiao Man snorted, venting the dissatisfaction in her heart. This is nothing, there are even more despicable things. His heart is even blacker than coal, selling one vitality leaf for 80 yuan stone. He is simply taking advantage of people's difficulties, greedy and shameless to the extreme. He is too arrogant and arrogant. One of my friends wanted to join his group. But not only was he rejected, he even ridiculed him in public. What is there to be arrogant about? He is only a C-grade talent. He is a living prodigal son, squandering the inheritance his parents left him to buy a red steel relic gu from the caravan. Then he snatched a red steel relic gu from Bai Ningbing. If I have these two gu, I can also have his cultivation. Lord Gyue Qing Shu is still the best. He is humble and gentle, but unfortunately, he died too early. On the other hand, his brother Fangzheng is full of righteousness and has a chivalrous heart, as well as Lord Qing Shu's humble demeanor. He is the complete opposite of his brother. Xiong Jiao Man did not expect that her words of complaint would cause such a strong reaction from so many Gyue clansmen. She was taken aback. She did not expect Fang Yuan to be such a failure as a person, being hated by so many people. She felt strange and could not help but ask, since he is so unpopular, why doesn't anyone teach him a lesson? The bamboo building immediately became silent. Gyue clansmen looked at each other, not saying a word. In fact, there were people who disliked Fang Yuan's way of doing things, as well as the profits from selling them at a high price. There were many people who found trouble with him, but the result every time was that the troublemaker got into big trouble. After many times, no one found trouble with Fang Yuan anymore. And Fang Yuan was publicly recognized as the #1 of the 10 rising stars in this wolf tide. All status was rooted in power. Fang Yuan's battle strength was the strongest, so he was the #1. No matter how bad his reputation was, or how unpopular he was. It's that Fang Yuan again. Gyue Yao Lu frowned as she muttered to herself. She had never seen Fang Yuan before, but had heard of him many times. The young girl did not have a good impression of Fang Yuan. This Fang Yuan might be my senior, but his way of doing things is too out of line, and his conduct is also too excessive. This time, he actually threatened Sister Jiao Man and asked for the bear enslavement gu. He simply does not care about the alliance between our clans. No, I need to talk to Grandma and let her teach this Fang Yuan a lesson, otherwise he will be a disgrace to Gyue clan. Thinking of this, the young girl felt that it was necessary to teach Fang Yuan a lesson from the clan's perspective. Of course she did not have this ability, but she believed that her grandma, Medicine Hall Elder Gyue Yao Ji, definitely had it. In her eyes, her grandma was almost omnipotent. You want me to teach Gyue Fang Yuan a lesson? Yao Ji looked at her granddaughter with a dazed expression before becoming nervous. My good granddaughter, did he bully you? She quickly asked. He did not bully me, but he bullied others. This time it was Xiong clan's sister Jiao Man. He actually threatened her and asked for a bear enslavement gu and 700 yuan stone. This is too much. If this goes on, the clan's face will be thrown away by him. Gyue Yao Lu said. Yes, Grandma knows about this. Good granddaughter, you can leave first, Grandma will not disappoint you. Yao Ji muttered. Thank you Grandma. Grandma, you don't know, this person is too despicable, raising prices, bullying the weak. He simply does all sorts of evil. After the young girl left, Yao Ji fell into deep thought. She had wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson for a long time. The reason was not Yao Li's naive reason, but because Fang Yuan's benefits were worth making a move. First was the liquor worm. Although Yao Ji had bought one from the caravan previously. But that was for her granddaughter Yao Lu. She still needed a liquor worm as a material to finally refine a rank 3 gu that she needed. Next was the 9-leaf vitality grass. Most of the 9-leaf vitality grass in the clan was controlled by Yao Ji. Relying on selling the vitality leaves, she had greatly consolidated her authority and position. This Fang Yuan is too arrogant. Previously I wanted to buy his liquor worm, but he did not sell it to me. He really has guts. Now he recklessly raised the price of the vitality leaves, making a huge profit. Does he really think that I, the Medicine Hall Elder, only exist in name? Humph. Chapter 150. Two giant banners fluttered in the wind, making loud noises. One was the battle merit list, where Fong Yuan was currently in the top 10. The other banner recorded all kinds of resources, all of which could only be exchanged for with battle merit. But at this moment, in the crowded plaza, many Gu masters' gazes were attracted by a newly announced decree. The content of the notice was, "The wolf tide is fierce, the clan's Gu master casualty rate is increasing day by day." To strengthen the healing ability, the medicine hall ordered all Gu masters with 9-leaf vitality grass to temporarily hand over their 9-leaf vitality grass to the clan. The medicine hall will organize manpower and carry out a unified production. At the end of the notice was a list of names. The names of the Gu masters with 9-leaf vitality grass were listed. Needless to say, Fong Yuan was naturally on the list. At this moment, he was standing at a far corner, looking at this notice. His expression could not help but turn ugly. At first glance, he immediately realized that this was Guyue Yaoji targeting him, making a move against him. This Guyue Yaoji, she asked me to buy the liquor worm but did not give up. I had already accumulated enough battle merit and wanted to exchange for that 3-step fragrant grass goo, but was secretly stopped by her. This time, she actually coveted my 9-leaf vitality grass. However, Guyue Yaoji's actions could be understood. People of the same trade were natural enemies. Guyue Yaoji controlled the sale of vitality leaves to consolidate her authority, deepen her influence, and maintain her connections. But Fong Yuan secretly sold them, raising the price. This imperceptibly violated her benefits and shook her influence. I have many goo worms now: white jade goo, moonglow goo, plunder goo, water shield goo, earth communication ear grass, and so on. 9-leaf vitality grass is my main source of income. If I lose this goo, it will be like pulling out the firewood from under the pot. Guyue Yaoji's move is really ruthless. Fong Yuan frowned. The discussions of the surrounding Gu masters entered his ears. The medicine hall's move is really great. There are too few vitality leaves, it cannot satisfy our needs. Every time a batch appears on the list of supplies, someone will immediately buy it. Elder Yaoji is truly benevolent and benevolent. Look at this name list, some of them are Gu masters from Qi and Mo faction. By doing so, she has undoubtedly offended many elders in power. Lord Yaoji is wholeheartedly working for the family. She is worthy of respect. Sigh, only Lord Yaoji would have such boldness. If it was any other family elder, who would dare to do this? Oh! Look, the content of the announcement has changed. Qi faction and Mo faction's Gu masters handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass. The crowd went wild. Gathering the 9-leaf vitality grass and unifying the production meant more vitality leaves. To them, this was great news. Fong Yuan looked over, and indeed saw, behind the names of these Gu masters, there was an addition of the words, turned in. And because of this, his name became even more prominent. His heart became even heavier. Guyue Yaoji was after all a shrewd old fox. She was proficient in scheming. This move was to use the general situation to pressure Fong Yuan. If Fong Yuan stubbornly resisted, he would attract even more trouble and give himself a handle. It was not a wise move. This was the power of the clan system. If the clan wants you to sacrifice, they would not say it directly, but instead put on a bright front, wrapping it in righteousness, forcing you to submit. Like those retired Gu master elders, asking them to sacrifice their lives, who would dare to defy? Now to collect the 9-leaf vitality grass, she wanted Fong Yuan and some other Gu masters to sacrifice their own benefits to satisfy everyone. This was fundamentally for Yaoji's benefit. If anyone dared to disobey, they would be going against the clan and alienating the masses. They would be traitors, they would be reactionary. To resolve this matter, delaying and acting shamelessly won't work, it would instead make me more passive. Because these are all small schemes, Yaoji's move is wrapping it in righteousness. Any small schemes will be destroyed. The only way to solve this problem is to use an even greater force to fight back in a dignified manner and defeat this force of hers head-on. Fang Yuan already had a fundamental solution in his heart. This plan was simple and grand. It was to advance to rank 3. The status of rank 3 and rank 2 Gu masters was completely different. In the clan, as long as a Gu master advanced to rank 3, he would immediately become a clan elder, joining the decision-making circle. Even the clan leader could not easily infringe on their benefits. Don't look at this announcement. The Mo faction, Chi faction and other Gu masters obediently handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass. It was as if they had sacrificed their own benefits. Actually, behind the scenes, Guyue Yao Ji had already completed a secret exchange of benefits with Guyue Lian, Guyue Mo Chen and other clan elders. This was a political transaction. But most people could not see the truth behind the scenes, thus they were deceived by Yao Ji. If Fang Yuan was a rank 3 Gu master, even if he handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass, he would definitely receive sufficient compensation in other aspects. Why was Guyue Yao Ji in such a hurry to deal with Fang Yuan? Firstly, it was because of benefits. Fang Yuan's actions infringed on her benefits, and at the same time, some Gu worms on Fang Yuan were what Guyue Yao Ji wanted. Secondly, Fang Yuan was already a rank 2 peak stage. If she did not make a move against him, when he becomes a rank 3 clan elder, there would be no more chances. Advancing to rank 3 is a must. To the clan, rank 2 Gu masters can be sacrificed, but rank 3 Gu masters are the pillars. Losing even one person is a huge loss. Moreover, I am in a lot of trouble now. The clan did not investigate Qing Shu's death in detail. I kept the water shield Gu, plunder Gu and so on, and the clan turned a blind eye to it. My cultivation has improved so quickly, the clan's higher-ups have seen it, but they have been enduring and did not probe into my secrets. Fang Yuan was well aware of his current situation. On the surface, he was strong and glorious, but behind him, danger lurked everywhere. The clan did not target him, because the wolf tide had drawn all their attention. If they could not resist the wolf tide, the clan would perish. Under such pressure, Fang Yuan's matter was only a minor detail. But once the wolf tide passed, the clan's higher-ups would have the energy. How could they not find him to settle the score? Back in the academy, the clan elders did not deal with Fang Yuan, because he was too weak. Small skirmishes did not infringe on the clan elders' benefits, so they did not put Fang Yuan in their eyes. But now, it was different. Fang Yuan's cultivation was already rank 2 peak stage, one more step and he would be a clan elder. Just this cultivation had already touched the nerves of the clan elders. His every move would be seen by the clan elders, and remembered in their hearts. Any newly promoted clan elder would affect the entire political structure of the Guyue clan. Thus, the recruitment and suppression of Fang Yuan would come one after another. As long as Fang Yuan did not enter the system, and did not enter the camp, these recruitment and suppression would become more and more intense. The middle faction was also a camp. No one would tolerate the current Fang Yuan, drifting away from the clan system. If I advanced to rank 3, although there would still be recruitment and suppression, it would be much easier than rank 2 peak stage. This is the point of a qualitative change, a threshold. Crossing it would be a whole new world. At the same time, rank 3 cultivation would allow me to advance and retreat freely. At worst, I can just leave the clan. Fang Yuan was very clear about this situation. But advancing to rank 3 was not an easy matter. Especially for Fang Yuan's C-grade aptitude, it was an almost insurmountable obstacle. In his previous life, he was stuck at rank 2 peak stage for over 100 years. Later on, he paid a huge price and obtained a Gu, raising his aptitude, and only then did he cross this hurdle. In Gu master cultivation, small realms were easy to advance. As long as there was enough time, it was a painstaking effort. But large realms, each one was a checkpoint, getting harder the further one advanced. Especially from rank 5 to rank 6, the difficulty was beyond imagination, harder than ascending to heaven. Fang Yuan's advancement from rank 1 to rank 2 was already extremely difficult. Now that he wanted to advance from rank 2 to rank 3, there was simply no possibility of success using normal methods. But fortunately, Fong Yuan had 500 years of life experience, and in his vast memories, there were 2 to 3 folk recipes. To put it nicely, it was a different path, but to put it bluntly, it was a crooked path. The method that Fong Yuan chose now was the most suitable for his current situation. To advance to rank 3, he needed to refine a strange and bloody goo worm, called Man-Beast Life Burial Goo. This was a recipe that an ancient demonic path sect leader, in order to strengthen the cultivation of his subordinates, racked his brains and created. Man-Beast Life Burial Goo was specially used for rank 2 goo masters to break through to rank 3. In his previous life, Fong Yuan was searching for secrets and coincidentally obtained this recipe, leaving a deep impression on him, and had always kept it in his heart. Most importantly, the materials needed for the fusion were not rare items. Normally, with Fong Yuan's conditions, he would need 2 to 3 years to collect these, but the wolf tide gave him a lot of opportunities. These days, he had already collected enough yuan stone and goo worms. There was only one left, he needed the right time. Everyone, come and see, the medicine hall has just sent out a notice. They are actually gathering 9-leaf vitality grass, and unifying the production of vitality leaves. That's great news, Yi Zichen said. In the bamboo building, a group of goo masters surrounded the notice on the wall, their eyebrows dancing as they read. Ha ha ha, like this, that Fong Yuan is going to cry. Humph, who asked him to sell vitality leaves recklessly, exploiting our hard-earned money? I really want to see Fong Yuan's expression now, it must be very ugly. Many people were gloating. He, this really helped us vent our anger. But we still have to thank Lady Yao Lu for this, without her persuading Lord Yao Ji, how could such a day have come? Yes, we really have to thank Lady Yao Lu. Not only is Lady Yao Lu beautiful, she is also kind-hearted, upholding justice for us and upholding justice. She has the demeanor of Lord Yao Ji. The surrounding people were praising unceasingly. Guyue Yao Lu shyly lowered her head, but she was very happy in her heart. Sister Yao Lu. At this time, Xiong Jiao Man walked into the bamboo building. I am here to say goodbye. I have seen the medicine hall's notice, thank you for helping me vent my anger. People like Fong Yuan are black sheep, they need to be dealt with. Sister Jiao Man, are you leaving now? Guyue Yao Lu looked at her with concern. Xiong Jiao Man placed one hand on her waist, the other giving a thumbs up, pointing at the group of goo masters standing outside the door. I have already asked for reinforcements, I need to hurry back. I will see you next time. Yao Li's heart immediately surged with sadness. When Xiong Jiao Man left, there were 10 goo masters, but when she arrived, there were only 7 left. Now, these goo masters outside were about to enter the cruel battlefield. How many could return safely? Chapter 151. Yao Lu watched as Xiong Jiao Man and the rest walked out of the door, getting further and further away. But this parting was extremely short. Just 15 minutes later, Xiong Jiao Man and the rest returned to the bamboo building. Bad luck, we met with the wolf tide. Xiong Jiao Man smiled bitterly, explaining. The goo masters in the bamboo building heard this and their expressions tensed. Xiong Jiao Man and the rest had the advantage in numbers, but they were still forced to retreat to the village, showing the scale of the wolf tide. Everyone get ready, the lightning wolf pack is about to attack the village, Xiong Jiao Man said again. As soon as she finished speaking, the alarm rang through the entire village. The village was silent for a while, before it started to boil. This alarm, there's a large-scale wolf pack attacking the village. Quick, 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 gather the group members, there's going to be a huge battle. Damn it, I just came back, and I still want to have a good sleep, some of the goo masters cursed, while others pursed their lips with a cold expression. At once, on top of the bamboo building and on the streets, goo masters could be seen moving quickly, rushing towards the 4 main doors and the outer walls of the village. Inside the village's outer walls, at regular intervals, there would be a wide wooden ladder erected, allowing goo masters to climb. And the towers were higher than the outer walls, like mighty and majestic guardian warriors. Fong Yuan mixed in the crowd, arriving at the bottom of the outer wall. A Gu master was stepping on the wooden ladder, climbing up. Fong Yuan pulled him down and climbed up himself. Which bastard? The Gu master wanted to scold, but seeing that it was Fong Yuan, he immediately shut his mouth. Fong Yuan climbed up the wooden ladder, activating the white jade goo and peeking his head out a little. Outside the stronghold, there were thousands of lightning wolves all over the mountains and plains. As far as the eye could see, there were countless green wolf eyes, causing a chill to rise in one's heart. Most of these wolves were hungry, and some were so hungry that their bodies were thinning. There were too many lightning wolves, and it had become a disaster. The surrounding wild beasts were either chased away or eaten, and to the wolf pack, there was less and less food. To them, the village that was filled with people was a hysterical temptation. A wolf is a kind of beast full of patience, more terrible, more dangerous, more crazy than a hungry wolf. A lightning wolf that had eaten its fill would not attack the village. Other than these ordinary lightning wolves, there were also bold lightning wolves. Although it was mixed in the wolf pack, the bold lightning wolf was still extremely conspicuous. Their bodies were the size of calves. There were more than 30 of them. Many people could not help but inwardly gasp when they saw this scene. This was already the second time this year that Guyue's village had been besieged by a pack of wolves. However, the scale of the attack this time was more than twice as large as the last time. These bold lightning wolves were all strong like bulls, and were at their peak condition. Ordinary lightning wolves would not be able to eat, but as the king of the 100 wolves, they naturally had sufficient food. After all, resources had to be provided to the higher-ups of the organization first. The lower class would be exploited, and the benefits would be sacrificed to provide for the upper class. Be it human society or wild beasts, they all had something in common. These bold lightning wolves are still not a true threat. Fong Yuan shifted his gaze and continued to search. Soon, he found 3 huge wolves behind the pack of wolves, hidden in the shadows of the forest. Thousand Beast King, Frenzy Lightning Wolf. Every Frenzy Lightning Wolf was as big as an elephant. Fong Yuan's pupils constricted when he saw this, but quickly returned to normal. He continued to observe, only to find that there were more and more bold lightning wolves gathering from all directions. There was no sign of the Thunder Crown Wolf. Fong Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. Without the Thunder Crown Wolf, the village was safe. In his memory, the Thunder Crown Wolf appeared at the end of August. It caused huge casualties to the Guyue tribe. If not for the tribe leader and elders working together to resist, and if not for Guyue Qingshu risking his life to fight, Guyue's village would have been destroyed. Since his rebirth, Fong Yuan had changed many things. Guyue Qingshu had already been sacrificed, so Fong Yuan did not dare to be careless. It was completely possible for the Thunder Crown Wolf to appear earlier than expected. Thus, he immediately rushed over to observe. Whoa! The 3 frenzy lightning wolves raised their necks, and let out long howls. Amidst the howls, countless lightning wolves received the order and charged towards the village. In the village, the Gu masters had already made their preparations, waiting for the battle. The rank 1 Gu masters all stood at the corner, their hands pressed against the cold wall. Some rank 2 Gu masters climbed up the wooden ladder, while others gathered at the top of the tower. Behind them, there were also Gu masters stationed in the temporary fortresses that were modified from buildings. Some were the backup team, while others were the medicine hall's healing Gu masters. Investigative Gu masters shuttled back and forth, continuously reporting the battle situation to the rear. Some clan elders were at the back, while others climbed up the tower, watching from the side with their arms crossed, reserving their strength to suppress the situation. They're here. Fong Yuan stood on the wooden ladder, his eyes shining with a cold light. The lightning wolf pack covered the entire mountain, gathering into a tidal wave and pouncing towards the village. Poochie poochie, they first fell into the trenches dug by the wall, and then their bodies were pierced by the bamboo spears, like dumplings in a pot of boiling water. Some died on the spot, while some lightning wolves were still alive, howling in pain. The wind blew, and the smell of blood permeated the air, while the howls of wolves filled the ears. The frenzied attacks of the wolf pack did not stop, instead they were stimulated and attacked even more wildly. One by one, the lightning wolves fell into the pit, using their lives to pave the way for their successors. The lightning wolves behind stepped on the corpses of their own kind, and crashed into the village wall. For a moment, dull thumping sounds could be heard. One lightning wolf was like an ant trying to shake a tree, but the continuous barrage of lightning wolves caused the entire wall to shake. The rank 1 goo masters under the wall suppressed the fear in their hearts, desperately pouring their primeval essence into the iron vine goo and poison flower goo. The brambles on the village wall stabbed into the lightning wolves' bodies. The poison flower goo gave these iron vines a slight poison, and the poison corroded the lightning wolves' bodies. The lightning wolves clawed at the village wall, opening their mouths and biting crazily, causing their injuries to worsen. The poison accumulated, causing their movements to become slower and slower. Chi, the rank 2 goo masters standing on the wooden ladder, as well as on the tower, shot out their moonblades. The moonblades shot into the wolf pack, causing blood to splatter everywhere, and wolf limbs to fly. The bold lightning wolves entered the battle, immediately causing casualties to the goo masters. At Fong Yuan's corner, a thin blue electric current pierced through, hitting the village wall and piercing through it. An unlucky rank 1 goo master inside was electrocuted to death on the spot. The bold lightning wolf that killed the goo master quickly became the focus of attention. Countless moonblades flew towards it, but it dodged left and right, relying on the cover of the surrounding lightning wolves, and actually only suffered light injuries. Howl! It opened its mouth, and electricity flashed in its sharp fangs, gathering into an electric current that pierced through the air, charging towards Fong Yuan. Water shield goo. Fong Yuan snorted coldly, and from his nostrils, he breathed out 2 streams of light blue water vapor. The water vapor expanded and formed a water ball shield that covered him. The electric current hit the water shield, causing it to shake for a while, but it barely broke. Moonglow goo. Fong Yuan took the initiative to remove the water shield, and with a flick of his wrist, 3 moonblades shot out. The angle of the moonblades was tricky, and the bold lightning wolf dodged one, but the second one cut its right front leg, causing its movement to slow down. Then the third slash landed on its head, causing a wound and shattering its left eye. It screamed in pain, but the other goo masters saw an advantage, and another wave of moonblades flew out, enveloping it. Pew pew pew. This bold lightning wolf was instantly dismembered, its whole body bathed in blood, and the wound was so deep that bones could be seen. Its body swayed a few times, and then completely collapsed. The surrounding wolves were in a state of panic, as if ripples had arisen. But at this moment, there were 3 frenzy lightning wolves guarding behind them. The wolf pack only stirred for a moment, before baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, charging towards the village wall. Fong Yuan threw a few more moonblades, and went down the wooden ladder. In just this short period of time, his dark red primeval essence had already been consumed by more than half, and he needed to replenish it. Seeing him come down, a rank 2 goo master immediately took his place, climbing the wooden ladder. Most goo masters who had long-range attacks would climb the wooden ladder, or gather at the top of the tower. They would focus on the bold lightning wolves. The threat of the bold lightning wolf was much greater than ordinary lightning wolves. Some of the bold lightning wolves had goo worms that could assist them in jumping, and could even jump into the village at once. Fong Yuan walked down the wooden ladder, and kept walking towards the back. There were people coming and going, and many were like him, with their primeval essence almost depleted, and came down to rest. The other goo masters were here to replace them, rushing to the battlefield and contributing to the clan's battle strength. This was simply a war. The strength of a rank 2 peak stage was minuscule. Only rank 3 goo masters were the mainstay, able to control the situation. Fong Yuan came to a bamboo building. This bamboo building had been modified, and strengthened a lot. He went through the door, and many goo masters were sitting cross-legged inside, each holding a yuan stone, quickly replenishing their primeval essence. Some healing goo masters were moving through the crowd. Some were squatting on the ground, bandaging the injured Gu master's wounds, with medicine boxes placed at the side. Fong Yuan found a corner to sit down, and immediately a healing female Gu master came over. He shook his head at her, and the female Gu master understood, walking towards another Gu master. With this rotation, by 10 in the evening, Fong Yuan had already participated in the battle 5 times. But the lightning wolf pack did not decrease, and instead, many more lightning wolf packs heard the frenzy lightning wolf's howls and rushed over. It seems this wolf tide will last until night. A clan elder gazed outside the village, showing a worried expression. At night, the Gu master's vision would be weakened. On the contrary, the lightning wolves had excellent vision, and were not affected. This is only the second wolf tide this year, and it already has such intensity. The situation does not look good. Another clan elder beside him sighed deeply. Guyue Yao Ji's face was also dark. She was the Medicine Hall clan elder, leading the healing Gu masters, and the first-hand information on casualties was gathered in her hands. On a thin piece of bamboo paper, the casualties during the day were recorded. Yao Ji held it in her hands, feeling that it was heavy. The number of casualties far exceeded the same period in history. But she understood, this was not because the Gu master's fighting quality had deteriorated, but because there were too many wolves this year, and they were too crazy. How is the collection of the 9-leaf vitality grass? Looking at the blood-red setting sun, Yao Ji took a deep breath and asked lightly. The subordinate immediately reported. There were still 3 people who had not handed it over, and Fong Yuan was one of them. Yao Ji heard this and snorted, asking, "Where is Yao Lu now?" Miss Yao Lu is near the east gate, leading the healing team. I tried to persuade her many times, but she insisted on not retreating, and wanted to continue fighting at the front lines. The subordinate knelt down in fear as he said this. Yao Ji pondered for a while, nodding lightly, and waved her hand to dismiss the subordinate. Near her granddaughter, there was a clan elder guarding her. There was also Xiong Jiao Man's group, fighting at the village walls. It could be said that it was the safest place at the front lines. Although Yao Ji spoiled her granddaughter, she also supported her courage. Those in power had their own considerations. These experiences will be the political capital for her, Guyue Yao Lu, to inherit the medicine faction. Chapter 152. The golden full moon hung high in the sky. Clouds floated in the sky, casting a shadow. The bright moonlight, to Gu masters, was a huge piece of good news. Outside the village, it was a tragic battlefield. The wolf corpses piled up from the pits, reaching half the height of the village walls. This provided a good platform for the lightning wolves that were charging at them. Some ordinary lightning wolves relied on jumping and clawing to jump over the village walls and into the village. But these lightning wolves would first stagger due to the difference in height, and then immediately be killed by the concentrated firepower of the Gu masters who were waiting for them. Fong Yuan was standing at the top of a tower, with several Gu masters around him, continuously shooting moonblades and other attacks at the wolf pack. Overlooking the entire battlefield, the towers were the main firing points. The Gu masters cooperated and destroyed large numbers of bold lightning wolves. Kill, 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 kill all these wolf cubs. Nana, I will take revenge for you. Persevere, persevere for a while more. The clan's safety is on us. The surroundings were noisy. Some were crazy, some were in pain, and some were shouting slogans. Fong Yuan stood there coldly, shooting out moonblades from time to time as he observed the battlefield. Although there was a bright moon, the visibility was still not as good as daytime. The 3 frenzy lightning wolves were still standing at the back, their figures faintly discernible. As long as they were not injured, no matter how many lightning wolves there were, they were just cannon fodder. Even bold lightning wolves were just high-level sacrifices. Suddenly, a frenzy lightning wolf leisurely took a step forward, opening its mouth and spitting out a lightning ball. Rank 3, Explosive Lightning Goo. This lightning ball was not very big, only the size of a millstone. But it was dark blue in color, condensing large amounts of lightning, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it fiercely hit Fang Yuan's tower. Up until now, the battle had been in a stalemate. Many Gu masters were numbly fighting, and when the lightning ball hit them, they could not react in time. Water Shield Gu, White Jade Gu. Fang Yuan had just raised his defense, and in the next moment, his vision was filled with white light. Bam! The deafening sound almost shattered his eardrums. An invisible force surged over and sent him flying high into the air. In the midst of the raging lightning, the water barrier only lasted for 2 breaths before collapsing. The remaining electric current struck Fang Yuan's body. Even with the White Jade Gu's defense, he still felt numb from the electric current. Plop! He fell from a height of 3 to 4 meters and fell to the ground. The White Jade Gu was not the rainbow dress Gu, it could not reduce the recoil, causing Fang Yuan's back to hurt. He hurriedly crawled up from the ground, blinking his eyes as tears streamed down his face. After 3 breaths, his vision gradually recovered. Only half of the original thick stone tower was left. Countless charred corpses were scattered on the ground. There was also a large hole in the outer wall. At this time, there was a continuous stream of lightning wolves coming through the hole, flooding into the stronghold. The frenzy lightning wolf had finally entered the battle. The combat power of 1,000 Beast King was indeed extraordinary. The several Gu masters who were standing beside Fang Yuan earlier on the tower had already died without an intact corpse. Only Fang Yuan survived. In his aperture, the jellyfish-like water shield Gu was extremely dispirited. Once the water shield broke many times, the water shield Gu would not be able to withstand it and die. The White Jade Gu was the same. Gu worms were often strong but also weak. Take this Thunderclap Gu for example. The lightning balls it shot were strong and fast, very hard to defend against. But it had a flaw, it could not be shot continuously and needed to take a few breaths before the second lightning ball could be shot. Bam! But just as Fang Yuan stood up from the ground, another lightning ball flew towards him. To think that this Wolf King has 2 Thunderclap Gu. Fang Yuan's expression changed as he hurriedly dodged. He tried not to use the Water Shield Gu, only using the White Jade Gu for defense. Beast, don't be so arrogant. At the crucial moment, a figure appeared in midair, his body emitting golden light as he forcefully blocked this lightning ball. It was a clan elder. But one clan elder was not enough. Soon, another 2 clan elders stood up and fought side by side. One frenzy lightning wolf required at least 3 coordinated Gu master groups to hunt together. If it was a rank 3 Gu master, at least 3 people would be needed to defend against it. The frenzy lightning wolf took heavy steps, passing through the crowd. Everywhere it went, the wolves retreated. It gradually started to jog, then its speed became faster and faster. Lowering its head, it started to attack the village walls. Seeing this, the rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters all fled in panic. Only the 3 clan elders remained at their original position. This part of the battlefield was vacated by tacit agreement and left to them. The 3 clan elders and this frenzy lightning wolf engaged in an intense battle. Not long after, the other 2 frenzy lightning wolves also attacked the village, opening up a battlefield in 2 other areas. 9 clan elders and 3 frenzy lightning wolves formed 3 large battle groups. Everywhere they went, lightning exploded and bamboo buildings collapsed. The Gu masters or lightning wolves that were dragged into the battle did not have a good ending. The lightning wolf group was still breaking through, but Fang Yuan did not participate in the battle. Instead, he stood at a corner of the battlefield, watching the 3 large battle groups from afar. Without a doubt, this wolf group's attack had reached the climax. 3 frenzy lightning wolves, one has 2 Thunderclap Gu on its body, its attack power is strong. One has the Thunder Wings Gu, able to fly for a short period of time, its mobility is the strongest. And the last frenzy lightning wolf has the Thunder Howl Gu, relying on sound waves to kill enemies. Fang Yuan observed for a while, gradually understanding the details of these 3 frenzy lightning wolves. On the 1,000 Beast King's body, there were mostly 3 or 4 rank 2 and rank 3 wild goo worms. As long as they understood the situation of these goo worms, the goo masters would be able to make the correct response. Once targeted, the unintelligent frenzy lightning wolf's attacks would be monotonous, and the result of the battle would be decided. As expected, after a while, the few clan elders retreated and were replaced by other clan elders. They cooperated with each other, and their tactical advantage allowed them to quickly gain the upper hand. After an intense battle, they controlled the situation. Victory was only a matter of time. The outcome has been decided. Just as Yao Ji let out a breath of turbid air, a roar suddenly came from the eastern gate. One of the lightning wolves grew larger and larger. From the size of an ordinary lightning wolf, it swelled with the wind and grew to the size of a giant elephant. There's actually another frenzy lightning wolf. Many clan elders were shocked upon seeing this scene. Previously, their attention was drawn by the other 3 groups, and the entire battlefield's layout was focused on these 3 points. Thus, the manpower at the eastern gate was slightly weaker. Not good, Yao Lu is still there. Yao Ji's old face turned pale, and she immediately rushed towards the eastern gate like lightning. To think there would be such a change. This frenzy lightning wolf should have a rank 3 breath concealment goo. Using this disguise, it mixed in with the lightning wolf group and deceived the goo masters at the eastern gate. Fong Yuan focused his attention and saw that the eastern gate's situation was not good. The sudden appearance of the frenzy lightning wolf had directly smashed through the eastern gate, creating a huge hole. Countless lightning wolves followed behind the bold lightning wolves in 2s and 3s, howling crazily as they charged into the village. Guyue Yao Lu saw the lightning wolf group surging towards them like a tide, and she was dumbfounded. Fortunately, she had Xiong Jiao Man, a veteran, by her side. At the critical moment, Xiong Jiao Man took over the situation and ordered, "Quick, close the doors and windows tightly. Only by defending and waiting for reinforcements can we have a chance of survival." But just as she finished speaking, with a bang, the roof of the bamboo building received a fierce attack from the frenzy lightning wolf, collapsing down. Guyue Yao Lu screamed. With such a sudden change, the young girl completely lost her composure. She was still too young, and only had rank 1 cultivation. Earlier, she had forced herself to stay here because she felt safe, but never did she expect to be in such a dangerous situation. "Beast, stop!" Guyue Yao Ji shouted as she ran. She could only watch as the frenzy lightning wolf crashed into the bamboo building. Her beloved granddaughter was in danger, and she could not do anything to help. At the critical moment, it was Xiong Jiao Man who stepped forward. With a thought, the remaining brown bear roared and charged towards the frenzy lightning wolf. The frenzy lightning wolf slapped with its right claw, sending the 400-kilogram brown bear flying. It opened and closed its mouth, biting the brown bear's head into pieces. How could an ordinary beast offend the power of 1,000 Beast King? But taking advantage of this entanglement, Xiong Jiao Man had already dragged Guyue Yao Lu and ran forward, creating a small distance between them. The frenzy lightning wolf roared, naturally not willing to let its prey escape. It leaped, crossing a distance of more than 10 meters, jumping in front of Xiong Jiao Man. Suddenly seeing the frenzy lightning wolf appear in front of her, Guyue Yao Lu was so scared that her legs went soft. Xiong Jiao Man dragged her, naturally not daring to charge forward, and could only retreat towards the direction of the village. Just as the frenzy lightning wolf was about to pounce, Guyue Yao Ji arrived. A light purple moonblade slashed on the frenzy lightning wolf's back, lightly turning into a cloud of mist and entering the frenzy lightning wolf's nose. The frenzy lightning wolf coughed twice, having been poisoned. This was the rank 3 moon poison goo. The frenzy lightning wolf was furious, raising its head and roaring. The fierce sound waves spread in all directions, forming an invisible force. The thunder howl goo was intimidating. This was not the thunder howl goo, but the sound wave goo. The sound waves vibrated the air, forming an invisible force. Pushed by this force, Xiong Jiao Man, Guyue Yao Lu flew out, separating in midair. Xiong Jiao Man crashed into a bamboo building, and there was no more movement. As for Gu Yaolu, she directly flew out of the village through the broken east gate. She was in a daze from the fall, and just as she was about to get up, she saw a lightning wolf opening its bloody mouth and biting towards her. Ah! She let out a sharp scream, and at the critical moment, a moonblade flew over and killed the lightning wolf. She quickly stood up and saw that her savior was a young male Gu master. The lower half of his body was buried under the collapsed wall. The male Gu master's blurred bloody face smiled at her, and the next moment, his throat was bitten by the lightning wolves that swarmed over. Gu Yaoli's face was covered in tears. She cried as she ran. This battlefield was extremely chaotic. Because of her identity and background, there were Gu masters who lent her a helping hand from time to time. But most of them could not even protect themselves, and could not help her out of this predicament. Gu Yao Ji was also entangled by the frenzy lightning wolves, and could not attend to her. Gu Yao Li's heart was in a daze, and all she could see were the claws and teeth of the lightning wolves. In the midst of her panic, she suddenly heard a voice, "Take a step back." She subconsciously did as she was told, and coincidentally dodged a lightning wolf's bite. "Roll to the right," the voice said again. Yao Li's consciousness was still in a daze, but her body had already moved. A wolf's mouth made a cracking sound, and it almost bit her. The voice continued, and the young girl completed her tasks meticulously. Sometimes when she made a mistake, a moonblade would fly out of nowhere and help her out of trouble. When there were no more lightning wolves around her, Yaolu realized that she was safe. But unknowingly, she had left the village and stood in a remote forest. A person's figure appeared in front of her. She immediately stared with wide eyes. "Guyue Fong Yuan, you helped me?" "No, I just helped myself." Fong Yuan grinned, and could not help but reveal a trace of evil. Chapter 153. What? Gu Yaolu heard this and was stunned. Fong Yuan had already moved like lightning, his palm grabbing the young girl's delicate neck. Tsk, he knocked her out. The young girl fell down, and Fong Yuan's arm quickly grabbed her by the waist. The stealth scales Gu was activated, and their figures disappeared from the spot. When Gu Yaolu opened her eyes in a daze, she found herself in a dark cave. She shook her dizzy head, and subconsciously wanted to stand up. However, she soon discovered that she was tied to a rock. All the Gu worms on her body were taken away by Fong Yuan using the plunder Gu, and refined into his. She was just a 15-year-old girl, with a weak body. How could she struggle free from a rope that was as thick as a finger, and had several twists and knots tied into it? Being tied up in this unfamiliar environment, the young girl's heart naturally surged with fear. She recalled the scene when she was knocked out, and even the most naive person would know that Fong Yuan was going to harm her. But how will Fong Yuan deal with me? What does he want to do to me? Is it because I reported him to Grandma, and he wants to take revenge on me? The young girl could not move her limbs, but her thoughts were rapidly churning. The more she thought, the more terrified she became, and she could not help but cry. "Grandma, where are you? Quickly come and save Lulu." She cried, feeling an unprecedented sense of loneliness and fear. She did not know where Fong Yuan went, but her cries echoed in the cave. "Does Fong Yuan want to imprison me here? Let me taste bitterness after starving for 7 to 8 days, and never dare to say bad things about him again." Gu Yaolu cried for a while, and suddenly thought of a possibility. "Too evil. Fong Yuan, I will definitely not let you off." She gritted her teeth fiercely. Her impression of Fong Yuan was already extremely bad, and now it had reached rock bottom. Gu Yaolu had never hated someone so much since she was young. Just at this time, footsteps could be heard. Not long after, Fong Yuan's figure appeared from the shadows. "Fong Yuan, what do you want? Let me go. Otherwise, my grandma will punish you." Seeing Fong Yuan, Gu Yaolu struggled with all her might. Her pair of tender legs kicked the ground like a deer that had fallen into a pit. Quite energetic. Fong Yuan snorted coldly. Guyue and Yaola were just about to open their mouths and continue cursing when they suddenly saw a big bear slowly walking over from behind Fong Yuan. Bear, bear. Her eyes widened and she was so panicked that she couldn't speak. Fong Yuan chuckled coldly. He stretched out his hand and stroked the black fur of the bear. His cold voice echoed in the cave like a chilly wind. It's not easy to find such a wild bear in the wolf tide. It took me a lot of time. Guyue Yaolu reacted quickly. She was quick-witted and quickly recalled that Fong Yuan had asked for a bear enslavement gu from Sister Xiong Jiao. So it's like this. She sneered and opened her mouth to speak. Unexpectedly, Fong Yuan walked over and squatted in front of her. What do you want? The young girl tried to shrink back, but Fong Yuan easily used his right hand to firmly pinch her cheek. Cute and lively, indeed very likable. Fong Yuan commented indifferently. Chi. His right hand moved down and grabbed Yao Li's collar, forcefully pulling it. Her clothes were torn apart, revealing the pink dudu underneath. Ah! The young girl was stunned for a moment before she suddenly screamed and struggled violently. Even if her tender skin was bleeding from the hemp rope, she didn't care. Fong Yuan sneered and continued to tear. Chi. Soon, the young girl's clothes were torn, leaving behind only a few pitiful tattered cloth pieces, revealing large patches of milky white skin. Don't. She was extremely afraid, crying loudly. Thinking of the possibility that Fong Yuan would teach her a lesson, her whole body trembled. Fong Yuan did not continue as she expected, instead he stood up and slowly retreated. The young girl's cries turned into choking sobs. But at this time, the black bear opened its paw and slowly walked over. The young girl's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. At this moment, she felt an intense aura of death. Whoosh! The bear's paw slapped, creating a sound of air breaking. With a crisp sound, the young girl's head was hit by the bear's paw, the huge force instantly breaking her delicate neck. Her head was twisted at a strange angle, bending to the side. A moment ago, the young beauty was still alive, but now she was dead. The warm corpse was tied to a huge rock, like a broken doll. Even without Fong Yuan controlling the bear enslavement gu, the black bear had already lowered its head and started to enjoy this sumptuous meal due to its hunting instinct. It first bit the young girl's throat, blood spurted out and splattered on its black fur. Next was the young girl's white and delicate chest, like a pair of unbloomed flower buds. The black bear bit off the young girl's right chest, tearing open the flesh and revealing the pale white ribs. At this time, the black bear used its paw to slap, breaking these ribs. The young girl's internal organs were squeezed, causing blood to spurt out. Without the obstruction of the bones, the black bear's mouth went deep into the young girl's body, biting on the still beating heart and swallowing it. The heart went through the throat and into the stomach. This winged bear that had been hiding due to the wolf tide for a long time without food, immediately howled in satisfaction. After howling, it lowered its head again and started to eat the young girl's internal organs. Poochie. The black bear opened its mouth and large amounts of blood flowed out, producing the sound of water. After a while, the black bear finally poked its head out. The young girl's chest was already empty, the huge wound stretched to her abdomen. But towards the shining white intestines, the black bear did not seem to be interested. It started to shift its attention to the young girl's white and slender legs. The young girl's hands were all slender and smooth like jade. The black bear took it in one bite, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it into its stomach, producing crunching sounds. The young girl's thighs were also delicious. The flesh was tender and had a virgin fragrance. After the black bear had finished eating, only the white thigh bones were left. In the midst of shaking, the young girl's head finally fell to the ground. To be honest, she was really cute. She had a pair of bright black eyes, a round nose that was slightly tilted, pink skin like a flower, and 2 rows of white teeth in her small mouth. But now, the blood had drained from her face, and her skin had become deathly pale. Her black hair was loose, covering half of her face, and her eyes were wide open, filled with fear and anger. She died with everlasting regret. Fong Yuan crossed his arms as he watched and admired Guo's expression. He couldn't help but think of a Buddhist saying on earth, "There is no form of me, no form of man, no form of all living beings, no form of those who live forever. Beauty is just a skeleton, white bones, and flesh. I am the self, there is no self. Break away from egoism and recognize your ordinary self." The selfless aspect meant that everyone was equal and there was no difference. Humans were humans. They no longer treated humans as nobles and belittled other creatures as lowly. They said, no human face meant that all living beings are equal, there is no difference. Living beings were all forms of life. They no longer regarded life as noble and thought that other lifeless rocks and streams had spirituality. That is, there is no distinction between living things. In other words, everything in the world is equal, there is no difference. Everything had its own lifespan, and the phrase "those without lifespan" meant that regardless of whether they existed or did not exist, they were all equal, and there was no difference between them. No matter how beautiful a man or woman was, they would eventually turn into skeletons. White bones and flesh were one, but the people of the world loved the flesh more than the white bones. This was because they didn't recognize the equality between the two. This Buddhist saying was to let people see through all appearances and see the truth. Beauty was the appearance, and so were all living beings and lifespan. Seeing through all the wrong appearances, one would see Tathagata. Seeing through and seeing through, treating everyone equally, all living beings were equal. That was why the Buddha sacrificed himself to feed the tiger and cut off his flesh to feed the eagle. This was because he had great compassion in his heart and saw all living beings as his own. He loved everything and loved everything. Whether it was me, others, animals, plants, or even the lifeless rocks and water, as well as things that did not exist, he loved them. Mortals stood there and watched the bear eat people. Some hot-blooded men jumped out and shouted, "Beast, don't eat people," or "Beautiful girl, don't be afraid. Uncle is here to save you," and so on. These were the love and hate of mortals. They loved the girl and hated the giant bear. They didn't see through it. They were obsessed and couldn't see through the pink skeleton. If Buddha were to stand here and watch a bear eat a man, he would sigh and sing, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" He would save the girl and feed himself to the black bear. This was the love and hate of Buddha. He loved the girl and loved the giant bear, treating both equally. But at this moment, Fong Yuan was standing here. Looking at the girl's tragic death, there was no ripple in his heart. This wasn't because he was used to life and death, but because he had broken through appearances and was no longer obsessed. No appearance, no appearance, no appearance of all living beings, no appearance of lifespan. He treated all living things equally, and all living things were equal. That was why the girl's death was no different from the death of an ant, a fox, or a tree. But in the eyes of mortals, the girl's death would arouse their anger, hatred, and pity. If it was the girl eating the bear, they wouldn't think it was too much. If it was an old woman being eaten, the pity in their hearts would be greatly reduced. If it was a murderer who had committed countless crimes being eaten, they would have clapped their hands and cheered loudly instead. In fact, all living beings were equal. Heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living beings as dogs. Nature was fair. It didn't care about love or hate. It was heartless and would never treat all living beings differently. The weak were prey to the strong, survival of the fittest. What did the disappearance of a living being mean to the vast nature, to the deep and vast starry sky, and to the long river of history? If it died, it died. Who could not die? The girl, the giant bear, the ant, the fox, the tree, the old woman, the murderer, they were all lowly. They were all lowly. They were all dogs. As long as one recognized this, they would break through all appearances and see the truth, and they would have divinity. If this divinity took a small step toward the light, it would be Buddha. If it took half a step toward the darkness, it would be devil. Devil. Chapter 154. An hour later, Guyue's medicine music was almost completely devoured by the black bear. The black bear did not seem willing to eat the intestines and the girl's head. But Fong Yuan did not want to see this happen. According to the man-beast life burial Gu's recipe, it was best for the wild beast to eat the human until nothing was left. Only then could the success be guaranteed. To refine this man-beast life burial Gu, close to 10 types of materials were needed. Among them, the two most important ones were human and beast. This person had to be a virgin and have Gu master aptitude. And this aptitude had to be at least C grade. Of course, B grade and A grade were even better, as they could greatly increase the success rate of the fusion. This beast was referring to the beast enslavement Gu. Bear enslavement Gu, wolf enslavement Gu, tiger enslavement Gu and so on, even deer enslavement Gu and bull enslavement Gu were fine. But carnivores like bears, wolves and tigers were more convenient. If it was deer or bulls that were herbivores, they would need a Gu worm to control the beast enslavement Gu and force them to eat the human. After the wild beast swallowed the human, it would need to quickly fuse. If the wild beast digested the human's flesh and bones, the fusion would not succeed. Seeing that the black bear was unwilling to swallow the medicine music's intestines and head, Fong Yuan snorted in displeasure and willed, activating the bear enslavement Gu on the black bear. The black bear roared, but under Fong Yuan's coercion, it had to swallow the intestines and head. At the same time, it bit off the girl's white skeleton and swallowed them one by one. The bone spikes were sharp, and under Fong Yuan's coercion, many bone fragments pierced into its mouth and esophagus, causing the bear to cry in pain. But Fong Yuan continued to forcefully urge it, its body was no longer listening to its own commands. In the end, the black bear stuffed the entire vertebra into its throat as if it was swallowed whole. Fong Yuan knew the time was ripe. He flicked his finger, and a single orifice charcoal Gu flew out. The Gu worm flew into the black bear's open mouth, and drilled into its body. The black bear howled in pain, the charcoal Gu's power caused its organs to burn. The black bear's body was trembling violently. It screamed miserably and wanted to roll on the ground, but the bear enslavement Gu controlled its every movement. After burning for several minutes, Fong Yuan pointed his finger and 3 fire oil Gu flew out. Fire oil Gu was a rank 1 consumable Gu. Once it was thrown into the black bear's body, it would explode into a large amount of fire oil, increasing the intensity of the fire in the black bear's body. The black bear's voice was hoarse from all the shouting. Fong Yuan found an opportunity and threw several Gu worms into its body. These Gu worms were all his battle merits. He kept exchanging for them. The black bear lay on the ground, completely motionless. After a while, red flames shot out from its 7 orifices and behind its buttocks. Then, the flames suddenly grew bigger and instantly spread to its entire body. Ignited into a giant torch. The entire pitch-black cave was illuminated by the fire. However, this flame was not an ordinary orange-red, but a strange blood-red color. Fong Yuan waited patiently for a moment. When this flame was about to extinguish, he steadily sent out the final Gu. This was a rank 2 poison Gu. It was thrown into the flame. Immediately, a huge change occurred. A lump of white light was born from the flame. At first, it was only the size of a fist. Fong Yuan quickly took out primeval stones from his coin bag and threw them into the ball of light one by one. The light lump digested the yuan stone and rapidly expanded. After Fong Yuan threw over 1,000 yuan stone, the light lump expanded to the size of a room door and suddenly shrunk. Whoosh! The flame on the bear's corpse was extinguished and the cave fell into darkness once again. A Gu worm flew towards Fong Yuan while swaying. Man-beast life burial Gu. Rank 3 consumable Gu worm. It looked like a black spider with hairy legs. But its head was a bear's head and its back was covered with blood-colored markings, drawing the outline of a young girl's face. Looking at this face, it was Guyue Yao Lu. She seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying, as if she was staring at Fong Yuan, filled with hatred and resentment. Fong Yuan, however, laughed heartily, not caring at all. When a person dies, their Tao disappears. Even when they were alive, what could they do to Fang Yuan after death? He opened his mouth without hesitation and swallowed this man-beast life burial goo. Man-beast life burial goo crawled into his throat and into his esophagus, turning into a black and red stream of water. The stream flowed from top to bottom, like an inverted heavenly river, entering the aperture. After entering the aperture, this black and red stream of water flowed into the red steel primeval essence sea. Almost instantly, the entire primeval essence was dyed a strange black and red color, emitting a bloody aura. Fang Yuan willed and quickly mobilized the black and red primeval essence, using the time to cleanse the aperture walls. 10%, 20%, 30%, when 38% of the primeval essence was expended, the aperture shook violently and the transparent white crystal walls cracked and shattered. What replaced it was a completely new spherical light membrane aperture wall. At this moment, Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3. But Fang Yuan did not relax, and immediately expelled the remaining black and red primeval essence out of his body. This primeval essence could not be used. If it was injected into a goo worm, it would cause the goo worm to die. If it was left in the aperture for a long time, it would contaminate the light membrane aperture wall, causing one's aptitude to drop. After Fang Yuan expelled the black and red primeval essence, he picked up a yuan stone and started to recover his primeval essence. First, the first wisp of silver mist appeared, then condensed into water droplets, finally forming a silver primeval sea. Rank 1 Goo Masters have green copper primeval essence, rank 2 red steel primeval essence, and rank 3 white silver primeval essence. But this white silver primeval sea was not pure, instead it was mixed with a layer of black and red color. This was the side effect of using the man-beast life burial goo. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He calmed his mind and expelled the accumulated white silver primeval essence out of his body, before condensing primeval essence again. The second time, the black and red color in the primeval sea was reduced by more than half. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied, and expelled all the white silver primeval essence again, condensing primeval essence again. After several times, the black and red color was reduced to an undetectable level, even if Fang Yuan expelled his primeval essence again. He could not reduce this residue. This was the unavoidable side effect of using the man-beast life burial goo. The effect of the man-beast life burial goo was extraordinary. It could raise a rank 2 peak stage goo master who had no hope of advancing to rank 3. It was simply defying heaven and changing one's fate. Thus, there would naturally be some imperfections. To get rid of this black and red color, it was not impossible. The most common method was to use the cleansing water goo. The cleansing water goo could cleanse the different primeval essence in the aperture. It had once appeared in the treehouse of the caravan, but unfortunately it was bought by the Qi family. Fang Yuan could not do anything about this black and red color in a short period of time. You bunch of useless good-for-nothings, what are you all doing? You can't even find a living person. In the medicine hall, Wei Xiaobao was stunned. In the medicine hall, Guyue Yao Ji flew into a rage, her roar causing the windows to tremble slightly. Her heart was filled with anxiety, fear, worry, and irritation. 3 days and 3 nights had passed, the 4 frenzy lightning wolves had been exterminated, and Guyue village was safe. But her granddaughter, Guyue Yao Lu, was nowhere to be seen. Even though she mobilized all her connections and combed through the entire battlefield, and even searched the vicinity of the stronghold on a large scale several times, she still couldn't find any new clues. The last to see Guyue Yao Lu were the Goo Masters. Some of the Goo Masters who participated in the battle. The last scene they saw was, Guyue Yao Lu was trapped in the wolf pack, panicking and unable to choose a path, and was surrounded by danger. These words all indicated that Guyue Yao Li's situation was truly grim. She was likely to be eaten by the wolf pack. But Guyue Yao Ji was unwilling. She wasn't willing to accept this cruel reality. If it was any other girl, they would have died. But Guyue Yao Lu was her granddaughter. She had been nurturing the medicine faction's inheritor since young. She was so obedient and smart, making people feel pity for her. So lively and cute. Making people laugh. These days, Guyue Yaoji did not sleep or rest, her mind filled with images of her granddaughter. Guyue Yaoji had taken good care of herself, but in just 3 days, she seemed to have aged 10 years. Her heart felt like it had been dug out, and the emptiness was filled with endless pain. Under her roar, dozens of Gu masters lowered their heads, enduring the old lady's merciless scolding. Reporting to Medicine Hall Elder, subordinate has something to report. At this time, a rank 2 Gu master walked in quickly. What is it? Is there news of Yao Lo? Guyue Yaoji's eyes brightened, quickly asking. Someone advanced to rank 3, the clan leader is gathering the elders in the clan pavilion to verify it. The Gu master quickly reported. Guyue Yaoji's eyes dimmed, impatiently waving her hand. If it's not news of Yao Lo, why bother me? Wait, what did you say? Someone advanced to rank 3 and became the new clan elder. Halfway through her words, Guyue Yaoji suddenly reacted, frowning slightly. This was too sudden, without any warning. The appearance of a new clan elder would affect the politics of Guyue clan. This was a hidden blow to the medicine faction that had lost its inheritor. In the medicine hall, the Gu masters standing started to discuss in whispers, guessing the identity of this new clan elder. Guyue Yaoji frowned, directly asking, who advanced to rank 3? Replying to Lord Yaoji, it is Guyue Fang Yuan. The Gu master answered. What? It's him. In an instant, Guyue Yaoji's pupils shrunk. To her, this was completely bad news. In the hall, the Gu masters also burst into an uproar. Are you kidding me? It's actually Fang Yuan. Isn't he C-grade talent? How did he become a rank 3 Gu master so quickly? Once he reaches rank 3, he is a clan elder, the clan's higher-ups. When we see him in the future, we have to bow and greet him. How can this be? This is simply soaring to the sky. Didn't they say he was dead? He went missing for 3 days and 3 nights, and his corpse couldn't be found on the battlefield. I thought he was eaten by lightning wolves. The Gu masters were shocked, jealous, and confused. Missing for 3 days and 3 nights, and his corpse couldn't be found on the battlefield. Isn't this the same as Yao Li's situation? Guyue Yaoji's ears twitched, a woman's intuition made her develop strong suspicions towards Fang Yuan. She suddenly changed her mind, she wanted to make a trip to the clan leader's pavilion. Chapter 155. He actually advanced to rank 3. Rank 3 aura is genuine, and he even has white-silver primeval essence, there is no doubt about it. The hall of the clan leader pavilion was solemn and respectful. Clan leader Guyue Bo sat on the highest seat, while the elders sat on the left and right. Whispers arose, and more than 10 people's gazes were more or less focused on a youngster who was standing upright in the hall. It was Fang Yuan. To think that this Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have expected it either. Isn't he only C-grade aptitude? How could he advance so suddenly? Actually, thinking about it, it is not too sudden. Did you all forget that he obtained 2 red steel relic Gu? That's right, 2 relic Gu, his cultivation was completely pushed up. Thinking back to my cultivation, sigh. The group of clan elders were shocked and puzzled, they were caught unprepared by this fact. This Fang Yuan actually advanced to rank 3. He only has C-grade aptitude, but in such a short time, he actually had such an achievement, it is really unexpected. Guyue Mo Chen, who was sitting on the first seat on the left, sighed inwardly. He thought of 2 to 3 years ago, when Fang Yuan was still in the academy, he killed a servant of his clan. This servant's name, Guyue Mo Chen could no longer remember. But afterwards, Fang Yuan dismembered the corpse and gave him a gift, leaving a deep impression on him. From that day onwards, he looked at Fang Yuan in a different light. But due to his aptitude, he did not have much hope for him. Who would have thought? He actually had such an achievement today. According to the clan system, as long as a Gu master reaches rank 3, they would become a new clan elder. A new clan elder would definitely have an impact on the old political structure. It would create an impact. If I had recruited him in advance, this impact would have been used by me, giving me a political advantage. Sigh, what a pity. Gyue and Machin could not help but glance at the opposite side. His old rival, Gyue Lien, was sitting on the first seat on the right. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were shining with a dark light. This is Fang Yuan. There must be a secret. Although I have the help of 2 red steel relic Gu, advancing to rank 3 so quickly is something that even Qing Shu doesn't have. Gyue Bo was also inwardly pondering. He could not help but think of his adopted son, Qing Shu, and could not help but sigh in his heart. If Gyue and Qing Shu were still alive, he probably had to have rank 3 cultivation. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Medicine Hall Elder Gyue Yao Ji has arrived. At this moment, the doorman suddenly announced loudly. An old woman walked in from the door. Her face was pale and wrinkled. Under his eyelids, his gaze was extremely sharp, and it almost instantly locked onto Fang Yuan. Gyue Yao Ji quickly walked closer, saying, Fang Yuan, you actually advanced to rank 3? I don't believe it. Come, let this old woman inspect you personally. I want to inspect your aperture. The aperture was a Gu master's most important secret and privacy. How could it be so easily inspected by others? Fang Yuan slightly turned his body. Seeing Yao Ji walking over, he could not help but sneer, Gyue Yao Ji. You want to inspect my aperture, what right do you have? In the past, when he had just started cultivating, he received the Academy Elder's regular inspection. But it was different now, he was already a rank 3 Gu master, on equal footing with the Academy Elder and Medicine Hall Elder. Moreover, it was very simple to inspect his cultivation. White-silver primeval essence could not be faked, and at the same time, the aura of rank 3 was real. How dare you? A junior like you dares to call me by my name? Yao Ji immediately stared with wide eyes. Why can't I inspect you? Based on my identity, I am the Medicine Hall Elder, and also your senior. Humph, old woman, calling you by your name is giving you face. We still need to settle the score between us. Earlier, you wanted to buy my liquor worm, but I did not sell it, so you held a grudge. You actually wanted to rob my 9-leaf vitality grass. Humph, I wanted to exchange for that 3-step fragrant grass Gu, but you stopped me from doing so. I am also a rank 3 now, you better stop putting on airs in front of me. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, his words sharp as knives. He was very straightforward, shedding all pretense of cordiality. If he were a rank 1 or rank 2 Gu master, he would definitely be suppressed and attacked by everyone. But now that he was a rank 3 Gu master, his status was equal to the elders, and the situation was different. Seeing Fang Yuan and Gyue Yao Ji scolding each other, the other elders silently chose to watch from the sidelines. Being in a high position, one's thoughts were deep. Even if they were not shrewd, they would train themselves to be shrewd. They did not know much about Fang Yuan, so they could use this chance to observe him secretly. Lad, you dare to slander me. Gyue Yao Ji flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although Fang Yuan's words were true, how could she admit it in front of everyone? All the elders present were silent, silently watching the development of the situation. Many of the elders present knew about the 9-leaf vitality grass, and had even exchanged benefits with Gyue Yao Ji. But in politics, there were only eternal benefits, there were no eternal enemies or eternal friends. Seeing Gyue Yao Ji bite back at him, Fang Yuan laughed coldly, not rebuking her. In the hall, the lingering voice of Gyue Yao Ji echoed. The old woman's entire body was trembling slightly. This silence made her feel that she was alone and powerless. Different. The situation was different. If Fang Yuan was only a rank 1 or rank 2 Gu master, these elders would immediately jump out and stand together with Gyue Yao Ji to punish Fang Yuan. The authority of the higher-ups must not be challenged by the lower-ups. But now, Fang Yuan was already a rank 3 Gu master, although the clan leader had not officially announced it, but his status as an elder was already set in stone. In this way, the conflict between him and Guyue Yaoji was an internal conflict between the higher-ups. Fang Yuan was a newly promoted elder. He did not have a deep background, but this was also his advantage. The barefooted did not fear those who wore shoes. On the other hand, Guyue Yaoji was already very old, although she was in charge of the medicine hall, had a high position, and had a wide network. This was her weakness. She was old, and could not afford to lose. The heir of the medicine faction, Yao Le, had also disappeared. The huge benefits in her hands were coveted by others. It was fine during times of peace, but now it was the wolf tide. Even the elders could die. The situation was unstable. The newcomers took their positions, and the elders stepped down. This was a time of change, and none of the elders could guarantee that they would be safe and sound. Even the clan leader could die in such a situation. In the history of Guyue Master, the number of clan leaders who died because of the wolf tide was not small. To the elders, it was difficult for them to even protect themselves, without any huge benefits. They had no time to participate in other people's battles. Guyue Yaoji felt troubled. The hall was silent. Because of her granddaughter's matter, she had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Right now, as she stood, a formless pressure enveloped her body and mind. Her forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. She felt like a crippled old wolf, standing alone in a pack of wolves. The surrounding wolves stood in the shadows and stared at her indifferently with their deep, dark green eyes. Fang Yuan, who was standing in front of her, was like a male wolf that had just revealed his prowess in the hunt. He was so young. He was so ambitious, so vigorous and strong. Truly, the new generation replaces the old. At this moment, Guyue Yaoji felt that she was really old. Old and frail. Her eyelids drooped even more violently. Her aura was also gradually decreasing. But when Guyue Yaoli's figure appeared in her mind, she forcefully opened her blurry old eyes. Her aura suddenly rose again. She opened her mouth and said, "Fang Yuan, you came these 3 days. Why did you disappear? If you did not appear, the medicine hall's casualty report would have listed your name among the Gu masters who died. You disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights, and when you came back, you became a rank 3 Gu master. What exactly happened during this process?" I believe everyone is interested to know about this. Realizing that Fang Yuan was not as easy to deal with as before, her tone had already softened, no longer as overbearing as before. But the tone of his speech was even harder to resist. His words hid treacherous and sinister thoughts. She was after all the most senior, a politician with high status. When the elders heard this, their eyes brightened, showing obvious interest. None of the people here were fools. Fang Yuan's sudden advancement to rank 3 was indeed suspicious. After all, his C-grade aptitude was known by everyone. Guyue Yaoji's words made the elders stand on her side again. However, since Fang Yuan dared to return so openly, he naturally had made preparations. Under everyone's gaze, he raised his head and laughed. "Old woman, do I have to tell you just because you want to know? But, seeing how pitiful your granddaughter is, I will be merciful and tell you. These days, I have been in closed-door cultivation in Elder Qi Lian's residence, trying to advance to rank 3. Elder Guyue Lian can testify for me on this point." "What?" Guyue Yaoji heard this and immediately showed a shocked expression. The rest of the elders were also visibly moved, showing all kinds of rich and complicated expressions. At once, countless gazes looked towards the gloomy Guyue Lian. This master of the Qi faction, one of the 2 most powerful elders in the Guyue clan, had an even more gloomy expression. But under everyone's gaze, he knew he had to give everyone an explanation, so he reluctantly opened his mouth and said, "This matter is indeed like this. These days, Fang Yuan has been in closed-door cultivation in a secret room in my residence. I can testify for this." Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. The elders had deep self-restraint. They would not make a fuss and lose their manners. However, there were still many murmurs of discussion. "I didn't expect Guyue's cultivation to be related to Fang Yuan. Does Fang Yuan's advancement have anything to do with Qi Lian? I'm afraid it is greatly related. Didn't people speculate that Fang Yuan had a force supporting him from behind the scenes? I didn't expect it to be the Qi faction. Fang Yuan's cultivation speed is so fast, I'm afraid it is the Qi faction's investment. Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's older brother. Elder Qi Lian's action has a profound meaning. Some of the elders were discussing, while others were feeling emotional. So this Fang Yuan is not a junior without any background, he has already submitted to the Qi faction, we must be careful when dealing with him in the future. Luckily I didn't jump into the fight between Fang Yuan and Yao Ji. Yao Ji is in trouble, she wanted to deal with an elder with no background, but she didn't expect him to have such a solid background. It's the Qi faction. Guyue Yao Ji's face was pale. When she heard Guyue Lian nod his head in acknowledgement, she was so shocked that she took a step back, her body slightly trembling. Dealing with a lone elder and dealing with an elder with the Qi faction's background were two completely different concepts. Chapter 156. Guyue Mo Chen's heart was heavy. He had originally wanted to recruit Fang Yuan, but because of his aptitude, he gave up. Now, his old rival Guyue Lian had actually hooked up with Fang Yuan. There were even signs that Qi Lian had started investing in Fang Yuan over a year ago. Now, his investment had paid off and the Qi faction had gained a new elder. How could his heart not be heavy? Apart from being heavy, Mo Chen also had some doubts. He was Guyue Lian's old rival. They had been competing against each other since they were young. He knew Guyue so well that he even knew what color underwear Guyue liked to wear. Logically speaking, Guyue Lian should have been gloating and looking at Mo Chen with disdain and pride. But looking at him now, his face was gloomy, as though he had suffered some sort of loss. This was too strange. What happened between him and Fang Yuan? What kind of agreement did they make? Guyue Mo Chen couldn't figure it out. This Fang Yuan is too daring. He actually dares to threaten me. Guyue Lian was filled with anger and doubt. Last night, Fang Yuan had secretly found him and threatened him with Guyue Cheng faking his aptitude. Heavens! Only he, Guyue Lian, and his grandson, Qi Cheng, knew about this. How did an outsider like Fang Yuan know about this? Guyue Cheng was only a C-grade aptitude, but for the benefit of the Qi faction, Qi Lian had to take the risk and create the illusion that he was B-grade aptitude. If this matter was revealed, it would be an unprecedented blow to the Qi faction. The head of the Qi faction had broken his promise and personally cheated. This would be a complete loss of reputation. More importantly, the Qi faction's successor was only C-grade aptitude. This meant that the Qi faction had almost no political future. Who would be stupid enough to rely on a faction like this? Fang Yuan grasping this secret was equivalent to grasping the entire Qi faction's weakness. When he was threatened by Fang Yuan, Guyue almost couldn't help but kill him. But he forced himself to hold back. Because he didn't know who else knew this secret, who Fang Yuan had told, and what kind of letters and other evidence were left somewhere. Calm him down first, figure out the situation, and then deal with him. I can't let this scourge live. That was what he thought at that time. But soon after, Fang Yuan revealed his rank 3 cultivation. Surprised and bewildered, Qi Cheng could only change his idea to compromise. Rank 3 was already an elder, they wanted to kill the elder. The seriousness of this matter was no different from cheating. Moreover, to deal with a rank 3 Gu master, he could not be dealt with in a short period of time. The bigger the commotion, the harder it would be to deal with. Falling out with Fang Yuan. There was no benefit to the Qi bloodline, and the risk was even greater. Although Fang Yuan has something on me, knowing the same secret is also a form of alliance. In the end, Qi Lian could only console himself hypocritically. Fang Yuan's threat came suddenly, and he didn't know how many tricks Fang Yuan had up his sleeves, so he could only accept it. Now! Fang Yuan fearlessly dragged him out, attracting the firepower for Fang Yuan. This was simply putting him, Gu Qilian, on fire to roast. But even if Gu Lian knew this, what could he do? At this time, he heard Fang Yuan say slowly, Gu Yao Ji, I know you are feeling unbalanced. Yes, that granddaughter of yours with great aptitude is dead. She died without a complete corpse, and your medicine branch has no successor. But I, a great aptitude kid, managed to advance to the 3rd rank. You are angry and uncomfortable, so you want to vent your anger on me, I can understand. What did you say? Gu Yao Ji stared with his eyes wide open, unable to restrain his anger. Little thing, I am telling you Gu Yao Lu is not dead. Fang Yuan laughed, shrugging his shoulders indifferently, what does her death have to do with me? Yao Ji, you don't have to emphasize it so much. But he suddenly changed the topic. You, Gu Yao Ji, in order to search for your granddaughter, you gathered people and wasted a lot of manpower and resources. This has something to do with me, with all the clan elders here, and with Lord Clan Leader. Gu Yao Ji, letting you lead the medicine hall is because everyone trusts you. But what did you do? You sent all the healing Gu masters of the medicine hall out to search for your granddaughter. You ignored those injured Gu masters and our clansmen. You are too selfish. Yao Li's sacrifice is indeed the clan's loss. But you made the loss even greater, you are not fit to be the clan elder of this medicine hall. Fang Yuan's words pierced the heart, each word exposing Yao Ji's reverse scale and scars. But what he said was indeed reasonable. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, many clan elders secretly frowned. Which clan did not have injured Gu masters? Gu Yao Ji's actions were indeed a little overboard, transferring healing Gu masters on her own and ignoring the proper business to search for her own granddaughter. You! Gu Yao Ji trembled in anger, pointing at Fang Yuan, unable to speak for a moment. Her eyes seemed to be spewing fire, wishing she could strangle this hateful Fang Yuan to death on the spot. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, meeting her gaze without fear. He was giving her a taste of her own medicine. Gu Yao Ji's words just now were filled with righteousness, arousing the curiosity of many clan elders towards the secret of Fang Yuan's advancement. Fang Yuan's words were the same, every word was reasonable, standing on the highest point of the clan's rules, causing many clan elders to subconsciously defend it. To the clan elders, upholding the clan's rules was protecting their own interests. Gu Yao Ji's actions these few days had indeed infringed on their interests. This Fang Yuan, bastard. Truly a bastard. Gu Yao Ji trembled in anger, not knowing that Gu Lian was also fuming with anger. Fang Yuan had offended Gu Yao Ji to death. Fang Yuan was hated by Yao Ji, and the chief faction that Fang Yuan joined would probably also be angered by Yao Ji. But in fact, his chief faction was really innocent. Was he, Gu Lian, an idiot? Why would he offend Gu Yao Ji, who had the most connections and seniority, for no reason? Gu Lian subconsciously shrunk his body, praying in his heart, I hope the other clan elders don't shift their attention to me. Fang Yuan's actions were his own idea, it had nothing to do with his chief faction. But Fang Yuan's next words completely shattered Qi Lian's fantasy into countless pieces. He suddenly turned around and reported to clan leader Gu Bo, Lord Clan Leader, I deeply doubt whether Gu Yao Ji has the ability to continue managing the medicine hall. I suggest temporarily revoking her position as the medicine hall clan elder. At the same time, we can inspect her again. Every healing Gu master in the clan is precious. We cannot let her squander them like this. Otherwise, the ones who will suffer are the Gu masters who shed blood for the clan, brave and brave. After a pause, he continued, Elder Qi Lian is also in favor of my suggestion. What? Gu Yao Ji's pupils shrunk, her expression changing. What? The clan elders were shocked. Gu Lian's attitude was so clear, did it mean that he was already dissatisfied with Yao Ji? He had long coveted the huge benefits in her hands. Wanted to get involved? What? As the person involved, Gu Lian almost jumped up from his seat. How could he not be furious? He was about to go crazy from anger because of Fang Yuan. This Fang Yuan not only offended Gue Yao Ji, he even dragged him, Gue Lian, into the water. His political attitude towards the medicine faction was to be close and cooperate. But now, his long-term efforts were ruined by Fang Yuan's one sentence. Fang Yuan was clearly framing him. Framing and spreading rumors in front of the person involved. But he, Gue Lian, was the Grand Qi faction leader. He was caught by this scoundrel Fang Yuan, but he could do nothing about it. Oh! Elder Qi Lian, you also have this attitude? Gue Bo's gaze flashed. He asked. Gue Lian gritted his teeth and slowly stood up. He stiffened his neck, refusing to look at Fang Yuan. He was afraid he could not control his anger. At this point, he had no way to deal with Fang Yuan and could only grit his teeth and admit it. Revoking Yao Ji's position was Fang Yuan's personal intention. The wolf tide is near, suddenly changing her is not appropriate. But I truly believe that Lord Yao Ji, because of her personal feelings, used the healing Gu master's strength excessively. If this strength was used where it should be used, it would reduce the clan's losses. As he said this, he felt his heart bleeding. Of course, he would not go along with Fang Yuan's words, because he had his own interests to seek. In these words, he had already tried his best to find a balance between Fang Yuan and Yao Ji. But even so, just as he finished speaking, he heard a puff. He turned his head and saw Gu Yao Ji spitting out a mouthful of blood due to her extreme anger, then falling backwards. It's over. I have offended Yao Ji. At this moment, Gu Lian felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, his heart turning cold. Lord Yao Ji. Someone, quickly take a look at her. She has fainted, don't worry. Lord Yao Ji has not rested for 3 days and 3 nights, she is exhausted and needs to rest. The hall was bustling for a while before quieting down. Gue Yao Ji was carried away on a stretcher. She was old, and after training for so many days, she was mentally exhausted. Moreover, she was provoked by Fang Yuan and Qi Lian together, adding insult to injury. It would be strange if she did not faint. Lord Yao Ji has been managing the medicine hall for so many years, she is too tired. Actually, letting her rest and recuperate is for her own good. Lord Yao Ji is unconscious, the medicine hall cannot go a day without someone managing it. I suggest that Fang Yuan take over. Gue Lian suddenly said. This old man stood in front of his seat, watching Gue Yao Ji being carried out. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Since he had already offended them, then he would thoroughly offend them and make the best of it. In order to prevent the medicine hall from retaliating, he might as well directly suppress them. This was the awareness and experience of a politician in a high position. The hall fell into a short silence. Yao Li's death and Yao Ji's collapse indicated that the medicine hall's decline was inevitable. The cruelty of politics was sometimes even more heartless than a wolf tide. Fang Yuan was also silent. Letting him take the position of medicine hall elder, Gue Lian was just casually saying it. Letting a newly promoted young elder take such an important position. Unless the brains of the other clan elders and the clan leader were fried. Gue Lian deliberately said this, of course he had a deeper meaning. As expected, at the next moment, Gue Bo said, the position of medicine hall will be temporarily held by Elder Qi Zhong. Fang Yuan's cultivation is true, he has indeed reached rank 3, according to the clan rules, he will be promoted to the position of clan elder. Spread this news, let the entire village celebrate. Finishing, Gue Bo stood up, flicked his sleeves and left. Congratulations, congratulations. After the clan leader left, the group of clan elders walked to Fang Yuan and cupped their hands, all of them smiling. Fang Yuan also cupped his fists, welcoming them with a smile. Chapter 157. He actually advanced to rank 3. The aura of rank 3 is genuine, and he even has white-silver primeval essence, there is no mistake. The hall of the clan leader pavilion was solemn and respectful. Clan leader Gyuebo sat on the highest seat, while the elders sat on the left and right. Whispers arose, and more than 10 people's gazes were more or less focused on a young man standing upright in the hall. It was Fang Yuan. To think that this Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have expected it either. Isn't he only C-grade aptitude? How could it be so sudden? Actually, thinking about it, it is not sudden. Did you guys forget that he obtained 2 red steel relic goo? That's right, 2 relic goo. His cultivation was completely pushed up. Thinking back to my cultivation, sigh. The clan elders were shocked and puzzled. They were caught unprepared by this fact. This Fang Yuan actually advanced to rank 3. He only has C-grade aptitude, but in such a short time, he actually had such an achievement. It is really unexpected. Guo Chen, who was sitting on the first seat on the left, sighed in his heart. He thought of 2 to 3 years ago, when Fang Yuan was still in the academy, he killed a servant of his clan. This servant's name, Guo Chen, had already forgotten. But afterwards, Fang Yuan dismembered the corpse and gave him a gift, leaving a deep impression on him. From that day onwards, he looked at Fang Yuan in a different light. But due to his aptitude, he did not have much hope for him. To think that he actually had such achievements today. According to the clan system, as long as a Gu master reached rank 3, they would become a new clan elder. A new clan elder would definitely have a huge impact on the old political structure. If I had recruited him in advance, this impact would have been used by me, giving me a political advantage. Sigh, what a pity. Guo and Machin could not help but glance at the opposite side. His old rival, Guo Lian, was sitting on the first seat on the right. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were shining with a dark light. There must be secrets on this Fang Yuan. Although I have the help of 2 red steel relic goo, advancing to rank 3 so quickly is something that even Qing Shu doesn't have. Guo was also inwardly pondering. He could not help but think of his adopted son, Qing Shu, and could not help but sigh in his heart. If Guo Qing Shu was still alive, he would also have rank 3 cultivation. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Medicine Hall Elder Guo Yao Ji has arrived. At this moment, the doorman suddenly announced loudly. An old woman walked in from the door. Her face was pale and full of wrinkles. Under her drooping eyelids, her gaze was extremely sharp. She stared at Fang Yuan almost instantly. Guo Yao Ji approached him quickly and said, "Fang Yuan, you can actually advance to rank 3? I don't believe it. Come, let this old woman inspect you personally. I want to check your aperture." The aperture was a Gu master's most important secret and privacy. How could it be so easily inspected by others? Fang Yuan slightly turned his body, and seeing Yao Ji walking over, he could not help but sneer. "Guo Yao Ji, on what basis do you want to inspect my aperture?" In the past, when he had just started cultivating, he received the academy elder's regular inspection. But it was different now. He was already a rank 3 Gu master, on equal footing with the academy elder and medicine hall elder. Moreover, it was very simple to inspect his cultivation. White silver primeval essence could not be faked, and at the same time, the aura of rank 3 was real. Audacious! A junior like you dares to call me by my name? Yao Ji immediately stared with wide eyes. "Why can't I inspect you? Just based on my identity, I am the medicine hall elder, and also your senior." "Humph, old woman, calling you by your name is giving you face. We still need to settle the score between us. Previously, you wanted to buy my liquor worm, but I didn't sell it, so you held a grudge. You actually wanted to rob my 9-leaf vitality grass. Humph, I wanted to exchange for that 3-step fragrant grass goo, but you stopped me from doing so. I am also a rank 3 now, you better stop putting on airs in front of me." Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, his words like knives. He was very straightforward, shedding all pretense of cordiality. If it was a rank 1 or rank 2, he would definitely be suppressed and attacked by everyone if he said such words. But now, with his rank 3 cultivation, his status was already equal to the elders, and the situation had changed. Seeing Fang Yuan and Guyue Yao Ji scolding each other, the other elders silently chose to watch from the sidelines. Being in a high position, one's mind was deep. Even if one was not shrewd, they would still train to be shrewd. They did not know much about Fang Yuan, so they could use this chance to observe him secretly. "Lad, you dare to slander me!" Guyue Yao Ji flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although Fang Yuan's words were true, how could she admit it in public? All the elders present were silently watching the development of the situation. Many of the elders present knew about the 9-leaf vitality grass, and had even exchanged benefits with Guyue Yao Ji. But in politics, there were only eternal benefits, there were no eternal enemies or eternal friends. Seeing Guyue Yao Ji bite back at him, Fang Yuan laughed coldly, not rebuking her. In the hall, Guyue Yao Ji's lingering voice resounded. This old woman's body was slightly trembling, this silence made her feel that she was alone. Different. The situation was different. If Fang Yuan was only rank 1 or rank 2, these elders would immediately jump out and stand together with Guyue Yao Ji to punish Fang Yuan. The authority of the higher-ups could not be challenged by the lower-ups. But now, Fang Yuan was already rank 3, and although the clan leader had not officially announced it, his status as an elder was already set in stone. In this way, the conflict between him and Guyue Yao Ji was an internal conflict between the higher-ups. Fang Yuan was a newly promoted elder, he did not have a deep background, but this was also his advantage, he had nothing to lose. On the other hand, Guyue Yao Ji was already very old, although she was in charge of the medicine hall, had a high position, and had a wide network, this was her weakness. She was old and could not afford to lose, and the heir of the medicine faction, Yao Le, had also disappeared. The huge benefits in her hands were coveted by others. It was fine during times of peace, but now it was the wolf tide, even the elders could die. The situation was turbulent, new people took their positions, and old people stepped down. This was a time of change, and none of the elders could guarantee that they would be safe and sound. Even the clan leader could die in such a situation. In the history of Guyue clan, there were many clan leaders who died because of the wolf tide. To the elders, it was difficult to even protect themselves, without huge benefits, they had no time to get involved in other people's battles. Guyue Yao Ji felt troubled. The hall was silent. Because of her granddaughter's matter, she had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Standing now, an invisible pressure enveloped her body and mind, causing a layer of cold sweat to form on her forehead. She felt like a crippled old wolf, standing alone in a pack of wolves. The surrounding wolf pack stood in the shadows, using their deep green eyes to stare at her indifferently. The Fang Yuan standing in front of her was like a male wolf that had just revealed his prowess in the hunt. He was so young, so ambitious, so vigorous and strong. It was really, the new generation replaces the old. At this moment, Guyue Yao Ji felt that she was really old. Old and frail. Her eyelids drooped even more, and her imposing manner gradually decreased. But when Guyue Yao Li's figure appeared in her mind, she forced her blurred eyes open, and her imposing manner rose again. She opened her mouth. "Fang Yuan, why did you disappear these 3 days? If you did not appear, the medicine hall's casualty report would have listed your name in the list of Gu masters who died. You disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights, and when you came back, you became a rank 3 Gu master. What exactly happened during this process?" I believe everyone is interested to know about this." Realizing that Fang Yuan was not as easy to deal with as before, her tone had already softened, no longer as overbearing as before. But her words were even harder to resist, with treacherous and sinister thoughts hidden in her words. She was after all the most senior politician. When the elders heard this, their eyes brightened, showing obvious interest. No one here was an idiot, Fang Yuan advancing to rank 3 was indeed fishy. After all, his C-grade aptitude was known to everyone. Guyue Yao Ji's words made the elders stand on her side again. However, since Fang Yuan dared to return so grandly, he was naturally prepared. Under everyone's gazes, he raised his head and laughed. "Old woman, do I have to tell you just because you want to know? But, seeing how pitiful your granddaughter is, I will be merciful and tell you. These days, I have been in closed-door cultivation in Elder Qi Lian's residence, trying to break through to rank 3. Elder Guyue Lian can testify for me on this point." "What?" Guyue Yao Ji heard this and immediately showed a shocked expression. The rest of the elders were also visibly moved, showing all kinds of rich and complicated expressions. At once, countless gazes looked towards the gloomy Guyue Lian. This Qi faction clan head, one of the two most powerful elders in Guyue clan, had an even more gloomy expression, almost to the point of dripping water. But under everyone's gazes, he knew he had to give everyone an explanation, thus he reluctantly opened his mouth. "This matter is indeed like this. These days, Fang Yuan has been in closed-door cultivation in a secret room in my residence. I can testify for this." Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. The elders had deep self-restraint, they would not make a fuss and lose their manners. However, there were still many murmurs of discussion. "I can't believe that Guyue's cultivation has something to do with Fang Yuan. Does Fang Yuan's advancement have anything to do with Qi Lian? I'm afraid there is a huge connection. Didn't people speculate that Fang Yuan has a force supporting him from behind the scenes? I can't believe it is Qi faction. The reason why Fang Yuan's cultivation can be so fast is probably because of Qi faction's investment. Fang Yuan is Fang Jing's brother. Elder Qi Lian's action has a profound meaning." Some of the elders were discussing, while some of the other elders' emotions were in turmoil. This Fang Yuan is not a junior without any background, he has already joined Qi faction, we must be careful with him in the future. Luckily I didn't jump into the fight between Fang Yuan and Yao Ji. Yao Ji is in trouble now. She wanted to deal with an elder with no background, but she didn't expect him to have such a solid background. It's Qi faction. Guyue Yao Ji's face was deathly pale. When she heard Guyue Lian nod his head in acknowledgement, she was so shocked that she took a step back, her body slightly trembling. Dealing with a lone elder and dealing with an elder with Qi faction background were two completely different concepts. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe and reward me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 158. Guyue Mo Chen's heart was heavy. He originally wanted to recruit Fang Yuan, but he gave up because of his aptitude. Now, his old rival Guyue Lian had actually hooked up with Fang Yuan. There were even signs that Qi Lian had started to invest in Fang Yuan over a year ago. Now, his investment had paid off and the Qi faction had gained a new elder. How could he not feel heavy? Apart from being serious, Mo Chen also had some doubts. He was Guyue Lian's old rival. They had been competing against each other since they were young. He knew Guyue so well that he even knew what color underwear Guyue liked to wear. Logically speaking, Guyue Lian should have become cocky and looked at Mo Chen with disdain and pride. But now, Mo Chen's face was gloomy, as if he had suffered a loss. This was too strange. What had happened between him and Fang Yuan? What kind of agreement had they reached? Guyue Mo Chen couldn't understand. This Fang Yuan is too daring. He actually dares to threaten me. Guyue Lian's heart was filled with anger and doubt. Last night, Fang Yuan had secretly found him and threatened him with Guyue Cheng's aptitude. Heavens! Only he, Guyue Lian, and his grandson, Qi Cheng, knew this secret. He, Fang Yuan, was just an outsider. How did he know? Guyue Cheng was only a C-grade aptitude, but for the benefit of the entire Qi faction, Qi Lian had to take the risk and create the illusion that he was B-grade aptitude. If this matter was revealed, it would be an unprecedented blow to the Qi faction. The head of the Qi faction had broken his promise and personally cheated. This was practically a complete loss of reputation. More importantly, the Qi faction's successor was only C-grade aptitude. This meant that the Qi faction had almost no political future. Who would be stupid enough to rely on such a faction? Fang Yuan grasping this secret was equivalent to grasping the entire Qi faction's weakness. When he was threatened by Fang Yuan, Guyue almost couldn't help but kill him. But he forced himself to hold back, because he didn't know who else knew this secret, who Fang Yuan had told, and what kind of letters and other evidence were left somewhere. Calm him down first, figure out the situation, and then deal with him. I can't let this scourge live. That was what he thought at that time. But soon after, Fang Yuan revealed his rank 3 cultivation. Surprised and bewildered, Qicheng could only change his idea to compromise. Rank 3 was already a clan elder. If one wanted to kill a clan elder, the seriousness of this matter was no different from cheating. Moreover, to deal with a rank 3 Gu master, he could not be dealt with in a short period of time, and the commotion would be even more troublesome. Falling out with Fang Yuan wouldn't benefit the Qi faction at all, and the risk was even greater. Although Fang Yuan has something on me, knowing the same secret is also a kind of alliance. In the end, Qi Lian could only console himself hypocritically. Fang Yuan's threat came out of nowhere, and he didn't know how many trump cards Fang Yuan had, so he could only pinch his nose and accept it. Now, Fang Yuan fearlessly dragged him out to attract the firepower for Fang Yuan. It was like putting Guyue Lian on a rack to roast. But Guyue Lian knew this, so what could he do? At this time, he heard Fang Yuan say slowly, Guyue Yao Ji, I know you are feeling very unbalanced. Yes, your great-granddaughter died without a complete corpse, and your medicine faction has no one to continue. But I, a C-grade talent kid, advanced to rank 3. You are angry and uncomfortable, so you want to vent your anger on me. I can understand. What did you say? Guyue Yao Ji stared with wide eyes, unable to restrain her anger. Little thing, I'm telling you, Guyue Yao Lu is not dead. Fang Yuan laughed, shrugging his shoulders indifferently. What does her death have to do with me? Yao Ji, you don't have to emphasize it so much. But he suddenly changed the topic. You, Guyue Yao Ji, in order to search for your granddaughter, you gathered people and wasted a lot of manpower and resources. This has something to do with me, with all the clan elders here, and with Lord Clan Leader. Guyue Yao Ji, letting you lead the medicine hall is because everyone trusts you. But what did you do? You sent all the healing Gu masters of the medicine hall out to search for your granddaughter. You ignored those injured Gu masters and our clansmen. You are too selfish. Yao Li's sacrifice is indeed the clan's loss. But you made the loss even greater. You are not fit to be the clan elder of this medicine hall. Fang Yuan's words pierced the heart, each word exposing Yao Ji's reverse scale and scars. But what he said was indeed reasonable. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, many clan elders secretly frowned. Which clan did not have injured Gu masters? Guyue Yao Ji's actions were indeed too much, transferring healing Gu masters on her own and not doing proper business, to search for her own granddaughter. You. Guyue Yao Ji trembled in anger, pointing at Fang Yuan, unable to speak for a moment. Her eyes seemed to be spewing fire, wishing she could strangle this hateful Fang Yuan to death on the spot. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, meeting her gaze without fear. He was giving her a taste of her own medicine. Guyue Yao Ji's words just now were filled with righteousness, arousing the curiosity of many clan elders towards the secret of Fang Yuan's advancement. Fang Yuan's words were the same, every word was reasonable, standing on the highest point of the clan's rules, causing many clan elders to subconsciously defend him. To the clan elders, defending the clan's rules was equivalent to defending their own interests. Guyue Yao Ji's actions these days had indeed infringed on their interests. This Fang Yuan, bastard. Truly a bastard. Guyue Yao Ji trembled in anger, not knowing that Guyue Lian was also fuming with anger. Fang Yuan had offended Guyue Yao Ji to death. Fang Yuan was hated by Yao Ji, and the Qi faction that Fang Yuan had joined would probably also be angered by Yao Ji. But in fact, his Qi faction was really innocent. Was he, Guyue Lian, a fool? Why would he offend Guyue Yao Ji, who had the most connections and seniority, for no reason? Guo Lian subconsciously shrunk his body, praying in his heart, I hope the other clan elders don't shift their attention to me. Fang Yuan's actions were his own idea, it had nothing to do with his chief faction. But Fang Yuan's next words completely shattered Qi Lian's fantasies into countless pieces. He suddenly turned around and reported to clan leader Guo Bo, Lord Clan Leader, I deeply doubt if Guo Yao Ji has the ability to continue managing the medicine hall. I propose to temporarily revoke her position as the medicine hall clan elder, and at the same time, conduct another inspection on her. Every healing Gu master in the clan is precious. We cannot let her squander them like this. Otherwise, the ones who will suffer are the Gu masters who shed blood for the clan, brave and brave. After a pause, he continued, my suggestion, Elder Qi Lian is also in favor. What? Guo Yao Ji's pupils shrunk, her expression changing. What? The clan elders were shocked. Guo Lian's attitude was so clear, did it mean that he was already dissatisfied with Yao Ji, coveting the huge benefits in her hands, and wanted to meddle? What? As the person involved, Guo Lian almost jumped up from his seat. How could he not be angry? He was about to go crazy from anger because of Fang Yuan. This Fang Yuan not only offended Guo Yao Ji, he even dragged him, Guo Lian, into the water. His political attitude towards the medicine faction was to be close and cooperate. But now, his long-term efforts were ruined by Fang Yuan's one sentence. Fang Yuan was blatantly framing and spreading rumors in front of the person involved. But he, Guo Lian, the Grand Chief faction leader, was helpless against this scoundrel Fang Yuan. Oh, Elder Qi Lian, you also have this attitude? Guo Bo's gaze flashed as he asked. Guo Lian gritted his teeth, slowly standing up. He stiffened his neck, refusing to look at Fang Yuan. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would not be able to control his anger. Now that things had come to this, and he had no way to deal with Fang Yuan, he could only grit his teeth and admit it. Revoking Yao Ji's position was Fang Yuan's personal intention. The wolf tide is imminent, suddenly changing her is not appropriate. But I truly believe that Lord Yao Ji, because of her personal feelings, used the healing Gu master's strength excessively. If this strength was used where it should be used, it would reduce the clan's losses. As he said this, he felt his heart bleeding. He naturally would not go along with Fang Yuan's words, because he had his own benefits. In these words, he had tried his best to find a balance between Fang Yuan and Yao Ji. But even so, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a puff. He turned his head and saw Guo Yao Ji spitting out a mouthful of blood due to her extreme anger, then falling backwards. It's over. I've offended Yao Ji. At this moment, Guo Lian felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, his heart turning cold. Lord Yao Ji. Someone, quickly take a look at her. She has fainted, don't worry. Lord Yao Ji has not rested for 3 days and 3 nights, she is exhausted and needs to rest. The hall was bustling for a while before quieting down. Guo Yao Ji was carried away on a stretcher. She was old, and after training for so many days, she was mentally exhausted, and after being provoked by Fang Yuan and Qi Lian, adding insult to injury, it would be strange if she did not faint. Lord Yao Ji has been managing the medicine hall for so many years, she is too tired. Actually, letting her rest is for her own good. With Lord Yao Ji in a coma, the medicine hall cannot be left unattended for a day. I suggest that Fang Yuan take over. Guo Lian suddenly said. This old man stood in front of his seat, watching Guo Yao Ji being carried out, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since he had already offended them, then he would thoroughly offend them and make the best of it. In order to prevent the medicine hall from retaliating, he might as well directly suppress them. This was the awareness and experience of a politician in a high position. The hall fell into a short silence. Yao Li's death and Yao Ji's collapse indicated that the medicine hall's decline was inevitable. The cruelty of politics was sometimes even more heartless than a wolf tide. Fang Yuan was also silent. letting him take the position of medicine hall elder. Guyue Lian was just casually saying it. Letting a newly promoted young elder take such an important position. Unless the brains of the other clan elders and the clan leader were fried. Guyue Lian deliberately said this, of course he had his own deeper meaning. As expected, at the next moment, Guyue Bo said, the position of medicine hall will be temporarily held by Elder Qi Zhong. Fang Yuan's cultivation level is true, he has indeed reached rank 3, according to the clan rules, he will be promoted to the position of clan elder. Spread this news, let the entire village celebrate. Saying so, Guyue Bo stood up, flicked his sleeves and left. Congratulations, congratulations. After the clan leader left, the group of clan elders walked to Fang Yuan, cupping their fists with a face full of smiles. Fang Yuan also cupped his fists, welcoming them with a smile. Chapter 159. Congrats, congrats. Elder Fang Yuan is young and promising, a role model for the younger generation. I look forward to seeing Elder Fang Yuan's elegant demeanor when we work together in the future. A group of clan elders surrounded Fang Yuan, saying all sorts of beautiful words. The academy elder stood at the periphery of the crowd, looking at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. He never thought that there would be a day when Fang Yuan would be promoted to an elder. In that year, he was most optimistic about Fang Jing, followed by Qicheng and Ma Bei. Who would have thought that the first one to be successful would be Fang Yuan? How can my little achievement compare to the achievements of all the seniors? I owe it all to the family's nurturing to be where I am today. Academy elder, I have always remembered your teachings. A warm smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face, he was humble and cautious. The academy elder never thought that the prickly Fang Yuan would take the initiative to greet him. He was stunned for a moment, then showed a gratified expression, looks like you have matured a lot these years. Elder Fang Yuan, work hard. The family needs new blood like you, I am proud of you. Fang Yuan once again thanked the academy elder sincerely, and at the same time, he responded to the other elders. He had 500 years of experience, this kind of acting was a piece of cake. He advanced and retreated, his words were gentle, his attitude was humble, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Guyue watched coldly from the side, the more he watched, the colder his heart became. This Fang Yuan's way of dealing with the situation, his every word was so reserved, was he really just a teenager? Could it be that he was born to be a politician? The academy elder was shocked. He thought back to when they were in school, Fang Yuan was so unruly, even exploiting his classmates. He felt a headache because of this, he did not expect Fang Yuan to have such an earth-shattering transformation. On the other hand, Guyue and Emo Chen were not surprised by Fang Yuan's behavior. He had already experienced Fang Yuan's schemes. At this moment, looking at Fang Yuan's cultured and refined manner, becoming the center of attention and the center of the crowd, he sighed in his heart that Guyue had practiced a good move. This exchange was casual and did not last long. But no matter what the clan elders were thinking, no matter where they stood, they couldn't help but look at Fang Yuan in a new light. They all sighed in their hearts. Rumors were indeed unreliable. In the end, Fang Yuan politely declined the invitations of some elders and left the Patriarch Pavilion with a smile on his face together with Guyue. Are you satisfied now? Not only did you topple Guyue and Yao Ji, you even dragged our Qi family into this. Qi Lian finally stopped pretending in the study, and the smile on his face was replaced by anger. Fang Yuan sat opposite him and said with a smile, speaking of which, you have to thank me for this matter. With Guyue and Yao Ji's downfall, it is your Qi branch that has gained a great advantage. Guyue's eyes flickered, young man, your thinking is too simple. Qi Zhong may be a member of my Qi branch, but his wife is from the Yao branch. The clan leader appointed him as a temporary medicine hall elder only to balance the internal strife between my Qi and Yao branches. How on earth did you know about Qicheng? At the end of his speech, Guyue suddenly asked. His eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan, flashing with the sharpness of an eagle. Fong Yuan shrugged indifferently and said, "Old man, I don't have enough yuan stones on me. Give me 3,000 first." Bang! Guyue fiercely slammed the table and growled in a low voice, "Fong Yuan. Don't think that just because you know this secret that you can control my chi branch. I'm old and don't have many years left to live. At worst, I'll give up my life. I can accept cooperation, but I won't be threatened. I won't allow what happened today to happen a second time. If you carelessly make enemies and then casually drag my chi branch into this mess, you will definitely regret it. Do you really think that secret can destroy the entire chi branch? Don't be naive." Fong Yuan was silent, his eyes distant as he let Guyue berate him. After Guyue slammed the table, his aura was as shocking as a tiger, but the more he spoke, the weaker it became. In the end, it was obvious that he was out of breath and lacking confidence. Until he stopped talking, Fong Yuan leisurely smiled, "Old man, don't be so angry. I'm indeed short on money recently. I'm not asking for these 3,000 yuan stones from you for free, I'm borrowing them from you. I can write an IOU for you." Guyue coldly snorted, his tone slightly relaxed, "You won't be lacking in yuan stones. You've just become an elder, so you don't know the preferential treatment the clan gives to elders. As long as you're an elder, you'll get 100 yuan stone every week. And this is the amount during peacetime. Now that the wolf tide is here, you'll get 300 yuan stone every week. Not only that, you can also get a rank 3 goo worm for free. At the same time, the clan's recipes, from rank 1 to rank 3, will be open to you. You can choose as many recipes as you like to refine your rank 3 goo worm. There are also other privileges, for example, ordinary goo masters can only marry one wife. After becoming an elder, they can marry one wife and 2 concubines. So it's like that." Fong Yuan was naturally aware of this, but on the surface, he showed an expression as if he was hearing it for the first time. "But even so, I still want to borrow 3,000 yuan stone. You know, I just advanced to rank 3. Refining a rank 3 goo worm naturally requires a large amount of yuan stone." Fong Yuan sincerely said. Guyue was silent. He pondered, with Fong Yuan's status as an elder, he won't go so far as to not pay back his debt. Then what about his reputation? But what if he dies in the wolf tide, then wouldn't my 3,000 yuan stone be for naught? Wait, isn't it better if he dies? Qiqing's aptitude can continue to be concealed. But this secret, how did he know? Who else knew about it? I might as well lend it to him first, and lower his guard, before probing him. Thinking so, Guyue did not persist, and took out a pen and paper. Fong Yuan wrote an IOU, and made a fingerprint. Guyue called the housekeeper, and instructed. Soon, a few full money bags were brought over. Fong Yuan weighed each money bag in his hand, but did not find any problems. He really needed this yuan stone. To refine the man-beast life burial goo, he had almost used up all his savings. These 3,000 yuan stone could be considered a timely rain. Advancing to rank 3 was just the beginning. He needed to refine a rank 3 goo worm, to truly possess the fighting strength and survivability of a rank 3 goo master. Regarding this, he already had a rough plan in his heart. 3,000 yuan stone might not be enough. But it was not important, the Qi faction would be his large bank. Borrowing yuan stone this time was just the beginning. If there was a first time, there would be a second time, first time unfamiliar, second time familiar. As for paying back the debt, after getting the yuan stone, Fong Yuan was not in a hurry to leave, but smiled, I still want to borrow something. Don't push your luck. Guyue's expression sank, but he still said, speak, what is it? Cleansing water goo. Fong Yuan narrowed his eyes, and said frankly. The caravan had once sold a cleansing water goo, if anyone was most likely to buy this goo, it was most likely Guyue goo. Because he used his own primeval essence to nurture his grandson Qiqing's aperture, raising his cultivation. This caused the aperture to contain a strange aura that could only be removed by cleansing water goo. Absolutely not. Gyue Gu resolutely refused. He had indeed bought that cleansing water Gu, but this Gu worm was prepared for his grandson Gyue Cheng. If he wanted to buy it again, he would have to rely on luck. Don't be so ruthless. Fong Yuan chuckled, a cleansing water Gu or the Qi faction's reputation, which is more important. I believe Lord Gyue Lian, as the Qi faction's leader, can clearly distinguish between them. Gyue Lian's expression completely sank, turning cold. He fiercely stared at Fong Yuan, gritting his teeth. Fong Yuan, you need to know what you are doing. You are extorting me, extorting the Grand Qi faction's leader. No, I am not extorting, this is a discussion. I am only borrowing the cleansing water Gu, I will return you a new one in the future. I can also write an IOU for this. Fong Yuan smiled, but his tone was firm, showing his determination to obtain it. Don't even think about it. Qi Lian's attitude was also firm. An hour later, Fong Yuan left Qi clan with 3,000 yuan stones and a cleansing water Gu. Meanwhile, Gyue Lian was sitting in the study, looking at the two light IOU slips written by Fong Yuan on the table. The anger in his heart was like a surging river, surging endlessly. Qi faction's weakness was in Fong Yuan's hands, causing Qi Lian to be in an extremely passive position. Fong Yuan's victory was also within reason. 3 days later, Fong Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his face reflecting a white light. A white ball of light floated in the air, the Gu fusion had reached its final stage. Fong Yuan used his consciousness to maintain the ball of light while throwing yuan stone after yuan stone into the ball of light. The ball of light suddenly disappeared, and a brand new Gu flew into Fong Yuan's palm. Its appearance was like a large ladybug. Its semicircular milky white carapace was dotted with black spots. Its size was relatively large, about the size of an adult's fist. Rank 3 Sky Canopy Gu. Finally, the fusion is complete. Fong Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This was his second fusion. Sky Canopy Gu was fused from the rank 2 White Jade Gu and a water attribute defensive Gu. Fong Yuan's first fusion used the Water Shield Gu and the White Jade Gu. The fusion failed, and the Water Shield Gu died. The water element defensive Gu worm he used this time was exchanged with Fong Yuan's last bit of battle merit points. However, this Sky Canopy Gu was not Fong Yuan's first rank 3 Gu. His first rank 3 Gu worm was directly taken from the clan. After advancing to rank 3 and becoming a clan elder, the clan would reward a rank 3 Gu for free. Thus, Fong Yuan chose the Thunder Wings Gu. This Gu was the spoils of war that the clan elders obtained after killing a frenzy lightning wolf. It could condense a pair of lightning wings, allowing the Gu master to fly for a short period of time. With the Thunder Wings Gu's assistance in movement, Fong Yuan's last weakness in battle strength was filled. Chapter 160. Lord Fong Yuan, this is the secret room, please enter. In the dark underground tunnel, a rank 2 Gu master old man was walking in front, leading the way for Fong Yuan. The secret room that stored the clan's Gu worm fusion recipes was not far ahead. After Fong Yuan advanced to clan elder, his status changed drastically. The clan's collection of fusion recipes, as long as they were not rank 4 or 5, he had the authority to look through them. If it was an ordinary rank 1 or rank 2 Gu master, they would have to use yuan stones or battle merits to exchange for the recipes. This secret room was located underground in the village, and was extremely secretive. Even if the village was razed to the ground, this secret room would still exist. Back then, the founder of the Gyue village, the first-generation clan leader, found a spirit spring in this underground cave, and made the decision to establish the village here. After generations of clan leaders' management and development, the underground cave of the Gyue village had become the Gyue clan's secret base. Normally, ordinary Gu masters did not have the authority to enter this place. Only clan elders and clan leaders, as well as the Dark Hall Gu masters in charge of guarding this place, had this authority. Many Gu masters only came here once in their lives. That was the aptitude ceremony, the youngsters would come to the Spirit Spring Flower Sea and use the Hope Goo to open their aperture. Other than that, unless there was a special reason, the underground cave was absolutely forbidden for unauthorized people to enter. Even the Goo Masters guarding this place had gone through strict selection. After all, the Spirit Spring in the underground cave was the foundation of the entire Gyue village. The large amounts of yuan stones that condensed from the spring eye supported the cultivation of all the Goo Masters in the Gyue clan. As they walked along the tunnel, the sound of their footsteps reverberated unceasingly. The murmur of a flowing river could be vaguely heard. That was the underground river in the cave. After a while, the Goo Master led Fang Yuan to a stone door. He patted his stomach, and a goo flew out of his aperture, and in a flash, it hit the stone door. The stone door's surface rippled, like a stone thrown into the water. Next, the light on the stone door's surface changed, and gradually disappeared, revealing the secret room inside. The secret chamber was not small. It was about an acre in size. Every few steps, there would be a stone table half the height of a person. Dozens of stone tables had white jade plates on them, and there was a goo worm resting quietly on the plates. These goo worms came in all kinds of colors and were about the size of a fist. They looked very similar, like silkworms. On its head were two compound eyes similar to those of a bee or a dragonfly. His compound eyes were brightly colored, like enamel glass. However, its surface was not soft. It was covered with a layer of glossy carapace, and the carapace even had a metallic luster. Lord Fang Yuan, this is your first time in this secret chamber. Let me introduce them to you. These rank 2 digital shadow goo all had a recipe recorded in them. The green digital shadow goo contained almost all the rank 1 recipes in the clan. The red and black digital shadow goo contained a rank 2 recipe. The white goo contained a rank 3 recipe. The orange digital shadow goo contained the rank 4 recipe. As for the rank 5 recipe, it is naturally in the purple digital shadow goo at the center of the stone platform. At the side, the elderly Goo Master introduced. The digital shadow goo was a type of goo worm that could record images. One step further would be the rank 3 photo-audio goo. After fusing it into a photo-audio goo, not only could it record images, it could also hear sounds. In the Rock Crack secret cave, the Flower Wine Monk used a photo-audio goo to leave Fang Yuan his last words regarding the inheritance. But recording the recipe did not require sound, thus the digital shadow goo was enough. The fusion recipe was extremely precious. If it was recorded on ordinary bamboo paper, if it was stolen, not only could it be used to fuse the Gyue clan's unique goo worm, it would also be a serious leak of the clan's information. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. An experienced goo master could tell the strengths and weaknesses of the fused goo worm from a recipe. If the recipe was leaked to a clan, it would be a huge loss. In future battles between goo masters, the clan's goo masters could be countered by the enemy. Thus, recipes were strictly controlled, graded, and specially preserved. The digital shadow goo was easy to refine, and the cost was not high. It was the most common method of preserving recipes. Lord Fang Yuan, these digital shadow goo belong to the Secret Hall clan elder, but it does not hinder you from activating your primeval essence and reading it. It is just that with your current status, you are still unable to read rank 4 and rank 5 recipes. There are 2 more points. The secret room is the clan's important place. Your every move here will be monitored in secret. Every day, you can only stay in this secret room for 15 minutes at a time. After the time is up, you will have to come out. The elderly goo master said again. I understand. Fang Yuan nodded. Lord Fang Yuan, I do not have the authority to enter, I will stand at the door. Once the time is up, I will call you out. The elderly bowed. Fang Yuan stepped into the secret room. Just as he entered, the stone door behind him turned from virtual to real, locking him in the secret room alone. Walking in the secret room, it was quiet. Footsteps echoed in his ears, and on the surrounding walls, there were a few water-light goo. The light emitted from their bodies rippled like water, and as the light and shadow changed, there were layers of ripples, bright and dim. Fong Yuan took out a red and black goo worm, and injected his white-silver primeval essence into it. Immediately, the digital shadow goo's compound eyes shone with 2 pillars of rainbow light. He slightly raised the digital shadow goo, and aimed the compound eyes at the white jade plate on the stone platform. The 2 pillars of rainbow light converged on the white jade plate, and after a series of changes, words appeared. This was a recipe on how to refine the moon's car goo. First, it listed the pros and cons of the moon's car goo. The advantage of the moon's car goo was its attack range, which was twice that of the moonlight goo. Its weakness was that its attack power was not outstanding. Next was the refinement recipe. The moon's car goo was refined from the combination of the moonlight goo and the scar stone goo. Next was the matters to take note of during the refinement, and the trick during the refinement, if you add some jade stones in the middle of the refinement. Or at night when there was plenty of moonlight, refining outdoors would have a higher chance of success. Finally was the experiences of the refiners of the past. This part had the most content, with a voluminous amount of over 10,000 words. Fong Yuan looked at it, and memorized some things in his heart. After all, it was the crystallization of countless people's experiences and experiences. Some of the content, even Fong Yuan did not know. After all, the moonlight goo was a goo unique to the Gyue clan. In his previous life, he had never obtained the position of clan elder, and came here to read. Time was limited, so Fong Yuan hurriedly glanced at it, and put the digital shadow goo back to its original position, and then specifically looked at the white digital shadow goo. In the white digital shadow goo, it recorded the refinement recipes of rank 3 goo worms. Most of them were not suitable for Fong Yuan, and the goo worms needed were all based on the moon whirl goo, moon's car goo, and so on. Fong Yuan did not look at it in detail, and to save time, he only glanced at it hurriedly. He had previously combined the moonlight goo with the little light goo to refine the moonglow goo. On the basis of the moonglow goo, there were only 3 refinement recipes that caught Fong Yuan's eye. The first was the rank 3 golden moon goo. The range was still the same as 10 steps, but the attack power was increased. Once it was shot out, the golden crescent was half a person's height, and emitted a trace of domineering might. The second was the frost moon goo. The moonblade was eerie white and cold, emitting a frosty aura. The victim would feel the cold enter their body, and their movement would be slow. The third was the phantom moon goo. This goo was special. It was not used to attack, but once activated, it would allow the goo master to create a phantom, diverting firepower and confusing the enemy. Especially this phantom moon goo, if it was refined, it could be used as a base to advance, and above that would be the rank 4 moonshadow goo. Moonshadow goo can be planted into a goo master's aperture, and suppress the goo master's primeval essence. In the records regarding the phantom moon goo, there was also some information about the moonshadow goo, providing a reference. Moonshadow goo, isn't it the goo that the rank 4 clan leader used to plot against the flower wine monk? Fong Yuan saw this, and his heart moved, his brows furrowing. There were many goo worms in this world, and even with his 500 years of experience, he only knew 1 out of 10,000 goo worms. He originally did not know much about the moonshadow goo, but now that he knew its use, his heart was filled with doubts. The moonshadow goo had a special effect, suppressing a rank 4 goo master's primeval essence by 30%, a rank 5 goo master by 15%, and a rank 3 goo master by 60%. In other words, a C-grade talent like Fong Yuan, with only 40 to 50% primeval essence, if hit by the moonshadow goo, would not be able to use any primeval essence, and their battle strength would plummet, as if they were crippled. Of course, if it was Fong Yuan himself, using the moonshadow goo against him would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog, with no return. This was because once the moonshadow goo entered his aperture, the spring-autumn cicada would show its might, and under its pressure, the moonshadow goo would be instantly refined by Fong Yuan, becoming his possession. What made Fong Yuan suspicious was that it was not the moonshadow goo, but the flower wine monk. I remember on the image wall, the flower wine monk's image was covered in blood and wounds. Earlier when he fought with the 4th generation and the clan elder, he only suffered light injuries. I thought those injuries were caused by the moonshadow goo, But I never thought that the Moonshadow Goo's effect was only to suppress primeval essence, preventing the Goo Master from using it. Then how did the Flower Wine Monk's injuries come about? Fong Yuan was a cautious person, and the more he thought, the more puzzled he became. After the Flower Wine Monk lost to the clan elder and temporarily retreated, what happened? If the Moonshadow Goo was not the main cause of his death, then what was the reason? In an instant, the originally clear Flower Wine Monk's inheritance became confusing in Fong Yuan's eyes. Lord Fong Yuan, it has already been 15 minutes, I believe you must have gained something. No matter what, please come back tomorrow. At this moment, the stone door turned into nothingness again, and the old Goo Master stood at the door and said respectfully, "All right." Fong Yuan's eyes flashed, and he put down the photographic Shadow Goo in his hand, and left the secret room. Whether it was the Golden Moon, Frost Moon, or Mirage Moon, these fusion recipes were not what he wanted. That was because these goo worms ate large amounts of moon orchid petals. Moon orchid petals were hard to store, and could only be stored for a few days. In Fong Yuan's plan, he wanted to leave the Guyua village and roam the world. If he refined these goo worms, without food to feed them, they would die in half a year. He might as well not refine them. However, there were still some rank 3 recipes that he did not see. I'll come back tomorrow. Such a thought flashed through his mind. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.